Yes, deserted twice. He had heard that everything had been taken from his folks on the farm, and he decided to come home to see if it was true. Well, it was true, worse than what he had been told. Even his youngest brother, just past 16, had been drafted into the army. No one remained at home but his mother and father, too old to work their piece of land without help, and all the cattle were gone. The commissars had left almost no horses in his village and only one cow to each family of 5 persons, and if a peasant had only 2 little children his last cow was taken away. He decided to stay and help his folks. It was spring, and planting had to be done. But he had a narrow escape. One day the whole village was surrounded by the commissar and his men. He ran out of his hut and made for the woods. Bad luck, he was still in his soldier uniform, and they shot at him from all sides. He succeeded in reaching the nearest bushes, but he was exhausted and fell, rolling down the hill into a hollow. His pursuers must have thought him dead. Late in the night he stole back to the village, but he did not go to his people. A friendly neighbor hid him in his house. The next day he put on peasant clothes, and all spring and summer he helped his old man in the fields. Then he went back to the army of his own accord. He wanted to serve the revolution as long as the folks at home did not need him. But he was treated badly, food was scarce in his regiment, and he deserted again. I would stay in the army, he concluded, but I can't see the old people starve to death. Are you not afraid to talk so freely? I warned him. Oh, who cares, he laughed. Let 'em shoot me. Am I a dog to wear a muzzle on my snout? Despite the signs that the Russian Revolution was heading toward a future diametrically opposed to the ideals that inspired it, Berkman, on hearing of the Red Scare in the United States and the mass arrests of alleged communists there, wrote, "I feel that Russia is still the hearth of the revolution." But his faith was continually battered by reality. On May Day there was a mass demonstration, but it was completely apathetic, as was a huge march organized by the Petrograd Soviet of Labor Unions, for which every factory was ordered to send a contingent. When the British Labour Museum sent a delegation to Russia, Berkman noted that wherever they went the Cheka was present and not a bedraggled workman or filthy beggar was in sight. Bertrand Russell, who accompanied the British delegation, remarked, "I feel like a prisoner, every step watched." Meanwhile, 45 anarchists in prison began a hunger strike protesting prison conditions and the fact that they had not been charged with a crime despite their lengthy stay behind bars. Berkman was asked to help settle the strike, but it ended unsatisfactorily with only 10 of the anarchists released. Berkman was asked by the Bolshevik government to translate Lenin's essay The Infantile Sickness of Leftism for the British Museum delegation, but he refused to do so unless allowed to write a preface to it, since the essay was opposed to all the ideals Berkman held dear. From this point on he was given a cold shoulder by Bolshevik officialdom. He and Emma were asked to join the expedition of the Museum of the Revolution to collect historical material about the revolutionary movement, and they agreed to do so since they were not permitted to do more political work. The group traveled to the Ukraine. There Berkman saw fear, starvation, and chaos everywhere. Berkman wrote of the Ukrainians, "They dislike the Russians and resent the domination of Moscow. Antagonism of the Bolsheviki is general, the hatred of the Cheka universal." He heard stories of shootings and torture by red and white factions and about the repression of intellectuals. In the following excerpt, from Chapter 22, First Days in Kharkov, Berkman visited with friends of the anti-Bolshevik revolutionary Maria Spiridonova. Chapter 22, First Days in Kharkov. The door opens and a girl steps in, carrying a bag slung across her shoulders. She is young and attractive, not over 20, with her face lit up by black, shining eyes. She stops affrighted as her glance falls upon me. "A friend," I hasten to reassure her, delivering the message entrusted to me in Moscow. She brightens at once, puts the bag on the table, and kisses her mother. "We'll celebrate today, Mamenka," she announces, "I got my payak." She begins sorting the things, calling out cheerily, "Herrings, 2 pounds, half a pound of soap, 1 pound of vegetable butter, 1/4 pound of tobacco. That's from the Sobez, Department of Social Care, she explains, turning to me. I am employed there, but the main social care is given to the ration, she says jestingly. It's better in quality and quantity than I receive at the other 2 places. You know, some of us have to hold 3 or even 4 positions to make ends meet. Mother and I together receive 1 3/4 pounds of bread per day, and with this monthly pike and what I get from my other positions, we manage to live. Isn't it so, Mamenka? And she again embraces her mother affectionately. It would be sinful to complain, my child, the old lady replies, other people are worse off. Nadia has preserved her sense of humor, and her silvery laugh frequently punctuates the conversation. She is much concerned about the fate of her friends in the north, and is overjoyed to get direct news of Marishya, as she affectionately calls Maria Spiridonova. Eagerly she listens to the story of my repeated visits to the famous leader of the left social revolutionists, who is now in hiding in Moscow. I love and worship her, she declares impetuously, she has been the heroine of my life. And to think how the Bolsheviki hound her. Here in the south, she continues more calmly, our party has been almost entirely liquidated. The persecution has forced the weaker ones to make peace with the communists, some have even joined them. Those of us who have remained true keep underground. The Red Terror is such that activity now is out of the question. With paper, presses, and everything else nationalized, we cannot even print a handbill, as we used to do in the time of the Tsar. Besides, the workers are so cowed, their need so great, they will listen to you only if you can offer them bread. Moreover, their minds have been poisoned against the intelligentsia. The latter are actually dying of starvation. Here in Kharkov, for instance, they receive 6,000 to 7,000 rubles per month, while a pound of bread costs 2,000 to 3,000. Some wit figured out that the Soviet salary of 20 of the most noted Russian professors equals, according to the present purchasing power of the ruble, the amount allowed by the old regime budget for the support of the watchdog at the government institutions. By the aid of Nadia I am enabled to get in touch with several irreconcilables of the left social revolutionists. The most interesting personality among them is N., a former Katarzanin 35 and later instructor in literature in the People's University of Kharkov. Recently he has been discharged because the political commissar, a communist youth, considered his lectures of an anti-Marxian tendency. The Bolsheviki complain that they lack teachers and educators, and said, but in reality they permit no one to work with them unless he be a communist or ingratiate himself with the communist cell. It is the latter, the party unit in every institution, that decides on the reliability and fitness even of professors and teachers. The Bolsheviki have failed, he remarked to me on another occasion, chiefly because of their total intellectual barbarism. Social life, no less than individual, is impossible without certain ethical and human values. The Bolsheviki have abolished them, and in their place we have only the arbitrary will of the Soviet bureaucracy and irresponsible terror. And voices the sentiments of the left social revolutionary group, his views fully shared by his comrades. The rule of a minority, they agree, is necessarily a despotism based on oppression and violence. Thus 10,000 Spartans governed 300,000 Helots, while in the French Revolution 300,000 Jacobins sought to control the 7 million citizens of France. Now 500,000 communists have by the same methods enslaved the whole of Russia with its population of more than 100 million. Such a regime must become the negation of its original source. Though born of the revolution, the offspring of the movement for liberation, it must deny and pervert the very ideals and aims that gave it birth. In consequence there is crying inequality of the new social groups, instead of the proclaimed equality, the stifling of every popular opinion instead of the promised freedom, violence and terror instead of the expected reign of brotherhood and love. The present situation, N believes, is the inevitable result of Bolshevik dictatorship. The communists have discredited the ideas and slogans of the revolution. They have started among the people a counter-revolutionary wave which is bound to destroy the conquests of 1917. The strength of the Bolsheviki is in reality insignificant. They remain in power only because of the weakness of their political opponents and the exhaustion of the masses. But their ninth thermometer 36 must soon come, and concluded with conviction, and no one will rise to their defense. Returning late in the evening to the room assigned me in the home of G, a former bourgeois, and finding the bell out of order, I knocked long and persistently without receiving a reply. I almost despaired of gaining admittance, when there resounded the clanking of chains, a heavy bar was lifted, someone fumbled with the keys, and at last the door opened before me. I could see no one about, and a feeling of uneasiness possessed me when suddenly a tall, slender figure stepped before me, and I recognized the owner of the apartment. "I did not see you," I exclaimed in surprise. "A simple precaution," he replied, pointing to the niche between the double doors where he had evidently been hiding. "One can't tell these days," he remarked nervously, "they have the habit of visiting us unexpectedly. I can slip through," he added significantly. I invited him to my room, and we talked until early morning. G.'s story proved a most interesting page from the recent life of Russia. He formerly lived in Petrograd, where he was employed as a mechanical engineer in the Putilov mills, his brother-in-law serving as his assistant. Neither of them participated in politics, all their time being devoted to their work. One morning Petrograd was stirred by the killing of Uritsky, the head of the Cheka. G and his brother-in-law had never before heard of Kanagisser, who committed the deed, yet both were arrested together with several hundred other bourgeois. His brother-in-law was shot by mistake, as the Cheka later admitted, his name resembling that of a distant relative, a former officer in the Tsar's army. The wife of the executed, G.'s sister, learning of the fate of her husband, committed suicide. G himself was released, then rearrested, and sent to forced labor in Vologda as a bourgeois. "It happened so unexpectedly," he related, "they did not even give us time to take a few things along. It was a windy, cold day, in October, 1918. I was crossing the Nevsky on my way home from work, when all at once I realized that the whole district was surrounded by the military and Chekists. Everyone was detained. Those who could not produce a communist membership card or a document proving themselves Soviet employees were arrested. The women also, though they were released in the morning. Unfortunately I had left my portfolio at my office, with all my papers in it. They would not listen to explanations or give me a chance to communicate with anyone. Within 48 hours, all the men were transported to Vologda. My family, my dear wife and 3 children remained in complete ignorance of my fate." G paused. "Shall we have some tea?" he asked, trying to hide his emotion. As he continued, I learned that together with several hundred other men, almost all alleged bourgeois, G was kept in the Vologda prison for several weeks, being treated as dangerous criminals and finally ordered to the front. There they were divided into working parties of 10, on the principle of collective responsibility. Should one member of the party escape, the other 9 would forfeit their lives. The prisoners had to dig trenches, build barracks for the soldiers, and lay roads. Often they were forced to expose themselves to the fire of the English, to save machine guns deserted by the Red Army during the fight. They could be kept, according to Soviet decree, only 3 months at the front, yet they were forced to remain till the end of the campaign. Exposed to danger, cold, and hunger, without warm clothing in the raw winter of the north, the ranks of the men thinned daily, to be filled by new parties of forced labor collected in a similar manner. After a few months G fell ill. By the aid of a military surgeon, a drafted medical student whom he had known before, he succeeded in being returned home. But when he reached Petrograd, he failed to locate his family. All the bourgeois tenants of his house had been ejected. To make place for workers, he could find no trace of his wife and children. Laid low by fever acquired on the front, G was sent to a hospital. The physicians held out little hope of recovery, but the determination to find his family rekindled the dying embers of life, and after 4 weeks G left his sick bed. He had just started his search again when he received an order mobilizing him, as an engineer, to a machine factory on the Ural. His efforts to secure delay proved fruitless. Friends promised to continue looking for his loved ones, and he departed for the east. There he applied himself conscientiously to the work, making the necessary repairs, so that the factory could presently begin operations. After a while he asked permission to return home, but he was informed that he would go as a prisoner, the political commissar having denounced him for unfriendly disposition toward the Bolsheviki. G was arrested and sent to Moscow. When he reached the capital, he found a charge of sabotage against him. He succeeded in proving the falsity of the accusation, and after 4 months of imprisonment he was released. But the experience so affected him that he suffered 2 successive attacks of returning typhus, from which he emerged entirely unfit for work. He secured permission to visit his relatives in Kharkov where he hoped to recuperate. There, to his great joy, quite unexpectedly, he found his family. They had long thought him dead, their inquiries and numerous letters having remained unanswered. Reunited with his wife and children, G remained in the city, having received a position in a local institution. He finds life in Kharkov much more bearable, though the communist campaign against the intellectuals constantly rouses the people against them. The Bolsheviki have turned the intelligentsia into a class of hunted animals, G said. We are looked upon as even worse than the bourgeoisie. As a matter of fact, we are much worse off than the latter, for they usually have connections in influential places, and most of them still possess some of the wealth they had hidden. They can speculate, yes, even grow rich, while we of the professional class have nothing. We are doomed to slow starvation. Snatches of song and music reached us from across the street, coming apparently from the house opposite, its windows flooded with light. One of the Cheka commissars, my host, answered my questioning look. By the way, a curious incident happened to me, he continued, smiling sadly. The other day I met that Chekist. Something about him attracted my attention, a peculiar sense of the familiar that I could not account for. Suddenly it dawned on me that new dark brown suit he wore, why, it was mine. They took it from me in the last house raid, 2 weeks ago. For the proletariat, they said. As the museum expedition continued its travels in the Ukraine, Berkman conversed with peasants and workers. An anarchist, known to Berkman from his days in the United States, told him of being maltreated by Denikin soldiers and hounded no less by the Bolsheviki. Alec heard about the famous anarchist, Nestor Makhno, considered a hero in the Ukraine. Makhno, with an army, continued to fight the Bolsheviki as he fought the whites. Berkman visited a prison, filled with political prisoners, where the inmates were denied gifts of food from friends, though food rations for prisoners were meager. In Chapter 28, included here, Berkman heard about the fate of a Jewish community during the Civil War, and in Chapter 30, part of which follows Chapter 28, Berkman insisted that at least, under the Bolsheviks, there are no pogroms. He was told in reply, they also hate the Jew. They have quiet pogroms, the systematic destruction of our traditions, customs, and culture. Chapter 28, Fast off the pogromed. August 12, 1920. Our little company slowly trudges along the unpaved, dusty road that runs almost in a straight line to the marketplace in the center of the city. The place seems deserted. The houses stand vacant, most of them windowless, their doors broken in and ajar, an oppressive sight of destruction and desolation. All is silent about us, we feel as in a graveyard. Approaching the marketplace are group separates, each of us going his own way to learn for himself. A woman passes by, hesitates, and stops. She pushes the kerchief back from her forehead, and looks at me with wonderment in her sad old eyes. Good morning, I address her in Jewish. You are a stranger here, she says kindly. You don't look like our folks. Yes, I reply, I am not long from America. Ah, from America, she sighs wistfully. I have a son there. And do you know what is happening to us? Not very much, but I'd like to find out. Oh, only the good God knows what we have gone through. Her voice breaks. Excuse me, I can't help it. She wipes the tears off her wrinkled face. They killed my husband before my eyes. I had to look on, helpless. I can't talk about it. She stands dejectedly before me, bent more by grief than age, like a symbol of abject tragedy. Recovering a little, she says, come with me, if you want to learn. Come to Reb Moishi, he can tell you everything. We are in the market. A double row of open stalls, no more than a dozen in all, dilapidated and forlorn-looking, almost barren of wares. A handful of large-grained, coarse salt, some loaves of black bread thickly dotted with yellow specks of straw, a little loose tobacco, that is all the stock on hand. Almost no money is passing in payment. The few customers are trading by exchange, about 10 pounds of bread for a pound of salt, a few pipefuls of tobacco for an onion. At the counters stand oldish men and women, a few girls among them. I see no young men. These, like most of the able-bodied men and women, I am informed, had stealthily left the town long ago, for fear of more pogroms. They went on foot, some to Kiev, others to Kharkov, in the hope of finding safety and a livelihood in the larger city. Most of them never reached their destination. Food was scarce, they had gone without provisions, and most of them died on the way from exposure and starvation. The old traders surround me. K, they whisper to the old woman, who is this? From America, she replies, a ray of hopefulness in her voice, to learn about the pogroms. We are going to Reb Moishi. From America? America. Amazement, bewilderment is in their tones. Did he come so far to find us? Will they help us? Oh, good God in heaven, may it be true. Several voices speak at once, all astir with the suppressed excitement of sudden hope, of renewed faith. More people crowd about us, business has stopped. I notice similar groups surrounding my friends nearby. Shot, good people, my guide admonishes them, not everybody at once. We are going to see Reb Moishi, he'll tell him everything. Oh, 1 minute, just 1 minute, respected man, a pale young woman desperately clutches me by the arm. My husband is there, in America. Do you know him? Rubinovich Yankel Rubinovich. He is well known there, surely you must have heard of him. How is he, tell me, please. In what city is he? In New York, but I haven't had any letter from him since the war. My son-in-law Kayam is in America, a woman, her hair all white, interrupts, maybe you saw him, what? She is very old and bent, and evidently hard of hearing. She places her hand back of her ear to catch my reply, while her wizened, lemon-like face is turned up to me in anxious expectation. Where is your son-in-law? What does he say? I don't understand, she wails. The bystanders shout in her ear, he asks where Kayam, your son-in-law, is. In America, she replies. In America, a man near me repeats. America is a big country. In what city is Kayam? I inquire. She looks bewildered, then stammers, I don't know, I don't recollect just now. Baba, grandmother, you have his letter at home, a small boy shouts in her ear. He wrote you before the fighting started, don't you remember? Yes. Will you wait, Goodinker, good one, the old woman begs. I'm going right away to fetch the letter. Maybe you know my Kayam. She moves heavily away. The others ply me with questions about their relatives, friends, brothers, husbands. Almost every one of them has someone in that far-off America, which is like a fabled land to these simple folk, the land of promise, peace, and wealth, the happy place from which but few return. Maybe you will take a letter to my husband, a pale young woman asks. All at once a dozen persons begin to clamor for permission to write and send their letters through me to their beloved ones, there in America. I promise to take their mail, and the crowd slowly melts away, with a pleading admonition to wait for them. Only a few words will be right back. Let us go to Reb Moishi, my guide reminds me. They know, she adds, with a wave at the others, they'll bring their letters there. As we start on our way, a tall man with jet black beard and burning eyes detains me. Be so good, 1 minute. He speaks quietly, but with a strong effort to restrain his emotion. I have no one in America, he says, I have no one anywhere. You see this house? There is a nervous tremor in his voice, but he steadies himself. There, across the way, with the broken windows, paper covered, pasted over. My old father, the Almighty bless his memory, and my 2 young brothers were killed there. Cut to pieces with sabers. The old man had his piece, pious earlocks, cut off, together with his ears, and his belly ripped open. I ran away with my daughter, to save her. Look, there she is, at the 3rd stall on the right. His eyes stream with tears as he points towards a girl standing a few feet away. She is about 15, oval-faced, with delicate features, pale and fragile as a lily, and with most peculiar eyes. She is looking straight before her, while her hands are mechanically cutting chunks of bread from the big round loaf. There is the same dreadful expression in her eyes that I have recently seen for the first time in the faces of very young girls in pogromed cities. A look of wild terror frozen into a stare that grips at my heart. Yet, not realizing the truth, I whisper to her father, blind. No, not blind, he cries out. Wish to God no, much worse. She has been looking like that ever since the night when I ran away from our house with her. It was a fearful night. Like wild beasts they cut and slashed and raved. I hid with my Rosal in the cellar, but we were not safe there, so we ran to the woods nearby. They caught us on the way. They took her from me and left me for dead. Look, he takes off his hat and I see a long sword cut, only partly healed, scarring the side of his head. They left me for dead, he repeats. When the murderers had gone, 3 days later, she was found in the field and she has been like that. With that look in her eyes. She hasn't talked since. Oh, my God, why dost thou punish me so? Dear Reb Sholem, do not blaspheme, my woman guide admonishes him. Are you the only one to suffer? You know my great loss. We all share the same fate. It has always been the fate of us Jews. We know not the ways of God, blessed be his holy name. But let us go to Reb Moishi, she says, turning to me. Behind the counter of what was once a grocery store stands Reb Moishi. He is a middle-aged Hebrew, with an intelligent face that now bears only the memory of a kindly smile. An old resident of the town and elder in the synagogue, he knows every inhabitant and the whole history of the place. He had been one of the well-to-do men of the city, and even now he cannot resist the temptation of hospitality, so traditional with his race. Involuntarily his eyes wander to the shelves entirely bare save for a few empty bottles. The room is dingy and out of repair, the wallpaper hangs down in cracked sheets, exposing the plaster, yellow with moisture. On the counter are some loaves of black bread, straw-dotted, and a small tray with green onions. Reb Moishi bends over, produces a bottle of soda from under the counter, and offers the treasure to me, with a smile of benign welcome. A look of consternation spreads over the face of his wife, who sits darning silently in the corner, as Reb Moishi shamefacedly declines the proffered payment. No, no, I cannot do it, he says with simple dignity, but I know it as the height of sacrifice. Learning the purpose of my visit to Fastov, Reb Moishi invites me to the street. Come with me, he says, I'll show you what they did to us. Though there is not much for the eyes, he looks at me with searching gaze only those who lived through it can understand, and maybe he pauses a moment, maybe also those who really feel with us in our great bereavement. We step out of the store. Across is a large vacant space, its center littered with old boards and broken bricks. That was our schoolhouse, Reb Moishi comments. This is all that's left of it. That house on your left, with the shutters closed, it was Zalman's, our school teachers. They killed 6, their father, mother, and 4 children. We found them all with their heads broken by the butts of guns. There, around the corner, the whole street you see, every house pogromed. We have many such streets. After a while he continues, in this house, with the green roof, the whole family was wiped out, 9 persons. The murderers set fire to it, too. You can see through the broken doors the inside is all burned and charred. Who did it? He repeats my question in a tone of hopelessness. Better ask who did not. Petlura came first, then Denikin, and then the Poles, and just bands of every kind, may the black ears know them. There were many of them, and it was always the same curse. We suffered from all of them, every time the town changed hands. But Denikin was the worst of all, worse even than the Poles, who hate us so. The last time the Denikins were here the pogrom lasted 4 days. Oh, God! He suddenly halts, throwing up his hands. Oh, you Americans, you who live in safety, do you know what it means, 4 days? 4 long, terrible days, and still more terrible nights, 4 days and 4 nights, and no let up in the butchery. The cries, the shrieks, those piercing shrieks of women seeing their babies torn limb from limb before their very eyes. I hear them now. It freezes my blood with horror. It drives me mad. Those sights. The bloody mass of flesh that was once my own child, my lovely Myrtle. She was only 5 years old. He breaks down. Leaning against the wall, his body shakes with sobs. Soon he recovers himself. Here we are in the center of the worst pogromed part, he continues. Forgive my weakness, I can't speak of it with dry eyes. There is the synagogue. We Jews sought safety in it. The commander told us to. His name? May evil be as strange to me as his dark name. One of Denikin's generals, the commander, that's what he was called. His men were mad with bloodlust when there was nothing more to rob. You know, the soldiers and peasants think there is gold to be found in every Jewish home. This was once a prosperous city, the rich men that did business with us lived in Kiev and Kharkov. The Jews here were just making a living, with a few of them comfortably off. Well, the many pogroms long ago robbed them of all they had, ruined their business, and despoiled their homes. Still, they lived somehow. You know how it is with the Jew, he is used to mistreatment, he tries to make the best of it. But Denikin's soldiers, oh, it was Gehenna let loose. They went wild when they found nothing to take, and they destroyed what they didn't want. That was the first 2 days. But with the third began the killing, mostly with swords and bayonets. On the 3rd day the commander ordered us to take refuge in the synagogue. He promised us safety, and we brought our wives and children there. They put a guard at the door, to protect us, the commander said. It was a trap. At night the soldiers came, all the hooligans of the town were with them, too. They came and demanded our gold. They would not believe we had none. They searched the holy scrolls, they tore them and trampled upon them. Some of us could not look quietly on that awful desecration. We protested. And then began the butchery. The horror, oh, the horror of it. The women beaten, assaulted, the men cut down with sabers. Some of us broke through the guard at the door, and we ran into the streets. Like hounds of hell, they followed us, slashing, killing, and hunting us from house to house. 4 days afterwards the streets were littered with the killed and maimed. They would not let us approach our dead. They would not permit us to bury them or to help the wounded who were groaning in their misery, begging for death. Not a glass of water could we give them. They shot anyone coming near. The famished dogs of the whole neighborhood came, they smelled prey. I saw them tear off limbs from the dead, from the helpless wounded. They fed on the living. On our brothers. He broke down again. The dogs fed on them. Fed on them. He repeats amid sobs. Someone approaches us. It is the doctor who had ministered to the sick and wounded after the last pogrom was over. He looks the typical Russian of the intelligentsia, the stamp of the idealist and student engraved upon him. He walks with a heavy limp, and his quick eye catches my unvoiced question. A memento of those days, he says, attempting a smile. It troubles me a good deal and handicaps my work considerably, he adds. There are many sick people and I am on my feet all day. There are no conveyances, they took away all the horses and cattle. I am just on my way now to poor Fanya, one of my hopeless patients. No, no, good man, it's no use your visiting her, he waves aside my request to accompany him. It is like many others here, a terrible but common case. She was a nurse, taking care of a paralytic young girl. They occupied a room on the second floor of a house nearby. On the first floor soldiers were quartered. When the pogrom began, the soldiers kept the paralytic and her nurse prisoners. What happened there no one will ever know. When the soldiers had at last gone, we had to use a ladder to get to the girl's room. The brutes had covered the stairs with human excrement, it was impossible to approach. When we got to the two girls, the paralytic was dead in the arms of the nurse, and the latter a raving maniac. No, no, it's no use your seeing her. Doctor, says Reb Moishi, why don't you tell our American friend how you got crippled? He should hear everything. Oh, that is not important, Reb Moishi. We have so many worse things. Upon my insisting, he continues, well, it is not a long story. I was shot as I approached a wounded man lying in the street. It was dark, and as I was passing by I heard someone moan. I had just stepped off the sidewalk when I was shot. It was the night of the synagogue pogrom. But my mishap, man, it's nothing when you think of the nightmare in the warehouse. The warehouse? I asked. What happened there? The worst you can imagine, the doctor replies. Those scenes no human power can describe. It wasn't murder there, only a few were killed in the warehouse. It was the women, the girls, even children. When the soldiers pogromed the synagogue, many of the women succeeded in gaining the street. As if by some instinct they collected afterwards in the warehouse, a big outhouse that had not been used for many years. Where else were the women to go? It was too dangerous at home. The mob was searching for the men who had escaped from the synagogue and was slaughtering them on the street, in their homes, wherever found. So the women and girls gathered in the warehouse. It was late at night and the place was dark and still. They feared to breathe, almost, lest their hiding place be discovered by the hooligans. During the night more of the womenfolk and some of their men also found their way to the warehouse. There they all lay, huddled on the floor, in dead silence. The cries and shrieks from the street reached them, but they were helpless and every moment they feared discovery. How it happened we don't know, but some soldiers did find them. There was no pogrom there, in the ordinary sense. There was worse. The commander himself gave orders that a cordon of soldiers be stationed at the warehouse, that no pogrom was to be made, and that no one be permitted to leave without his permission. At first we did not understand the meaning of it, but the terrible truth soon dawned on us. On the second night several officers arrived, accompanied by a strong detachment, all mounted and carrying lanterns. By their light they peered into the faces of the women. They selected 5 of the most beautiful girls, dragged them out and rode away with them. They came again and again that night. They came every night, always with their lanterns. First the youngest were taken, girls of 15 and 12, even as young as 8. Then they took the older ones and the married women. Only the very old were left. There were over 400 women and girls in the warehouse, and most of them were taken away. Some of them never returned alive, many were later found dead on the roads. Others were abandoned along the route of the withdrawing army. They returned days, weeks later. Sick, tortured, every one of them infected with terrible diseases. The doctor pauses, then takes me aside. Can an outsider realize the whole depth of our misfortune, he asks. How many pogroms we have suffered? The last one, by Denikin, continued 8 days. Think of it, 8 days. Over 10,000 of our people were slaughtered, 3,000 died from exposure and wounds. Glancing toward Reb Moishi, he adds in a hoarse whisper, there is not a woman or girl above the age of 10 in our city who has not been outraged. Some of them 4, 5, as high as 14 times. You said you were about to go to Kiev. In the city hospital there you will find 7 children, girls under 13, that we succeeded in placing there for medical treatment, mostly surgical. Every one of those girls has been outraged 6 and more times. Tell America about it, will it still remain silent? Chapter 30, In Various Walks. By the aid of R., the secretary of an important labor union, I have gathered much valuable material for the expedition. R is a Menshevik who has in some unexplained manner escaped the recent cleaning process. His known popularity among the workers, he believes, has saved him. The Bolsheviki are keeping an eye on me, but they have left me alone so far, he said significantly. Familiar with the city, its museums, libraries, and archives, R has been a great help in my quest for data and documents. Much that is valuable has been lost, and still more has been destroyed by the workers themselves, in the interests of their safety, at the time of German occupation and White Terror. But a considerable part of the labor archives has been preserved, sufficient to reconstruct the history of the heroic struggle of the unions since their inception and throughout the stormy days of revolution and civil war. All through the Mensheviki played the role of the intellectual leaders, with the Bolsheviki and anarchists as the revolutionary inspiration of the workers. The headquarters of the Labor Soviet have somehow become the depository of a strange documentary mixture. Police and gendarme records, the minutes of Duma sessions, and financial statistics have found their way there, only to be forgotten. By a curious chance the first Universal of Petlura, a rare document containing the original Declaration of Principles and Aims by the Ukrainian national democracy, has been discovered by me in a neglected drawer. A communist official claims it as his personal possession, with which, however, he is willing to part for a consideration. In view of the large price demanded, the matter has now become a subject of correspondence with the museum. In Menshevik circles, feeling against the Bolsheviki is very bitter. It is the general sentiment among them that the communists, formerly social democrats, have betrayed Marx and discredited socialism. Aslatic revolutionists, R calls them. There is no difference between Trotsky and the hangman Stolypin, he asserts, their methods are identical. Indeed, there was more political life under Nicholas II than there is today. The Bolsheviki, alleged Marxists, think by decrees and terror to alter the immutable law of social evolution, to skip several steps at once, as it were, on the ladder of progress. The February Revolution was essentially bourgeois, but Lenin attempted to turn it by the violence of an insignificant minority into a social revolution. The complete debacle of all hopes is the result. The communists, R believes, cannot last much longer. Russia is on the verge of utter economic collapse. The old food reserves are exhausted, production has almost ceased. Militarization of toll has failed. Trotsky's calculations of the progressive increase of the output on the labor front have been exploded like Bolsheviki prophecies of world revolution. The factory is not a battlefield. Converting the country into a camp of forced labor is not conducive to creative effort. It has divided the people into slaves and slave drivers, and created a powerful class of Soviet bureaucrats. Most significant of all, it has turned even the more advanced workers against the communists. Now the Bolsheviki can count neither on the peasant nor on the proletariat, the whole country is against them. But for the stupid policy of the Allies, they would have been swept away long ago. The blockade and invasions have played into their hands. The Bolsheviki need war to keep them in power. The present Polish campaign suits them splendidly. But it is the last communist straw. It will break, and the bloody Bolshevik experiment will come to an end. History will write them down as the arch-enemies of the revolution, are concluded emphatically. Friday evening on the dining table at the home of Reb Zacher, the old Zionist, burned 3 candles orthodoxically blessed by the housewife. The whole family are gathered for the festive occasion. But the traditional soup and meat are absent, herring and kasha are being served, and small chunks of kol, the Sabbath bread, now only partly of wheat. Besides the parents, 2 daughters and a son of 18 are present. The oldest boy Yankel was his name, Reb Zacher says with a heavy sigh. He'd now be 23, his memory be blessed, was killed in the pogrom the Denikin men had made just before they finally evacuated the city. He sought to defend his sister, the youngest, then only 15. Together they were visiting a friend in the Podol when the mob broke into the street, sacking every house, pillaging, and murdering. The old lady sits in the corner crying quietly. The look of frozen terror, which I have seen often lately, is in the eyes of the girls. The young man steps over to his mother and gently speaks to her. True Zionists, the family converse in Old Hebrew, making an evident concession in addressing me in Yiddish. At least you are free from pogroms under the Bolsheviki, I remark. In a certain sense, the old man assents, but it is the Bolsheviki who are responsible for pogroms. Yes, we had them under the Tsar also, he interrupts my protest, but they were nothing like those we have had since. Hatred against us has increased. To the Gentiles a Bolshevik now means a Jew, a commissar is a Sid, opprobrious term for the Jew, and every Hebrew is held responsible for the murders of the Cheka. I have lived all my life in the ghetto, and I have seen pogroms in the years past, but never such terrible things as since the Bolsheviki got into Moscow. But they have made no pogroms, I insist. They also hate the Jew. We are always the victims. Under the communists we have no violent mob pogroms, at least I have not heard of any. But we have the quiet pogroms, the systematic destruction of all that is dearest to us of our traditions, customs, and culture. They are killing us as a nation. I don't know but what that is the worst pogrom, he adds bitterly. After a while he takes up the subject again. Some foolish Jews are proud that our people are in the government, and that Trotsky is war minister. As if Trotsky and such others are Jews. What good is it all, I ask, when our nation must suffer as before, and more? The Jews have been made the political and social equals of Gentiles, I suggest. Equals in what? In misery and corruption. But even there we are not equal. The Jew has more to bear than the others. We are not fit for the factory, we were always businessmen, traders, and now we have been ruined entirely. They have sown corruption in our youth who now think only of power, or to join the Cheka for gain. That was never before. They are destroying the dream of Palestine, our true home, they are suppressing every effort to educate our children in the proper Jewish spirit. In Kulturliga gather Hebrew writers, poets, and teachers, most of them members of the Volkspartei when that political party was represented in the Rada by its Minister of Jewish Affairs. Formerly the League was a powerful organization, with 230 branches throughout the South, doing cultural work among its co-religionists. The institution had much to suffer through the various political changes. The Bolsheviki were tolerant at first, and even financially aided its educational efforts. But gradually the help was withdrawn and obstacles began to be placed in the way of the League. The Communists frown upon the too nationalistic character of its work. The Yovkom, Jewish branch of the party, is particularly antagonistic. The League's teachers and older pupils have been mobilized into state service and the field of its efforts narrowed down. In the provinces most of its branches have been compelled to close entirely, but in Kiev the devotion and persistence of its leading spirit still enables the League to continue. It is the sole oasis in the city of nonpartisan intellectual and social life. Though now limited in its activities, it still enjoys great popularity among the Jewish youth. Its art classes, including drawing, painting, and sculpture, are eagerly visited, and the theatrical studio is developing young actors and actresses of much promise. The rehearsals I attended, especially that of The World's End, the posthumous work of an unknown dramatist, were unique in artistic conception and powerful in expression. The younger elements that frequent the Kulturlige dream of Zion, and look to the aid of England in securing to the Jewish nation its traditional home. They are out of touch with the Western world and recent events, but their reliance on the hopes raised by the Jewish Congress is unshaken. Somehow, sometime, probably even in the not distant future, is to happen the great event and Jewry will be re-established in Palestine. In that ardent faith they drag on their existence from day to day, intellectually vegetating, physically in misery. Their former sources of support are abolished, the government having supplied them with a bread card of the fourth category. The latter is the Bolshevik label of the bourgeois, the intelligentsia now being denounced as such, though in reality the rich middle class has sought safety at the outbreak of the revolution. Hatred of the bourgeoisie has been transferred to the intellectuals, official agitation cultivating and intensifying this spirit. They are represented as the enemies of the proletariat, traitors to the revolution at best, speculators, if not active counter-revolutionists. There is no stemming the fearful tide sweeping against them. Nor is it the spontaneous unfettering of popular sentiment. The flames are fanned by Moscow. Bolshevik agents from the center, sent as chiefs and instructors, systematically rouse the basest instincts. Zinoviev himself severely upbraided the local communists and his brother proletarians for leniency to the bourgeoisie. "They still walk your streets," he exclaimed at a public meeting, clad in the best finery, "while you go about in rags. They live in the luxurious homes, while you grovel in cellars. You must not permit such things any longer." Visits of communist leaders are always followed by renewed requisitions from the bourgeoisie. The method is simple. The house porter is instructed to compile a list of holders of cards of the fourth category. In most cases they are intellectual proletarians, teachers, writers, scientists. But the possession of the fourth category card is their doom, they are legitimate victims of requisition. Clothing, underwear, household goods, everything is confiscated as alleged izlishki, superfluities. The most tragic part of it, said C., the well-known Yiddish writer, is that the izlishki rarely reach their proletarian destination. We all know that the really valuable things confiscated get no further than the chika, while the old and almost useless rags are sent to the unions, for distribution among the workers. "Often one does not even know who is requisitioning," remarked a member of the League. "Sometimes it is done by Chekists on their own account." "Is there no redress?" I asked. "Does no one protest?" C made a deprecating motion. "We have learned better," he replied, "from the fate of those who dared." "You can't protest against Bolshevik revolutionary orders, as they call it," said a young woman teacher. "I have tried it. It happened like this. One day, returning to my room, I found a stranger occupying it. On my demanding what he was doing there, he informed me that he had been assigned to it, showing me his document from the housing bureau. 'And what shall I do?' I asked. 'You can sleep on the floor,' he replied, stretching himself on my bed. I protested to the higher authorities, but they refused to consider the matter. 'The room is big enough for two,' they insisted, though that was not the case at all. 'But you put a strange man in my room,' I pleaded. 'You'll soon get acquainted,' they sneered, 'we make no distinction of sex.' I remained with some friends for a while, but they were so crowded I had to look for other quarters. 4 days I stood in line in the housing bureau, but it was impossible to get an order for a room. Meanwhile my chief threatened to report me for neglecting my work, because most of my time was spent in the Soviet offices. Finally I complained to the Rabkrin, which is supposed to protect proletarian interests. Their agent invited me to share his room, and I slapped his face. He had me arrested, and I was kept in the Cheka 2 months for sabotage. It might have ended worse, someone commented. When you were released, I pursued, interested in the woman's story, what did you do about your room? She smiled sadly. I learned a lot while sitting in the Cheka, she said. When I was liberated, I sought out a member of the housing bureau. Fortunately I had saved a pair of fine French shoes, and I presented them to him. A little gift for your wife, I told him, not much caring which one would get it, for he is known to have several. Within 24 hours I received a splendid large room, furnished in true bourgeois style. In the following segment from Chapter 32, Odessa, Life and Vision, Alec heard about the self-defeating policies of the Bolsheviks. Later he attended a secret meeting of Mensheviks. Chapter 32 Odessa, Life and Vision. Semyon Petrovich, at whose home I spend considerable time, is an intelligent nonpartisan of independent views. An able statistician, he has been permitted by the Bolsheviki to remain in the Department of Economy, where he had served under previous regimes. Semyon is convinced that the Soviet government will find itself compelled to change its methods and practices. The ravager cannot long remain in the country he has ravaged. He likes to repeat the alleged saying of Denikin. But the ire of the gods, he asserts, pursues the Bolsheviki, even their best intentions serve in practice to confound them. They have closed the stores and abolished private trade, Semyon Petrovich repeats. They have nationalized, registered, and taken an invoice of everything under the sun. One would think that complete order should reign. Indeed, you cannot transfer a bed mattress from one apartment into another without special permission of the proper authorities. If you want to ride to the next station, you must get an order. If you need a sheet of paper, you have to fill several sheets with applications. Every detail of our existence has become subject to Bolshevist regulation. In short, you will find the situation in Odessa about the same as in the rest of Russia, Semyon assured me. But life passes by the Soviet apparatus, because life is incomparably stronger than any attempts at doctrinaire regulation. As in other Soviet cities, the population is supplied with a bread and products card. But except communists, very few receive enough bread to exist. On the bourgeois categories none has been issued for months. In fact, since the Bolsheviki took Odessa in January. Occasionally a little salt, sugar, and matches are rationed out. Fortunately the markets are still permitted to exist, Semyon explained. The government cannot press out enough bread of the farmers to feed the cities. The payok is mostly a vision. That reminds me of a certain commissar in our department, a rare type of communist, for he has a sense of humor. Once I asked him why the Bolsheviki nationalized everything except the izvostchiki, cabmen. His reply was characteristic. You see, he said, we found that if you don't feed human beings, they continue to live somehow. But if you don't feed horses, the stupid beasts die. That's why we don't nationalize the cabmen. Life is indeed stronger than decrees, it sprouts through every crevice of the socialist armor. When private trade was forbidden and only the cooperatives were permitted to continue, all business places suddenly became inspired by feelings of altruism, and every store was decorated with the sign of the EPO, cooperative. Later, when the cooperatives were also closed and only Custarnoyer, small-scale, production remained legal, all the little stores began manufacturing cigarette lighters and rubber soles from stolen automobile tires. Subsequently new decrees were issued permitting trade only in articles of food. Then in every store window there appeared bread and tea surrogates, while other wares were sold in the rear rooms. Finally all food stores were closed, now the illicit trade is transferred to the storekeeper's home, and business is done on the back stairs. The Bolsheviki want to abolish private trade and destroy speculation, Semyon remarked, they want everyone to live exclusively by his labor. Yet in no place in the world is there so much speculation as in Russia, the whole country is swept by its fever. Nationalization of trade means that the whole nation is in trade, our wits say. The truth is, we have all become speculators, he continued sadly. Every family now depends more on the sale of its table and bed linen than on the salaries paid by the Soviet government. The shopkeepers, having lost their shops, still remain traders, and they are now joined by those who formerly were workers, physical as well as intellectual. Necessity is stronger than laws, my dear friend. The real factory proletarians have become declassified, they have ceased to exist, as a class, because most of the factories and mills are not working. The workers flee into the country or become meshachniki, bagmen, traders. The communist dictatorship has destroyed, but it cannot build up. It is a cold, chilly day as I turn my steps toward Sadovaya Street. There, at a secret session, is to take place a Menshevik Kostnaya Gazeta, oral newspaper, and I am to meet prominent members of the party. The oral newspaper is the modern Russian surrogate for a free press. Deprived of opportunity to issue their publications, the suppressed socialist and revolutionary elements resort to this method. In some private dwelling or conspirative lodgings they gather, as in the days of the Tsar, but with even greater danger and more dread of the all-pervading presence of the Cheka. They come to the lodgings singly, stealthily, like criminals conscious of guilt, fearful of observation and discovery. Frequently they fall into an ambush, the house may be in the hands of a Zusida, though no sign of it is perceptible on the outside. No one having entered, however innocently or accidentally, may depart, not even a neighbor's child come to borrow a dish or some water for a sick member of the family. None is permitted to leave, that he may not give warning to possible victims. Such a Zusida generally lasts for many hours, often even for several days and nights. When it is finally lifted, those caught in the net are turned over to the Cheka. Lucky if the charge of counter-revolution or banditism be not made, and the prisoners released after several weeks of detention. But the leaders, the known revolutionists, are kept for months, even for years, without a hearing or charge. It is dusk. In the unlighted, dingy room it is difficult to recognize the half-score of men occupying chairs, smoking and talking in subdued voices. The person for whom I inquire has not yet arrived, and I find myself a stranger in the place. I notice nervous glances in my direction, the men near me regard me with frank suspicion. One by one they leave their seats, I see them gathering in a corner, casting inimical looks at me. As I approach them, they cease talking and eye me defiantly. Their manner is militant, and presently I am surrounded by the hostile crowd. May I see Comrade P? I inquire. Who may you be? Someone demands ironically. To allay their suspicions, I ask for Tovarish Astrov, the famous Menshevik leader, with whom I have an appointment. Explanations follow, and at last the men appear satisfied regarding my identity. You are looking for Astrov, they ask in surprise. Don't you know? Haven't you heard? What? He's been arrested this morning. Bitter indignation and excitement prevail in labor and revolutionary circles as a result of the arrest. Astrov, a well-known socialist, is a personality respected throughout Russia. His opposition to the Bolsheviki is purely intellectual, excluding hostile activities against the government. It is reported, however, that the authorities hold him morally responsible for the wave of strikes that has recently swept the city. Astrov's comrades are distracted at their failure to ascertain the fate of their leader. The Cheka declines to accept a paired acha, packages of food or clothing, an omen which inspires the worst fears. It indicates strictest isolation. It may even signify that the prisoner has been shot. 37. More hated even than in Kiev is the Cheka in Odessa. Ghastly stories are told of its methods and the ruthlessness of the Predsedatel, a former immigrant from Detroit. The personnel of the institution consists mostly of old gendarme officers and criminals whose lives had been spared for services to be rendered in fighting counter-revolution and speculation. The latter is particularly proscribed, the highest form of punishment, shooting, being meted out to offenders. Executions take place daily. The doomed are piled into automobile trucks, face downward, and driven to the outskirts of the city. The long line of the death vehicles is escorted by mounted men riding wildly and firing into the air a warning to close the windows. At the appointed place the procession halts. The victims are made to undress and to take their places at the edge of the already prepared common grave. Shots resound, the bodies, some lifeless, some merely wounded, fall into the hole and are hastily covered with sod. But though the speculation is forbidden and the possession or exchange of Tsarist money is frequently punished by death, the members of the Cheka themselves receive part of their salary in Tsarsky, whose purchasing power is many times that of Soviet paper. There is considerable circulation of the forbidden currency on the markets, and it is rumored that Cheka agents themselves are the chief dealers. I refuse to believe the charge till a member of the expedition informs me that he succeeded in advantageously converting some of the Tsarsky, officially given us in Moscow, into Soviet money. You are taking a great risk in exchanging, I warn him. No risk at all, he replied gleefully. Do you think I am tired of life that I would sell on the open market? I traded it through an old friend, and it was the good man N himself who did the little business for me. N is a high-placed magistrate of the Cheka. With the end of the Civil War in 1921, it seemed that there was no possible justification left for the harsh methods of discipline and the stifling of democracy that had existed in Russia since Berkman's arrival there. In Petrograd, workers went on strike protesting social and economic conditions. The sailors of Kronstadt, near Petrograd, issued a manifesto in support of the Petrograd workers and demanded free Soviets truly representative of the people. Lenin and Trotsky charged them with mutiny. The following two chapters, the last ones in the Bolshevik myth, are included here in their entirety because it was the Kronstadt rebellion and its suppression by the government that finally convinced Berkman and Goldman to leave Russia. Chapter 38 Kronstadt. Petrograd, February, 1921. The cold is extreme and there is intense suffering in the city. Snowstorms have isolated us from the provinces, the supply of provisions has almost ceased. Only half a pound of bread is being issued now. Most of the houses are unheated. At dusk old women prowl about the big woodpile near the Hotel Astoria, but the sentry is vigilant. Several factories have been closed for lack of fuel, and the employees put on half rations. They called a meeting to consult about the situation, but the authorities did not permit it to take place. The Trubachny mill workers have gone on strike. In the distribution of winter clothing, they complain, the communists received undue advantage over the non-partisans. The government refuses to consider the grievances till the men return to work. Crowds of strikers gathered in the street near the mills, and soldiers were sent to disperse them. They were Kurs anti-communist youths of the military academy. There was no violence. Now the strikers have been joined by the men from the Admiralty shops and Galernia docks. There is much resentment against the arrogant attitude of the government. A street demonstration was attempted, but mounted troops suppressed it. February 27. Nervous feeling in the city. The strike situation is growing more serious. The Patrony mills, the Baltysky and Lafarm factories have suspended operations. The authorities have ordered the strikers to resume work. Martial law in the city. The Special Committee of Defense, Komitet Obrony, is vested with exceptional powers, Zinoviev 38 at its head. At the Soviet session last evening a military member of the Defense Committee denounced the strikers as traitors to the revolution. It was Lashevich. He looked fat, greasy, and offensively sensuous. He called the dissatisfied workers leeches attempting extortion, shkerniki, and demanded drastic measures against them. The Soviet passed a resolution locking out the men of the Trubachny mill. It means deprivation of rations, actual starvation. February 28. Strikers' proclamations have appeared on the streets today. They cite cases of workers found frozen to death in their homes. The main demand is for winter clothing and more regular issue of rations. Some of the circulars protest against the suppression of factory meetings. The people want to take counsel together to find means of relief, they state. Zinoviev asserts the whole trouble is due to Menshevik and social revolutionist plotting. For the first time a political turn is being given to the strikes. Late in the afternoon a proclamation was posted containing larger demands. A complete change is necessary in the policies of the government, it reads. First of all, the workers and peasants need freedom. They don't want to live by the decrees of the Bolsheviki, they want to control their own destinies. We demand the liberation of all arrested socialists and nonpartisan workingmen, abolition of martial law, freedom of speech, press and assembly for all who labor, free election of shop and factory committees, of labor union and Soviet representatives. March 1 Many arrests are taking place. Groups of strikers surrounded by Chekists, on their way to prison, are a common sight. Much indignation in the city. I hear that several unions have been liquidated and their active members turned over to the Cheka. But proclamations continue to appear. The arbitrary stand of the authorities is having the effect of rousing reactionary tendencies. The situation is growing tense. Calls for the Uchradilka, Constituent Assembly, are being heard. A manifesto is circulating, signed by the socialist workers of the Nevsky district, openly attacking the communist regime. We know who is afraid of the Constituent Assembly, it declares. It is they who will no longer be able to rob us. Instead they will have to answer before the representatives of the people for their deceit, their thefts, and all their crimes. Zinoviev is alarmed, he has wired to Moscow for troops. The local garrison is said to be in sympathy with the strikers. Military from the provinces has been ordered to the city, special communist regiments have already arrived. Extraordinary martial law has been declared today. March 2 Most disquieting reports. Large strikes have broken out in Moscow. In the Astoria I heard today that armed conflicts have taken place near the Kremlin and blood has been shed. The Bolsheviki claim the coincidence of events in the two capitals as proof of a counter-revolutionary conspiracy. It is said that Kronstadt sailors have come to the city to look into the cause of trouble. Impossible to tell fact from fiction. The absence of a public press encourages the wildest rumors. The official papers are discredited. March 3 Kronstadt is disturbed. It disapproves of the government's drastic methods against the dissatisfied workers. The men of the warship Petropavlovsk have passed a resolution of sympathy with the strikers. It has become known today that on February 28 the Committee of Sailors was sent to the city to investigate the strike situation. Its report was unfavorable to the authorities. On March 1 the crews of the 1st and 2nd Squadrons of the Baltic Fleet called a public meeting at Yakarny Square. The gathering was attended by 16,000 sailors, Red Army men, and workers. The chairman of the executive committee of the Kronstadt Soviet, the communist Vasiliev, presided. The audience was addressed by Kalinin, President of the Republic, and by Kuzmin, Commissar of the Baltic Fleet. The attitude of the sailors was entirely friendly to the Soviet government, and Kalinin was met on his arrival in Kronstadt with military honors, music, and banners. At the meeting the Petrograd situation and the report of the Sailors Investigating Committee were discussed. The audience was outspoken in its indignation at the means employed by Zinoviev against the workers. President Kalinin and Commissar Kuzmin berated the strikers and denounced the Petropavlovsk resolution as counter-revolutionary. The sailors emphasized their loyalty to the Soviet system, but condemned the Bolshevik bureaucracy. The resolution was passed. March 4 Great nervous tension in the city. The strikes continue, labor disorders have again taken place in Moscow. A wave of discontent is sweeping the country. Peasant uprisings are reported from Tambov, Siberia, the Ukraine, and Caucasus. The country is on the verge of desperation. It was confidently hoped that with the end of civil war the communists would mitigate the severe military regime. The government had announced its intention of economic reconstruction, and the people were eager to cooperate. They looked forward to the lightening of the heavy burdens, the abolition of wartime restrictions, and the introduction of elemental liberties. The fronts are liquidated, but the old policies continue, and labor militarization is paralyzing industrial revival. It is openly charged that the Communist Party is more interested in entrenching its political power than in saving the revolution. An official manifesto appeared today. It is signed by Lenin and Trotsky and declares Kronstadt guilty of mutiny, Mayates. The demand of the sailors for free Soviets is denounced as a counter-revolutionary conspiracy against the proletarian republic. Members of the Communist Party are ordered into the mills and factories to rally the workers to the support of the government against the traitors. Kronstadt is to be suppressed. The Moscow radio station sent out a message addressed to all. Petrograd is orderly and quiet, and even the few factories where accusations against the Soviet government were recently voiced now understand that it is the work of provocateurs. Just at this moment, when in America a new Republican regime is assuming the reins of government and showing inclination to take up business relations with Soviet Russia, the spreading of lying rumors and the organization of disturbances in Kronstadt have the sole purpose of influencing the American president and changing his policy toward Russia. At the same time, the London Conference is holding its sessions, and the spreading of similar rumors must influence also the Turkish delegation and make it more submissive to the demands of the Entente. The rebellion of the Petropavlovsk crew is undoubtedly part of a great conspiracy to create trouble within Soviet Russia and to injure our international position. This plan is being carried out within Russia by its Tsarist general and former officers, and their activities are supported by the Mensheviki and social revolutionists. The whole northern district is under martial law and all gatherings are interdicted. Elaborate precautions have been taken to protect the government institutions. Machine guns are placed in the Astoria, the living quarters of Zinoviev and other prominent Bolsheviki. These preparations are increasing general nervousness. Official proclamations command the immediate return of the strikers to the factories, prohibit suspension of work, and warn the populace against congregating in the streets. The Committee of Defense has initiated a cleaning of the city. Many workers suspected of sympathizing with Kronstadt have been placed under arrest. All Petrograd sailors and part of the garrison thought to be untrustworthy have been ordered to distant points, while the families of Kronstadt sailors living in Petrograd are held as hostages. The Committee of Defense notified Kronstadt that the prisoners are kept as pledges for the safety of the Commissar of the Baltic Fleet, N. Kuzmin, the chairman of the Kronstadt Soviet, T. Vasiliev, and other communists. If the least harm be suffered by our comrades, the hostages will pay with their lives. We want no bloodshed, Kronstadt wired in reply. Not a single communist has been harmed by us. The Petrograd workers are anxiously awaiting developments. They hope that the intercession of the sailors may turn the situation in their favor. The term of office of the Kronstadt Soviet is about to expire, and arrangements are being made for the coming elections. On March 2 a conference of delegates took place, at which 300 representatives of the ships, the garrison, the labor unions and factories were present, among them also a number of communists. The conference approved the resolution passed by the mass meeting the previous day. Lenin and Trotsky have declared it counter-revolutionary and proof of a white conspiracy. 39. Resolution of the General Meeting. Of the crews of the 1st and 2nd Squadrons of the Baltic Fleet. Held March 1, 1921. Having heard the report of the representatives sent by the General Meeting of ship crews to Petrograd to investigate the situation there, resolved. 1. In view of the fact that the present Soviets do not express the will of the workers and peasants, immediately to hold new elections by secret ballot, the pre-election campaign to have full freedom of agitation among the workers and peasants. 2. To establish freedom of speech and press for workers and peasants, for anarchists and left socialist parties. 3. To secure freedom of assembly for labor unions and peasant organizations. 4. To call a nonpartisan conference of the workers, Red Army soldiers and sailors of Petrograd, Kronstadt, and of Petrograd province, no later than March 19, 1921. 5. To liberate all political prisoners of socialist parties, as well as all workers, peasants, soldiers, and sailors imprisoned in connection with the labor and peasant movements. 6. To elect a commission to review the cases of those held in prison and concentration camps. 7. To abolish all politodeli, political bureaus, because no party should be given special privileges in the propagation of its ideas or receive the financial support of the government for such purposes. Instead, there should be established educational and cultural commissions, locally elected and financed by the government. 8. To abolish immediately all Zagraditelny Yatriadai, armed units organized by the Bolsheviki for the purpose of suppressing traffic and confiscating foodstuffs and other products. The irresponsibility and arbitrariness of their methods were proverbial throughout the country. 9. To equalize the rations of all who work, with the exception of those employed in trades detrimental to health. 10. To abolish the communist fighting detachments in all branches of the army, as well as the communist guards kept on duty in mills and factories. Should such guards or military detachments be found necessary, they are to be appointed in the army from the ranks, and in the factories according to the judgment of the workers. 11. To give the peasants full freedom of action in regard to their land, and also the right to keep cattle, on condition that the peasants manage with their own means, that is, without employing hired labor. 12. To request all branches of the army, as well as our comrades, the military corps anti, to concur in our resolutions. 13. To demand for the latter publicity in the press. 14. To appoint a traveling commission of control. 15. To permit free kustarnwayi, individual small-scale, production by one's own efforts. Resolution passed unanimously by brigade meeting, 2 persons refraining from voting. Petrochenko, Chairman Brigade Meeting. Perepelkin, Secretary. Resolution passed by an overwhelming majority of the Kronstadt garrison. Vasiliev, Chairman. Kalinin and Vasiliev vote against the resolution. March 4 late at night. The extraordinary session of the Petro-Soviet in the Tauride Palace was packed with communists, mostly youngsters, fanatical and intolerant. Admission by special ticket, a propisk, permit, also had to be secured to return home after interdicted hours. Representatives of shops and labor committees were in the galleries, the seats in the main body having been occupied by communists. Some factory delegates were given the floor, but the moment they attempted to state their case, they were shouted down. Zinoviev repeatedly urged the meeting to give the opposition an opportunity to be heard, but his appeal lacked energy and conviction. Not a voice was raised in favor of the Constituent Assembly. A mill worker pleaded with the government to consider the complaints of the workers who are cold and hungry. Zinoviev replied that the strikers are enemies of the Soviet regime. Kalinin declared Kronstadt the headquarters of General Kozlovsky's plot. A sailor reminded Zinoviev of the time when he and Lenin were hunted as counter-revolutionists by Kerensky and were saved by the very sailors whom they now denounce as traitors. Kronstadt demands only honest elections, he declared. He was not allowed to proceed. The stentorian voice and impassioned appeal of Yevdokimuev, Zinoviev's lieutenant, wrought the communists up to a high pitch of excitement. His resolution was passed amid a tumult of protest from the nonpartisan delegates and labor men. The resolution declared Kronstadt guilty of a counter-revolutionary attempt against the Soviet regime and demands its immediate surrender. It is a declaration of war. March 5 Many Bolsheviki refuse to believe that the Soviet resolution will be carried out. It were too monstrous a thing to attack by force of arms the pride and glory of the Russian Revolution, as Trotsky christened the Kronstadt sailors. In the circle of their friends many communists threatened to resign from the party should such a bloody deed come to pass. Trotsky was to address the Petro-Soviet last evening. His failure to appear was interpreted as indicating that the seriousness of the situation has been exaggerated. But during the night he arrived and today he issued an ultimatum to Kronstadt. The workers' and peasants' government has decreed that Kronstadt and the rebellious ships must immediately submit to the authority of the Soviet Republic. Therefore, I command all who have raised their hand against the socialist fatherland to lay down their arms at once. The obdurate are to be disarmed and turned over to the Soviet authorities. The arrested commissars and other representatives of the government are to be liberated at once. Only those surrendering unconditionally may count on the mercy of the Soviet Republic. Simultaneously I am issuing orders to prepare to quell the mutiny and subdue the mutineers by force of arms. Responsibility for the harm that may be suffered by the peaceful population will fall entirely upon the heads of the counter-revolutionary mutineers. This warning is final. Trotsky, Chairman Revolutionary Military Soviet of the Republic. Communist, Commander-in-Chief. The city is on the verge of panic. The factories are closed, and there are rumors of demonstrations and riots. Threats against Jews are becoming audible. Military forces continue to flow into Petrograd and environs. Trotsky has sent another demand to Kronstadt to surrender, the order containing the threat, "I'll shoot you like pheasants." Even some communists are indignant at the tone assumed by the government. It is a fatal error, they say, to interpret the workers' plea for bread as opposition. Kronstadt's sympathy with the strikers and their demand for honest elections have been turned by Zinoviev into a counter-revolutionary plot. I have talked the situation over with several friends, among them a number of communists. We feel there is yet time to save the situation. A commission in which the sailors and workers would have confidence, could allay the roused passions and find a satisfactory solution of the pressing problems. It is incredible that a comparatively unimportant incident, as the original strike in the Trubachny mill, should be deliberately provoked into civil war with all the bloodshed it entails. The communists with whom I have discussed the suggestion all favor it, but dare not take the initiative. No one believes in the Kozlovsky story. All agree that the sailors are the staunchest supporters of the Soviets. Their object is to compel the authorities to grant needed reforms. To a certain degree they have already succeeded. The Zagraditelny Yatriadi, notoriously brutal and arbitrary, have been abolished in the Petrograd province, and certain labor organizations have been given permission to send representatives to the villages for the purchase of food. During the last 2 days special rations and clothing have also been issued to several factories. The government fears a general uprising. Petrograd is now in an extraordinary state of siege. Being out of doors is permitted only till 9 in the evening. But the city is quiet. I expect no serious upheaval if the authorities can be prevailed upon to take a more reasonable and just course. In the hope of opening the road to a peaceful solution, I have submitted to Zinoviev a plan of arbitration signed by persons friendly to the Bolsheviki. To the Petrograd Soviet of Labor and Defense. Chairman Zinoviev. To remain silent now is impossible, even criminal. Recent events impel us anarchists to speak out and to declare our attitude in the present situation. The spirit of ferment manifest among the workers and sailors is the result of causes that demand our serious attention. Cold and hunger had produced discontent, and the absence of any opportunity for discussion and criticism is forcing the workers and sailors to air their grievances in the open. White Guardist bands wish and may try to exploit this dissatisfaction in their own class interests. Hiding behind the workers and sailors they throw out slogans of the Constituent Assembly, of free trade and similar demands. We anarchists have long exposed the fiction of these slogans, and we declare to the whole world that we will fight with arms against any counter-revolutionary attempt, in cooperation with all friends of the social revolution and hand in hand with the Bolsheviki. Concerning the conflict between the Soviet government and the workers and sailors, we hold that it must be settled not by force of arms, but by means of comradely agreement. Resorting to bloodshed, on the part of the Soviet government, will not in the given situation intimidate or quieten the workers. On the contrary, it will serve only to aggravate matters and will strengthen the hands of the Entente and of internal counter-revolution. More important still, the use of force by the workers' and peasants' government against workers and sailors will have a demoralizing effect upon the international revolutionary movement and will result in incalculable harm to the social revolution. Comrades Bolsheviki, bethink yourselves before it is too late. Do not play with fire, you are about to take a most serious and decisive step. We hereby submit to you the following proposition: let a commission be selected to consist of 5 persons, inclusive of 2 anarchists. The commission is to go to Kronstadt to settle the dispute by peaceful means. In the given situation, this is the most radical method. It will be of international revolutionary significance. Alexander Berkman, Emma Goldman, Perkuz, Petrovsky, Petrograd, March 5, 1921. March 6 today Kronstadt sent out by radio a statement of its position. It reads: Our cause is just, we stand for the power of Soviets, not parties. We stand for freely elected representatives of the laboring masses. The substitute Soviets manipulated by the Communist Party have always been deaf to our needs and demands. The only reply we have ever received was shooting. Comrades. They deliberately pervert the truth and resort to most despicable defamation. In Kronstadt the whole power is exclusively in the hands of the revolutionary sailors, soldiers, and workers, not with counter-revolutionists led by some Kozlovsky, as the lying Moscow radio tries to make you believe. Do not delay, comrades. Join us, get in touch with us, demand admission to Kronstadt for your delegates. Only they will tell you the whole truth and will expose the fiendish calumny about Finnish bread and Entente offers. Long live the revolutionary proletariat and the peasantry. Long live the power of freely elected Soviets. March 7 distant rumbling reaches my ears as I cross the Nevsky. It sounds again, stronger and nearer, as if rolling toward me. All at once I realize that artillery is being fired. It is 6 p.m. Kronstadt has been attacked. Days of anguish and cannonading. My heart is numb with despair, something has died within me. The people on the streets look bowed with grief, bewildered. No one trusts himself to speak. The thunder of heavy guns rends the air. March 17 Kronstadt has fallen today. Thousands of sailors and workers lie dead in its streets. Summary execution of prisoners and hostages continues. March 18 the victors are celebrating the anniversary of the Commune of 1871. Trotsky and Zinoviev denounced fear and Galifet for the slaughter of the Paris rebels. Chapter 39 Last links in the chain. Pensively Pushkin stands on his stone pedestal viewing life flowing by on the square bearing his name. On the boulevard the trees are smiling with budding green, and promenaders bask in the April sun. Familiar sight of Moscow streets, yet with a strange new atmosphere about the people. The vision of Kronstadt had flashed across the city, its dead embers lie ashen grey on the faces. I sense the disconsolate spirit in the procession of diverse type and attire: workmen in torn footgear, rags wrapped about their legs, students in black shirts belted at the waist, the tails fluttering in the breeze, peasants in laptie of woven straw, soldiers in long grey coats, and dark-skinned sons of the Caucasus in brighter colors. Young women mingle with them, in short skirts and bare legs, some wearing men's boots. Most of them are painted, even the little girls. Boldly they gaze at the men, inviting them with their eyes. Gay music sounds from the garden nearby. At the little tables white-aproned waiters serve food and drinks to the guests. Groups gather at the gate sullenly watching the novel scene. Bourgeois. Damned speculators, they mutter. The NEP 40 is at work. All along the street stores have been opened, their windows washed, freshly painted signs announcing private ownership. Provisions in large quantity and variety are exposed to view. Resentfully men and women crowd on the sidewalk, their eyes devouring the tempting display. No food for rations, someone comments sarcastically. That's what we've been shedding our blood for, a soldier exclaims with an oath. On the corner a feminine voice hails me, "Ah, the American Tovarishch." It is Lena, my young acquaintance of the raid of the Okhotny market, over a year ago. She looks very fragile, her paleness accentuated by her crimsoned lips. There is unwanted self-consciousness in her manner, and the pink mounts her face under my gaze. "You see, I didn't manage to get away," she says wearily. "Get away?" I asked in surprise. "Don't you remember? It was America or," she breaks off with a forced smile. We are in front of a sumptuous delicatessen store. Men in starched shirts and white collars, looking offensively opulent, and elegantly dressed women carry their purchases with free, assured manner. Ragged children besiege them for alms. The passers-by scowl at them angrily. How many times I was arrested for speculation, Lena remarks bitterly. Remembering my visit to her home, I inquire after her family. Mother, baby, and Yasha died from typhus, she replies dully. That's what the certificate said, but I know it was starvation. Your cousin? Oh, she is doing well. With some communist. I'm all alone in the world now. Poor Lena, escapes me. Oh, I don't want your pity, she cries disconsolately. Wish I'd died with mother. Further on the Tverskia I find Golos Truda, the anarchist publishing house, closed, a Cheka seal on the lock. A man is peering through the window at the havoc wrought within by the raiders. His red army cap does not conceal the fresh scars on his head. With surprise I recognize Stepan, my Petrograd soldier friend. He had been wounded in the Kronstadt campaign, he informs me, the Petrograd hospitals were crowded, and he was sent to Moscow. Now he has been discharged, but he is so weak he is barely able to walk. We crossed the Neva at night, he relates, all in white shrouds like so many ghosts you couldn't tell us from the snow on the frozen river. Some of the boys didn't want to advance, he looks at me significantly. The communist detachment back of us trained machine guns on them, there was no hesitating. The artillery belched from our side, some shots fell short, striking the ice just in front of us. In a flash whole companies disappeared, guns and all, sunk into the deep. It was a frightful night. He pauses a moment, then, bending close to me, he whispers, in Kronstadt I learned the truth. It's we who were the counter-revolutionists. The Universalist Club on the Tverskia is deserted, its active members imprisoned since the Kronstadt events. Anarchists from various parts have been brought to the city, and are now in the Buturki and Taganka jails. In connection with the growing labor discontent, severe reprisals are taking place against the revolutionary element and the communist labor opposition which demands industrial democracy. The situation handicaps the work of the Peter Kropotkin Memorial Committee, in the interests of which I have come to the capital. The Moscow Soviet passed a resolution to aid Golos Truda in the publication of the complete works of the great anarchist thinker, but the government closed the establishment. The Soviet also donated the house where Kropotkin was born as a home for the museum, but every attempt to get the place vacated by the communist organization now occupying it has failed. The official attitude negates all our efforts. April 15. Unexpected visitors today. I sat in my room, in the apartment of a private family in Leontievsky Alley, when an official entered, accompanied by the house porter and two soldiers. He introduced himself as an agent of the newly organized Department for the Improvement of the Workers' Mode of Life, and I could not suppress a smile when he solemnly informed me that the campaign for the benefit of the proletarians is directed by the Cheka. Better quarters are to be put at the disposal of the toilers, he announced. My room is among those to be requisitioned for that purpose. I should have to leave within 24 hours. In entire sympathy with his object, I called the official's attention to the utter impossibility of securing even bed space at such short notice. Permission and assignments must first be procured from the Housing Bureau, a procedure which at best takes a week's time, often it requires months. Without deigning a reply, the Chekist stepped into the hallway. Opening the first door at hand, he said curtly, "You can stay here in the meantime." A burst of soapy vapor swept against us. Through the clouds of steam I discerned a bedstead, a little table, and a woman bending over the washtub. "Tovarishch, here lives," the house porter remarked timidly. "It's big enough for two," the official retorted. "But it's occupied by a woman," I protested. "You'll manage somehow," he laughed coarsely. Days spent at the offices of the Housing Bureau bring no results. But a week passes, then another, and no tenants appear to claim my room. The Department for the Improvement of the Workers' Mode of Life is apparently more interested in requisitioning occupied lodgings than in putting them at the disposal of the proletarians. Only influence in high places or a generous gift secures the favor. 41. Unexpectedly a friendly communist comes to the rescue. It is arranged that my room be assigned to the Kropotkin Memorial Commission for an office. Being the secretary, I am permitted to retain it as my living quarters. April 30. Dark rumors circulate in the city. 300 politicals are said to have disappeared from the Buturki prison. Removed by force at night, it is reported, some executed. The Cheka refuses information. Several days pass in tortuous uncertainty. Many of my friends are among the missing. People living in the neighborhood of the prison tell of frightful cries heard that night and sounds of desperate struggle. The authorities profess complete ignorance. Gradually the facts begin to leak out. It has become known that the 1,500 non-politicals in the Buturki had declared a hunger strike in protest against the unhygienic conditions. The cells were overcrowded and unspeakably filthy, the doors locked even by day, the toilet buckets seldom removed, poisoning the air with fetid smells. The Sanitary Commission had warned the administration of the imminent danger of an epidemic, but its recommendations were ignored. Then the strike broke out. On the fourth day some of the prisoners became hysterical. Unearthly yells and the rattling of iron doors shook the prison for hours, the uproar rousing the neighborhood in alarm. The politicals did not participate in the demonstration. Segregated in a separate wing, they had by collective action compelled concessions. Their situation was much more tolerable than that of the common prisoners. But their sense of human kinship determined them to intercede. Their expostulations finally induced the Cheka to declare the demands of the hunger strikers just and to promise immediate relief. Thereupon the commoners terminated their protest, and the incident was apparently closed. But a few days later, on the night of April 25, a detachment of soldiers and Chekists suddenly appeared in the prison. One by one the cells of the politicals were attacked, the men beaten and the women dragged by their hair into the yard, most of them in their night clothes. Some of the victims, fearing they were being taken to execution, resisted. Butts of guns and revolvers silenced them. Overcome, they were forced into automobiles and taken to the railroad station. Investigation by the Moscow Soviet has now elicited the information that the kidnapped politicals, comprising Mensheviki, social revolutionists of the right and left, and anarchists, have been isolated in rigorous solitary in the most dreaded Tsarist prisons in Ryazan, Orlov, Yaroslavl, and Vladimir. June intensive preparations are being made for the reception of the foreign delegations. The Congress of the Comintern, Communist International, and First Conference of the Red Trade Unions are to be held simultaneously. The city is in holiday attire. Red flags and banners decorate official buildings and the residences of prominent Bolsheviki. The filth of months is carted off the streets, swarms of child hucksters are being arrested, the beggars have disappeared from their customary haunts, and the Tverskia is cleared of prostitutes. The main thoroughfares are emblazoned with revolutionary mottos, and colored posters illustrate the triumph of communism. In the Hotel Lux, palatial hostelry of the capital, are quartered the influential representatives of the foreign communist parties. The street in front is lined with automobiles. I recognize the Royce of Karakhan and Zinoviev's machine from the garages of the Kremlin. Frequent tours are arranged to places of historic interest and Bolshevik meccas, always under the guidance of attendants and interpreters selected by the Cheka. Within there is an atmosphere of feverish activity. The brilliant banquet hall is crowded. The velvety cushions and bright foliage of the smoking room are restful to the delegates of the Western proletariat. On the sidewalk opposite the hotel, women and children lurk in the hallways. Furtively they watch the soldiers unloading huge loaves of bread from a truck. A few chunks have fallen to the ground. The urchins dart under the wagon in a mad scramble. All traffic is suspended on the theater square. Soldiers in new uniforms and polished boots, and mounted troopers form a double chain around the big square, completely shutting off access. Only holders of special cards, provided with photographs and properly attested, are permitted to pass to the big theater. The Congress of the Comintern is in session. July 4 polyglot speech fills my room far into the small hours of the morning. Delegates from distant lands call to discuss Russia and the revolution. As in a dream they vision the glory of revelation and are thrilled with admiration for the Bolsheviki. With glowing fervor they dwell on the wondrous achievements of communism. Like a jagged scalpel their naive faith tears at my heart where bleeding lie my own high hopes, the hopes of my first days in Russia, deflowered and blighted by the ruthless hand of dictatorship. Most sanguine and confident are the latest arrivals, secluded in the atmosphere of the looks and entirely unfamiliar with the life and thought of the people. Fascinated and awed, they marvel at the genius of the party and its amazing success. Tyranny and oppression in Russia are things of the past, they believe. The masses have become free, for the first time in the annals of man. Ignorance and poverty, the evil heritage of tsardom and long civil war, will soon be outlived, and plenty shall be the birthright of everyone in the land where the disinherited have become the masters of life. Occasionally in the discussion a discordant note is sounded by the new economic policy. The seeming deflection from avowed principles is perplexing. Does it not hold the menace of returning capitalism? A smile of benevolent superiority waves the timid questioner aside. The NEP is ingenious camouflage, he is assured. It is of no particular significance at most, it is a temporary expedient, an economic Brest-Litovsk in a way, to be swept away at the first blast of revolution in the West. The more reflective among the delegates are disturbed. Life in revolutionary Russia is too reminiscent of home, some are well-fed and well-clad, others hungry and in rags, the wage system continues, and all things can be bought and sold. Apologetically, almost guiltily, they express the apprehension that legalization of commerce might cultivate the psychology of the trader, which Lenin always insisted must be destroyed. But they are resentfully terrified when a Hindu visitor suggests that the Cheka had apparently flogged the peasants into taking the whip into their own hands. Day by day the problems of the revolution are discussed with increasing understanding of the causes responsible for the great deviation from the road entered upon in October, 1917. But the pressing need of the present centers the greatest attention. Those syndicalists, we have joined the Third International, the Spanish delegate announces, we believe it the duty of all revolutionists to cooperate with the Bolsheviki at this critical period. They won't let us, one of the Russians replies. All can help in the economic reconstruction, the Spaniard urges. You think so, the visiting Petrograd worker demands. You've heard of the great strikes last winter, haven't you? The wood famine was the main cause of the trouble, and the communists themselves were responsible for it. How is that? A French delegate inquires. The usual Bolshevik methods. A man of proven organizing genius was at the head of the Petrograd fuel department. His name? Never mind, he's an old revolutionist who spent 10 years in Schlüsselburg under the old regime. He kept the city supplied with wood and coal, he even organized a branch in Moscow for the same purpose. He surrounded himself with a staff of efficient men, many of the American deportees were among them, and they succeeded where the government had previously failed. But one day Dzerzhinsky got the notion that the fuel manager was permitted too much scope. The Moscow branch was liquidated, and in Petrograd a political commissar was placed over him, handicapping and interfering with his work. The famine was the result. But why? Why was it done? Several delegates exclaim. He was an anarchist. There must have been some misunderstanding, the Australian suggests. The policy of the communists throughout the country, the Russian says sadly. Friends, let us forget past mistakes, the Frenchman appeals. I'm sure closer contact can be brought about between the government and the revolutionary elements. I'll speak to Lenin about it. We in France see no reason for this strife. All revolutionists should work together with the Bolsheviki. Most of them are in prison, a former sailor remarks bitterly. I don't mean those who took up arms against the Republic, the Frenchman retorts. Counter-revolution, like that of Kronstadt, must be crushed, and don't repeat Bolshevik lies, the sailor interrupts vehemently. Kronstadt fought for free Soviets. I know only what I heard from communist comrades, the Frenchman continues. But I am convinced that all real revolutionists, like left SRS, anarchists and syndicalists should work together with the Communist Party. Almost all of them in prison, the Petrograd man repeats. Impossible, the Spanish delegate protests. The communists have assured me that only bandits and counter-revolutionists are in jail. A small, slender woman in a faded jacket hastily enters the room. She is greatly agitated and very pale. Comrades, she announces, the 13 anarchists in the Taganka have gone on a hunger strike. With trembling voice she adds, it's to the death. July 9 opposition has developed at the Trade Union Congress against the domination of the Comintern. All important matters are first decided by the latter before being submitted to the labor men. The delegates resent the autocratic methods of the communist chairman, the inequitable distribution of votes is a source of constant friction. The Bolsheviki are charged with packing the Congress with delegates from countries having no industrial movement. An atmosphere of disillusionment and bitterness pervades the sessions. The French delegation threatens to bolt. Some of the Germans, Swedish, and Spanish members are perturbed by the general situation. They have come in contact with the actual conditions, they have sensed the spirit of popular discontent and caught a glimpse of the chasm between communist claims and the reality. The hunger strikes of the politicals in Moscow, Petrograd, and other cities have become a subject of great concern. The prisoners are undernourished and exhausted, the desperate decision jeopardizes their lives. It were criminal to permit such a tragedy. Moreover, it is felt that their protest is justified. In defiance of the Soviet constitution, the politicals have been kept in prison for months, some even for years, without charges being brought against them. The foreign delegates propose to call the subject to the attention of the Congress. They will refuse to cooperate with the Bolsheviki, they assert, while their comrades remain in prison without cause. Fearing a serious rupture, some delegates secured an audience with Lenin. The latter declared that the government would not tolerate opposition, hunger strikes cannot swerve it from its purpose, though all the politicals chose to starve to death. But he would agree to have the imprisoned anarchists deported from Russia, he said. The matter is to be immediately submitted to the Central Committee of the party. July 10, 8th day of the Taganka hunger strike. The men very weak, most of them unable to walk, several have developed heart trouble. The young student Cherishevsky is dying from consumption. The Central Committee has taken action on Lenin's suggestion. A joint committee representing the government and the foreign delegates has been formed to arrange the conditions of release and deportation of the anarchists. But so far the conferences have brought no results. Dzerzhinsky and Unschlicht, now acting head of the Cheka, claim there are no real anarchists in the prisons, just bandits, they declare. They have thrown the burden of proof upon the delegates by demanding that the latter submit a complete list of those to be released. The delegates feel that the matter is being sabotaged to gain time till the Trade Union Congress closes. July 13 at last we succeeded in holding a session this evening. Trotsky was absent, his place taken by Lunacharsky as the representative of the party. The conference was held in the Kremlin. Unschlicht, a stocky young man, dark-featured and morose, in every gesture expressed his resentment of foreign interference in his sphere. He would not speak directly to the delegates, addressing himself only to Lunacharsky. His frank discourtesy unpleasantly affected the foreigners, and the conference was conducted in a formal, stiff manner. After much wrangling the committee reached an agreement, as a result of which the following communication was sent to the prisoners. Comrades, in view of the fact that we have come to the conclusion that your hunger strike cannot accomplish your liberation, we hereby advise you to terminate it. At the same time we inform you that definite proposals have been made to us by Comrade Lunacharsky, in the name of the Central Committee of the Communist Party. To wit: 1. All anarchists held in the prisons of Russia, and who are now on a hunger strike, will be permitted to leave for any country they may choose. They will be supplied with passports and funds. 2. Concerning other imprisoned anarchists or those out of prison, final action will be taken by the party tomorrow. It is the opinion of Comrade Lunacharsky that the decision in their case will be similar to the present one. 3. We have received the promise induced by Unschlicht, that the families of the comrades to go abroad will be permitted to follow them if they so wish. For conspirative reasons some time will have to elapse before this is done. 4. The comrades going abroad will be permitted 2 or 3 days at liberty before their departure, to enable them to arrange their affairs. 5. They will not be allowed to return to Russia without the consent of the Soviet government. 6. Most of these conditions are contained in the letter received by this delegation from the Central Committee of the Communist Party, signed by Trotsky. 7. The foreign comrades have been authorized to see to it that these conditions are properly carried out. Signatures: Orlandi, Spain, Laval, Sirol, Michel, France, A. Shapiro, Russia. The above is correct. Signed, Lunacharsky. Kremlin, Moscow, 13/7/1921. Alexander Berkman declines to sign because A. He is opposed to deportation on principle. B. He considers the letter an arbitrary and unjustified curtailment of the original offer of the Central Committee, according to which all the anarchists were to be permitted to leave Russia. C. He demands more time at liberty for those to be released to enable them to recuperate before deportation. July 14. The hunger protest was terminated last night. The prisoners are momentarily expecting to be freed. Extremely weakened and in highly nervous state after 11 days of striking. Like a bombshell came Bukharin's attack upon the anarchists in the closing hour of the Trade Union Congress. Though not a delegate, he secured the platform and in the name of the Communist Party denounced the hunger strikers as counter-revolutionists. The whole anarchist movement of Russia, he declared, is criminal banditism waging warfare against the Soviet Republic. It is identical with Makhno and his Povstancy who are exterminating communists and fighting against the revolution. The session was thrown into an uproar. The majority of delegates resented this breach of faith in view of the tacit agreement to eliminate the matter from the Congress. But the chairman refused to permit a rejoinder, declaring the subject closed. A storm of indignation swept the House. The insistence of the Congress at last compelled a hearing, and a French delegate took the floor to reply to Bukharin's charges. In the name of the revolution he solemnly protested against the sinister Machiavellian diplomacy of the Bolsheviki. To attack the opposition at the closing of the Congress, without an opportunity of defense, he declared, was an act of perfidy unworthy of a revolutionary party. Its sole purpose was to prejudice the departing delegates against the revolutionary minority and justify continued political persecution, its obviously desired effect to annul the conciliatory efforts of the Joint Committee. August. 10 days and weeks are passing, the politicals still remain in prison. The conferences of the Joint Committee have practically ceased. Rarely can the representatives of the government be induced to attend. The promises of Lenin and Lunacharsky are broken. The Cheka has made the resolution of the Executive Committee of the party ineffective. The congresses are closed, and most of the delegates have departed. September 17 at noon today the hunger strikers were released from the Taganka, 2 months after the government had pledged their liberation. The men look worn and old, withered by anguish and privation. They have been put under surveillance and forbidden to meet their comrades. It is said weeks will pass before opportunity will be given them to leave the country. They are not permitted to work and they have no means of subsistence. 42 The Cheka declares that no other politicals will be freed. Arrests of revolutionists are taking place throughout the country. September 30 With bowed heart I seek a familiar bench in the park. Here little Fanya sat at my side. Her face was turned to the sun, her whole being radiant with idealism. Her silvery laughter rang with the joy of youth and life, but I trembled for her safety at every approaching step. Do not fear, she kept reassuring me, no one will know me in my peasant disguise. Now she is dead. Executed yesterday by the Cheka as a bandit. 43. Grey are the passing days. One by one the embers of hope have died out. Terror and despotism have crushed the life born in October. The slogans of the revolution are forsworn, its ideals stifled in the blood of the people. The breath of yesterday is dooming millions to death, the shadow of today hangs like a black pall over the country. Dictatorship is trampling the masses underfoot. The revolution is dead, its spirit cries in the wilderness. High time the truth about the Bolsheviki were told. The whited sepulchre must be unmasked, the clay feet of the fetish beguiling the international proletariat to fatal will-o'-the-wisps exposed. The Bolshevik myth must be destroyed. I have decided to leave Russia. The end. Section 2. The Kronstadt Rebellion and the Russian Tragedy. In 1922 Berkman, in exile, published two pamphlets, The Kronstadt Rebellion, a detailed account of that event, and The Russian Tragedy, an examination of the Russian Revolution and subsequent events. In contrast to the very personal memoirs and the myth, these two pamphlets are analytical and written with the obvious intent of affecting world opinion and action toward the Bolshevik government. The Kronstadt Rebellion is excerpted here so as not to overlap with Berkman's account of it in the myth. The Russian Tragedy is included here in its entirety. From the Kronstadt Rebellion. 1. Labor disturbances in Petrograd. It was early in 1921. Long years of war, revolution, and civil struggle had bled Russia to exhaustion and brought her people to the brink of despair. But at last civil war was at an end, the numerous fronts were liquidated, and Rajul, the last hope of Entente intervention and Russian counter-revolution, was defeated and his military activities within Russia terminated. The people now confidently looked forward to the mitigation of the severe Bolshevik regime. It was expected that with the end of civil war the communists would lighten the burdens, abolish wartime restrictions, introduce some fundamental liberties, and begin the organization of a more normal life. Though far from being popular, the Bolshevik government had the support of the workers in its oft-announced plan of taking up the economic reconstruction of the country as soon as military operations should cease. The people were eager to cooperate, to put their initiative and creative efforts to the upbuilding of the ruined land. Most unfortunately, these expectations were doomed to disappointment. The communist state showed no intention of loosening the yoke. The same policies continued, with labor militarization still further enslaving the people, embittering them with added oppression and tyranny, and in consequence paralyzing every possibility of industrial revival. The last hope of the proletariat was perishing. The conviction grew that the Communist Party was more interested in retaining political power than in saving the revolution. The most revolutionary elements of Russia, the workers of Petrograd, were the first to speak out. They charged that, aside from other causes, Bolshevik centralization, bureaucracy, and autocratic attitude toward the peasants and workers were directly responsible for much of the misery and suffering of the people. Many factories and mills of Petrograd had been closed, and the workers were literally starving. They called meetings to consider the situation. The meetings were suppressed by the government. The Petrograd proletariat, who had borne the brunt of the revolutionary struggles and whose great sacrifices and heroism alone had saved the city from Yudenich, resented the action of the government. Feeling against the methods employed by the Bolsheviks continued to grow. More meetings were called with the same result. The communists would make no concessions to the proletariat, while at the same time they were offering to compromise with the capitalists of Europe and America. The workers were indignant, they became aroused. To compel the government to listen to their demands, strikes were called in the Patrony munition works, the Trubachny and Baltysky mills, and in the Lafarm factory. Instead of talking matters over with the dissatisfied workers, the workers' and peasants' government created a wartime Komitet Obrony, Committee of Defense, with Zinoviev, the most hated man in Petrograd, as chairman. The avowed purpose of that committee was to suppress the strike movement. It was on February 24 that the strikes were declared. The same day the Bolsheviks sent the Kurzanti, the communist students of the military academy, training officers for the army and navy, to disperse the workers who had gathered on Vasilovsky Ostrov, the labor district of Petrograd. The next day, February 25, the indignant strikers of Vasilevsky Ostrov visited the Admiralty shops and the Galernia docks, and induced the workers there to join their protest against the autocratic attitude of the government. The attempted street demonstration of the strikers was dispersed by armed soldiery. On February 26 the Petrograd Soviet held a session at which the prominent communist Lashevich, member of the Committee of Defense and of the Revolutionary Military Soviet of the Republic, denounced the strike movement in sharpest terms. He charged the workers of the Trubachny factory with inciting dissatisfaction, accused them of being self-seeking labor skinners, shkerniki, and counter-revolutionists, and proposed that the Trubachny factory be closed. The Executive Committee of the Petrograd Soviet, Zinoviev, chairman, accepted the suggestion. The Trubachny strikers were locked out and thus automatically deprived of their rations. These methods of the Bolshevik government served still further to embitter and antagonize the workers. Strikers' proclamations now began to appear on the streets of Petrograd. Some of them assumed a distinctly political character, the most significant of them, posted on the walls of the city February 27, reading: "A complete change is necessary in the policies of the government. First of all, the workers and peasants need freedom. They don't want to live by the decrees of the Bolsheviks, they want to control their own destinies. Comrades, preserve revolutionary order. Determinately and in an organized manner demand liberation of all arrested socialists and nonpartisan workingmen. Abolition of martial law, freedom of speech, press, and assembly for all who labor. Free election of shop and factory committees, Zavkomai of labor, union, and Soviet representatives. Call meetings, pass resolutions, send your delegates to the authorities and work for the realization of your demands." The government replied to the demands of the strikers by making numerous arrests and suppressing several labor organizations. The action resulted in popular temper growing more anti-Bolshevik, reactionary slogans began to be heard. Thus on February 28 there appeared a proclamation of the Socialist Workers of the Nevsky district, which concluded with a call for the Constituent Assembly. We know who is afraid of the Constituent Assembly. It is they who will no longer be able to rob the people. Instead they will have to answer before the representatives of the people for their deceit, their robberies, and all their crimes. Down with the hated communists. Down with the Soviet government. Long live the Constituent Assembly. Meanwhile the Bolsheviks concentrated in Petrograd large military forces from the provinces and also ordered to the city its most trusted communist regiments from the front. Petrograd was put under extraordinary martial law. The strikers were overawed, and the labor unrest crushed with an iron hand. 3. Bolshevik conspiracy against Kronstadt. Petrograd was in a state of high nervous tension. New strikes had broken out and there were persistent rumors of labor disorders in Moscow, of peasant uprisings in the east and in Siberia. For lack of a reliable public press the people gave credence to the most exaggerated and even to obviously false reports. All eyes were on Kronstadt in expectation of momentous developments. The Bolsheviks lost no time in organizing their attack against Kronstadt. Already on March 2 the government issued a prikaz, order, signed by Lenin and Trotsky, which denounced the Kronstadt movement as a myaitez, a mutiny against the communist authorities. In that document the sailors were charged with being the tools of former Tsarist generals who together with socialist revolutionist traitors staged a counter-revolutionary conspiracy against the proletarian republic. The Kronstadt movement for free Soviets was characterized by Lenin and Trotsky as the work of Entente interventionists and French spies. On February 28, the prikaz read, there were passed by the men of the Petropavlovsk resolutions breathing the spirit of the Black Hundreds. Then there appeared on the scene the group of the former general, Kozlovsky. He and 3 of his officers, whose names we have not yet ascertained, have openly assumed the role of rebellion. Thus the meaning of recent events has become evident. Behind the socialist revolutionists again stands a Tsarist general. In view of all this the Council of Labor and Defense orders 1. To declare the former General Kozlovsky and his aides outlawed. 2. to put the city of Petrograd and the Petrograd province under martial law. 3. To place supreme power over the whole Petrograd district into the hands of the Petrograd Defense Committee. There was indeed a former general, Kozlovsky, in Kronstadt. It was Trotsky who had placed him there as an artillery specialist. He played no role whatever in the Kronstadt events, but the Bolsheviks cleverly exploited his name to denounce the sailors as enemies of the Soviet Republic and their movement as counter-revolutionary. The official Bolshevik press now began its campaign of calumny and defamation of Kronstadt as a hotbed of white conspiracy headed by General Kozlovsky, and communist agitators were sent among the workers in the mills and factories of Petrograd and Moscow to call upon the proletariat to rally to the support and defense of the workers' and peasants' government against the counter-revolutionary uprising in Kronstadt. Far from having anything to do with generals and counter-revolutionists, the Kronstadt sailors refused to accept aid even from the Socialist Revolutionist Party. Its leader, Viktor Chernov, then in Reval, attempted to influence the sailors in favor of his party and its demands, but received no encouragement from the Provisional Revolutionary Committee. Chernov sent to Kronstadt the following Radio 44. The chairman of the Constituent Assembly, Viktor Chernov, sends his fraternal greetings to the heroic comrade sailors, the Red Army men and workers, who for the third time since 1905 are throwing off the yoke of tyranny. He offers to aid with men and to provision Kronstadt through the Russian cooperatives abroad. Inform what and how much is needed. I am prepared to come in person and give my energies and authority to the service of the people's revolution. I have faith in the final victory of the laboring masses. Hail to the first to raise the banner of the people's liberation. Down with despotism from the left and right. At the same time the Socialist Revolutionary Party sent the following message to Kronstadt. The Socialist Revolutionist delegation abroad, now that the cup of the people's wrath is overflowing, offers to help with all means in its power in the struggle for liberty and popular government. Inform in what ways help is desired. Long live the People's Revolution. Long live Free Soviets and the Constituent Assembly. The Kronstadt Revolutionary Committee declined the Socialist Revolutionist offers. It sent the following reply to Viktor Chernov. The Provisional Revolutionary Committee of Kronstadt expresses to all our brothers abroad its deep gratitude and sympathy. The Provisional Revolutionary Committee is thankful for the offer of Comrade Chernov, but it refrains for the present, that is, till further developments become clarified. Meantime, everything will be taken into consideration. Petrochenko, Chairman, Provisional Revolutionary Committee. Moscow, however, continued its campaign of misrepresentation. On March 3 the Bolshevik radio sent out the following message to the world, certain parts undecipherable owing to interference from another station. That the armed uprising of the former General Kozlovsky has been organized by the spies of the Entente, like many similar previous plots, is evident from the bourgeois French newspaper Matin, which 2 weeks prior to the Kozlovsky rebellion published the following telegram from Helsingfors. As a result of the recent Kronstadt uprising, the Bolshevik military authorities have taken steps to isolate Kronstadt and to prevent the sailors and soldiers of Kronstadt from entering Petrograd. It is clear that the Kronstadt uprising was made in Paris and organized by the French Secret Service. The socialist revolutionists, also controlled and directed from Paris, have been preparing rebellions against the Soviet government, and no sooner were their preparations made than there appeared the real master, the Tsarist general. The character of the numerous other messages sent by Moscow can be judged by the following radio. Petrograd is orderly and quiet, and even the few factories where accusations against the Soviet government were recently voiced now understand that it is the work of provocateurs. They realize where the agents of the Entente and of counter-revolution are leading them to. Just at this moment, when in America a new Republican regime is assuming the reins of government and showing inclination to take up business relations with Soviet Russia, the spreading of lying rumors and the organization of disturbances in Kronstadt have the sole purpose of influencing the new American president and changing his policy toward Russia. At the same time the London Conference is holding its sessions, and the spreading of similar rumors must influence also the Turkish delegation and make it more submissive to the demands of the Entente. The rebellion of the Petropavlovsk crew is undoubtedly part of a great conspiracy to create trouble within Soviet Russia and to injure our international position. This plan is being carried out within Russia by its Tsarist general and former officers, and their activities are supported by the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionists. The Petrograd Committee of Defense, directed by Zinoviev, its chairman, assumed full control of the city and province of Petrograd. The whole northern district was put under martial law and all meetings prohibited. Extraordinary precautions were taken to protect the government institutions and machine guns were placed in the Astoria, the hotel occupied by Zinoviev and other high Bolshevik functionaries. The proclamations pasted on the street bulletin boards ordered the immediate return of all strikers to the factories, prohibited suspension of work, and warned the people against congregating on the streets. In such cases, the order read, the soldiery will resort to arms. In case of resistance, shooting on the spot. The Committee of Defense took up the systematic cleaning of the city. Numerous workers, soldiers, and sailors, suspected of sympathizing with Kronstadt, were placed under arrest. All Petrograd sailors and several army regiments thought to be politically untrustworthy were ordered to distant points, while the families of Kronstadt sailors living in Petrograd were taken into custody as hostages. The Committee of Defense notified Kronstadt of its action by a proclamation scattered over the city from an aeroplane on March 4, which stated, the Committee of Defense declares that the arrested are held as hostages for the Commissar of the Baltic Fleet, N. Kuzmin, the chairman of the Kronstadt Soviet, T. Vasiliev, and other communists. If the least harm be suffered by our detained comrades, the hostages will pay with their lives. We do not want bloodshed. Not a single communist has been shot by us, was Kronstadt's reply. For the aims of Kronstadt. Kronstadt revived with new life. Revolutionary enthusiasm rose to the level of the October days when the heroism and devotion of the sailors played such a decisive role. Now, for the first time since the Communist Party assumed exclusive control of the revolution and the fate of Russia, Kronstadt felt itself free. A new spirit of solidarity and brotherhood brought the sailors, the soldiers of the garrison, the factory workers, and the nonpartisan elements together in united effort for their common cause. Even communists were infected by the fraternization of the whole city and joined in the work preparatory to the approaching elections to the Kronstadt Soviet. Among the first steps taken by the Provisional Revolutionary Committee was the preservation of revolutionary order in Kronstadt and the publication of the committee's official organ, the Daily Izvestia. Its first appeal to the people of Kronstadt, issue number 1, March 3, 1921, was thoroughly characteristic of the attitude and temper of the sailors. The Revolutionary Committee, it read, is most concerned that no blood be shed. It has exerted its best efforts to organize revolutionary order in the city, the fortress, and the forts. Comrades and citizens, do not suspend work. Workers, remain at your machines, sailors and soldiers, be on your posts. All Soviet employees and institutions should continue their labors. The Provisional Revolutionary Committee calls upon you all, comrades and citizens, to give it your support and aid. Its mission is to organize, in fraternal cooperation with you, the conditions necessary for honest and just elections to the new Soviet. The pages of the Izvestia bear abundant witness to the deep faith of the Revolutionary Committee in the people of Kronstadt and their aspirations towards free Soviets as the true road of liberation from the oppression of communist bureaucracy. In its daily organ and radio messages, the Revolutionary Committee indignantly resented the Bolshevik campaign of calumny and repeatedly appealed to the proletariat of Russia and of the world for understanding, sympathy, and help. The radio of March 6 sounds the keynote of Kronstadt's call. Our cause is just, we stand for the power of Soviets, not parties. We stand for freely elected representatives of the laboring masses. The substitute Soviets manipulated by the Communist Party have always been deaf to our needs and demands. The only reply we have ever received was shooting. Comrades, They not only deceive you, they deliberately pervert the truth and resort to most despicable defamation. In Kronstadt the whole power is exclusively in the hands of the revolutionary sailors, soldiers, and workers, not with counter-revolutionists led by some Kozlovsky, as the lying Moscow radio tries to make you believe. Do not delay, comrades. Join us, get in touch with us, demand admission to Kronstadt for your delegates. Only they will tell you the whole truth and will expose the fiendish calumny about Finnish bread and Entente offers. Long live the revolutionary proletariat and the peasantry. Long live the power of freely elected Soviets. The Provisional Revolutionary Committee first had its headquarters on the flagship Petropavlovsk, but within a few days it removed to the People's Home, in the center of Kronstadt, in order to be, as the Izvestia states, in closer touch with the people and make access to the committee easier than on the ship. Although the communist press continued its virulent denunciation of Kronstadt as the counter-revolutionary rebellion of General Kozlovsky, the truth of the matter was that the Revolutionary Committee was exclusively proletarian, consisting for the most part of workers of known revolutionary record. The committee comprised the following 15 members: 1. Petrochenko, senior clerk, flagship Petropavlovsk. 2. Yakovenko, telephone operator, Kronstadt district. 3. Asasov, machinist, Sevastopol. 4. Arkhipov, engineer. 5. Perepelkin, mechanic, Sevastopol. 6. Petrushev, head mechanic, Petropavlovsk. 7. Kupilov, senior medical assistant. 8. Vershinin, sailor, Sevastopol. 9. Tukin, electrical mechanic. 10. Romanenko, caretaker of aviation docks. 11. Orshin, manager of the 3rd Industrial School. 12. Vok, lumber mill worker. 13. Pavlov, naval mining worker. 14. Bakov, carter. 15. Kilgast, deep-sea sailor. Not without a sense of humor did the Kronstadt Izvestia remark in this connection, "These are our generals, Messrs. Trotsky and Zinoviev, while the Brusilovs, the Kamenevs, the Takakevskys, and the other celebrities of the Tsarist regime are on your side." The Provisional Revolutionary Committee enjoyed the confidence of the whole population of Kronstadt. It won general respect by establishing and firmly adhering to the principle of equal rights for all, privileges to none. The payok, food ration, was equalized. The sailors, who under Bolshevik rule always received rations far in excess of those allotted to the workers, themselves voted to accept no more than the average citizen and toiler. Special rations and delicacies were given only to hospitals and children's homes. The just and generous attitude of the Revolutionary Committee toward the Kronstadt members of the Communist Party, few of whom had been arrested in spite of Bolshevik repressions, and the holding of the sailors' families as hostages, won the respect even of the Communists. The pages of the Izvestia contain numerous communications from communist groups and organizations of Kronstadt, condemning the attitude of the central government and endorsing the stand and measures of the Provisional Revolutionary Committee. Many Kronstadt communists publicly announced their withdrawal from the party as a protest against its despotism and bureaucratic corruption. In various issues of the Izvestia there are to be found hundreds of names of communists whose conscience made it impossible for them to remain in the party of the executioner Trotsky, as some of them expressed it. Resignations from the Communist Party soon became so numerous as to resemble a general exodus. Kronstadt was inspired by passionate love of a free Russia and unbounded faith in true Soviets. It was confident of gaining the support of the whole of Russia, of Petrograd in particular, thus bringing about the final liberation of the country. The Kronstadt Izvestia reiterates this hope and attitude, and in numerous articles and appeals it seeks to clarify its position toward the Bolsheviks and its aspiration to lay the foundation of a new, free life for itself and the rest of Russia. This great aspiration, the purity of its motives and its fervent hope of liberation stand out in striking relief on the pages of the official organ of the Kronstadt Provisional Revolutionary Committee and thoroughly express the spirit of the soldiers, sailors, and workers. The virulent attacks of the Bolshevik press, the infamous lies sent broadcast by the Moscow radio station accusing Kronstadt of counter-revolution and white conspiracy, the Revolutionary Committee replied to in a dignified manner. It often reproduced in its organ the Moscow proclamations in order to show to the people of Kronstadt to what depths the Bolsheviks had sunk. Occasionally the communist methods were exposed and characterized by the Izvestia with just indignation, as in its issue of March 8, number 6, under the heading We and They. Not knowing how to retain the power that is falling from their hands, the communists resort to the vilest provocative means. Their contemptible press has mobilized all its forces to incite the masses and put the Kronstadt movement in the light of a White Guard conspiracy. Now a clique of shameless villains has sent word to the world that Kronstadt has sold itself to Finland. Their newspapers spit fire and poison, and because they have failed to persuade the proletariat that Kronstadt is in the hands of counter-revolutionists, they are now trying to play on the nationalistic feelings. The whole world already knows from our radios what the Kronstadt garrison and workers are fighting for. But the communists are striving to pervert the meaning of events and thus mislead our Petrograd brothers. Petrograd is surrounded by the bayonets of the Kurzanti and the party guards, and Milyuta Skaratov-Trotsky does not permit the delegates of the nonpartisan workers and soldiers to go to Kronstadt. He fears they would learn the whole truth there, and that truth would immediately sweep the communists away and the thus enlightened laboring masses would take the power into their own horny hands. That is the reason that the Petro-Soviet, Soviet of Petrograd, did not reply to our radio telegram in which we asked that really impartial comrades be sent to Kronstadt. Fearing for their own skins, the leaders of the communists suppress the truth and disseminate the lie that White Guardists are active in Kronstadt, that the Kronstadt proletariat has sold itself to Finland and to French spies, that the Finns have already organized an army in order to attack Petrograd with the aid of Kronstadt Myatesniki, mutineers, and so forth. To all this we can reply only this: all power to the Soviets. Keep your hands off them, the hands that are red with the blood of the martyrs of liberty who have died fighting against the White Guardists, the landlords, and the bourgeoisie. In simple and frank speech, Kronstadt sought to express the will of the people yearning for freedom and for the opportunity to shape their own destinies. It felt itself the advance guard, so to speak, of the proletariat of Russia about to rise in defense of the great aspirations for which the people had fought and suffered in the October Revolution. The faith of Kronstadt in the Soviet system was deep and firm, its all-inclusive slogan, all power to the Soviets, not to parties. That was its program. It did not have time to develop it or to theorize. It strove for the emancipation of the people from the communist yoke. That yoke, no longer bearable, made a new revolution, the Third Revolution, necessary. The road to liberty and peace lay in freely elected Soviets, the cornerstone of the new revolution. The pages of the Izvestia bear rich testimony to the unspoiled directness and single-mindedness of the Kronstadt sailors and workers, and the touching faith they had in their mission as the initiators of the Third Revolution. These aspirations and hopes are clearly set forth in number 6 of the Izvestia, March 8, in the leading editorial entitled What We Are Fighting For. With the October Revolution the working class had hoped to achieve its emancipation. But there resulted an even greater enslavement of human personality. The power of the police and gendarme monarchy fell into the hands of usurpers, the communists, who, instead of giving the people liberty, have instilled in them only the constant fear of the Chika, which by its horrors surpasses even the gendarme regime of Tsarism. Worse and most criminal of all is the spiritual cabal of the communists. They have laid their hand also on the internal world of the laboring masses, compelling everyone to think according to communist prescription. Russia of the toilers, the first to raise the red banner of labor's emancipation, is drenched with the blood of those martyred for the greater glory of communist dominion. In that sea of blood the communists are drowning all the bright promises and possibilities of the workers' revolution. It has now become clear that the Russian Communist Party is not the defender of the laboring masses, as it pretends to be. The interests of the working people are foreign to it. Having gained power it is now fearful only of losing it, and therefore it considers all means permissible, defamation, deceit, violence, murder, and vengeance upon the families of the rebels. There is an end to long-suffering patience. Here and there the land is lit up by the fires of rebellion in a struggle against oppression and violence. Strikes of workers have multiplied, but the Bolshevik police regime has taken every precaution against the outbreak of the inevitable Third Revolution. But in spite of it all, it has come, and it is made by the hands of the laboring masses. The generals of communism see clearly that it is the people who have risen, the people who have become convinced that the communists have betrayed the ideas of socialism. Fearing for their safety and knowing that there is no place they can hide in from the wrath of the workers, the communists still try to terrorize the rebels with prison, shooting, and other barbarities. But life under the communist dictatorship is more terrible than death. There is no middle road. To conquer or to die. The example is being set by Kronstadt, the terror of counter-revolution from the right and from the left. Here has taken place the great revolutionary deed. Here is raised the banner of rebellion against the 3-year-old tyranny and oppression of communist autocracy, which has put in the shade the 300-year-old despotism of monarchism. Here, in Kronstadt, has been laid the cornerstone of the Third Revolution, which is to break the last chains of the worker and open the new, broad road to socialist creativeness. This new revolution will rouse the masses of the East and the West, and it will serve as an example of new socialist constructiveness, in contradistinction to the governmental, cut-and-dried communist construction. The laboring masses will learn that what has been done till now in the name of the workers and peasants was not socialism. Without firing a single shot, without shedding a drop of blood, the first step has been taken. Those who labor need no blood. They will shed it only in self-defense. The workers and peasants march on, they are leaving behind them the Utrecht Constituent Assembly, with its bourgeois regime, and the Communist Party dictatorship with its Chika and state capitalism, which have put the noose around the neck of the workers and threaten to strangle them to death. The present change offers the laboring masses the opportunity of securing, at last, freely elected Soviets which will function without fear of the party whip. They can now reorganize the governmentalist labor unions into voluntary associations of workers, peasants, and the working intelligentsia. At last is broken the police club of communist autocracy. That was the program, those the immediate demands, for which the Bolshevik government began the attack of Kronstadt at 6:45 p.m., March 7, 1921. 6. The first shot. Kronstadt, heroic and generous, was dreaming of liberating Russia by the Third Revolution which it felt proud to have initiated. It formulated no definite program. Liberty and universal brotherhood were its slogans. It thought of the Third Revolution as a gradual process of emancipation, the first step in that direction being the free election of independent Soviets, uncontrolled by any political party and expressive of the will and interests of the people. The wholehearted, unsophisticated sailors were proclaiming to the workers of the world their great ideal, and calling upon the proletariat to join forces in the common fight, confident that their cause would find enthusiastic support and that the workers of Petrograd, first and foremost, would hasten to their aid. Meanwhile Trotsky had collected his forces. The most trusted divisions from the fronts, Kurs anti-regiments, Chika detachments, and military units consisting exclusively of communists were now gathered in the forts of Systrorezk, Lysy Nos, Krasnaya Gorka, and neighboring fortified places. The greatest Russian military experts were rushed to the scene to form plans for the blockade and attack of Kronstadt, and the notorious Tukhachevsky was appointed commander-in-chief in the siege of Kronstadt. On March 7, at 6:45 in the evening, the communist batteries of Systrorezk and Lysy Nos fired the first shots against Kronstadt. It was the anniversary of the Women Workers' Day. Kronstadt, besieged and attacked, did not forget the great holiday. Under fire of numerous batteries, the brave sailors sent a radio greeting to the working women of the world, an act most characteristic of the psychology of the rebel city. The radio read, "Today is a universal holiday, Women Workers' Day. We of Kronstadt send, amid the thunder of cannon, our fraternal greetings to the working women of the world. May you soon accomplish your liberation from every form of violence and oppression. Long live the free revolutionary working women. Long live the social revolution throughout the world. No less characteristic was the heart-rending cry of Kronstadt, "Let the whole world know," published after the first shot had been fired, in number 6 of the Izvestia, March 8. The first shot has been fired. Standing up to his knees in the blood of the workers, Marshal Trotsky was the first to open fire against revolutionary Kronstadt, which has risen against the autocracy of the communists to establish the true power of the Soviets. Without shedding a drop of blood, we, Red Army men, sailors, and workers of Kronstadt have freed ourselves from the yoke of the communists and have even preserved their lives. By the threat of artillery they want now to subject us again to their tyranny. Not wishing bloodshed, we ask that non-partisan delegates of the Petrograd proletariat be sent to us, that they may learn that Kronstadt is fighting for the power of the Soviets. But the communists have kept our demand from the workers of Petrograd, and now they have opened fire, the usual reply of the pseudo-workers and peasants' government to the demands of the laboring masses. Let the workers of the whole world know that we, the defenders of Soviet power, are guarding the conquests of the social revolution. We will win or perish beneath the ruins of Kronstadt, fighting for the just cause of the laboring masses. The workers of the world will be our judges. The blood of the innocent will fall upon the heads of the communist fanatics drunk with authority. Long live the power of the Soviets. 7. The defeat of Kronstadt. The artillery bombardment of Kronstadt, which began on the evening of March 7, was followed by the attempt to take the fortress by storm. The attack was made from the north and the south by picked communist troops clad in white shrouds, the color of which protectively blended with the snow lying thick on the frozen Gulf of Finland. These first terrible attempts to take the fortress by storm, at the reckless sacrifice of life, are mourned by the sailors in touching commiseration for their brothers in arms, duped into believing Kronstadt counter-revolutionary. Under date of March 8 the Kronstadt Izvestia wrote, "We did not want to shed the blood of our brothers, and we did not fire a single shot until compelled to do so. We had to defend the just cause of the laboring people and to shoot at our own brothers sent to certain death by communists who have grown fat at the expense of the people. To your misfortune there broke a terrific snowstorm and black night shrouded everything in darkness. Nevertheless, the communist executioners, counting no cost, drove you along the ice, threatening you in the rear with their machine guns operated by communist detachments. Many of you perished that night on the icy vastness of the Gulf of Finland. And when day broke and the storm quieted down, only pitiful remnants of you, worn and hungry, hardly able to move, came to us clad in your white shrouds. Early in the morning there were already about 1,000 of you, and later in the day a countless number. Dearly you have paid with your blood for this adventure, and after your failure Trotsky rushed back to Petrograd to drive new martyrs to slaughter, for cheaply he gets our workers' and peasants' blood." Kronstadt lived in deep faith that the proletariat of Petrograd would come to its aid. But the workers there were terrorist, and Kronstadt effectively blockaded and isolated, so that in reality no assistance could be expected from anywhere. The Kronstadt garrison consisted of less than 14,000 men, 10,000 of them being sailors. The garrison had to defend a widespread front, many forts and batteries scattered over the vast area of the Gulf. The repeated attacks of the Bolsheviks, whom the central government continuously supplied with fresh troops, the lack of provisions in the besieged city, the long sleepless nights spent on guard in the cold, all were sapping the vitality of Kronstadt. Yet the sailors heroically persevered, confident to the last that their great example of liberation would be followed throughout the country and thus bring them relief and aid. In its appeal to comrades workers and peasants, the Provisional Revolutionary Committee says, Izvestia No. 9, March 11. Comrades workers, Kronstadt is fighting for you, for the hungry, the cold, the naked. Kronstadt has raised the banner of rebellion, and it is confident that tens of millions of workers and peasants will respond to its call. It cannot be that the daybreak which has begun in Kronstadt should not become sunshine for the whole of Russia. It cannot be that the Kronstadt explosion should fail to arouse the whole of Russia and first of all, Petrograd. But no help was coming, and with every successive day Kronstadt was growing more exhausted. The Bolsheviks continued massing fresh troops against the besieged fortress and weakening it by constant attacks. Moreover, every advantage was on the side of the Communists, including numbers, supplies, and position. Kronstadt had not been built to sustain an assault from the rear. The rumor spread by the Bolsheviks that the sailors meant to bombard Petrograd was false on the face of it. The famous fortress had been planned with the sole view of serving as a defense of Petrograd against foreign enemies approaching from the sea. Moreover, in case the city should fall into the hands of an external enemy, the coast batteries and forts of Krasnaya Gorka had been calculated for a fight against Kronstadt. Foreseeing such a possibility, the builders had purposely failed to strengthen the rear of Kronstadt. Almost nightly the Bolsheviks continued their attacks. All through March 10 Communist artillery fired incessantly from the southern and northern coasts. On the night of 12-13 the Communists attacked from the south, again resorting to the white shrouds and sacrificing many hundreds of the Kursantai. Kronstadt fought back desperately, in spite of many sleepless nights, lack of food and men. It fought most heroically against simultaneous assaults from the north, east and south, while the Kronstadt batteries were capable of defending the fortress only from its western side. The sailors lacked even an ice cutter to make the approach of the Communist forces impossible. On March 16 the Bolsheviks made a concentrated attack from three sides at once from north, south and east. The plan of attack, later explained Dybenko, formerly Bolshevik naval commissar and later dictator of defeated Kronstadt, was worked out in minutes detail according to the directions of Commander-in-Chief Tykhaevsky and the field staff of the Southern Corps. At dark we began the attack on the forts. The white shrouds and the courage of the Kursantai made it possible for us to advance in columns. On the morning of March 17 a number of forts had been taken. Through the weakest spot of Kronstadt the Petrograd gates the Bolsheviks broke into the city, and then there began most brutal slaughter. The Communists spared by the sailors now betrayed them, attacking from the rear. Commissar of the Baltic Fleet Kuzmin and chairman of the Kronstadt Soviet Vasiliev, liberated by the Communists from jail, now participated in the hand-to-hand street fighting in fratricidal bloodshed. Till late in the night continued the desperate struggle of the Kronstadt sailors and soldiers against overwhelming odds. The city, which for 15 days had not harmed a single Communist, now ran red with the blood of Kronstadt men, women, and even children. Dybenko, appointed commissar of Kronstadt, was vested with absolute powers to clean the mutinous city. An orgy of revenge followed, with the Chayka claiming numerous victims for its nightly wholesale rastrel, shooting. On March 18 the Bolshevik government and the Communist Party of Russia publicly commemorated the Paris Commune of 1871, drowned in the blood of the French workers by Galifet and Thiers. At the same time they celebrated the victory over Kronstadt. For several weeks the Petrograd jails were filled with hundreds of Kronstadt prisoners. Every night small groups of them were taken out by order of the Chayka and disappeared to be seen among the living no more. Among the last to be shot was Perepelkin, member of the Provisional Revolutionary Committee of Kronstadt. The prisons and concentration camps in the frozen district of Archangel and the dungeons of Far Turkestan are slowly doing to death the Kronstadt men who rose against Bolshevik bureaucracy and proclaimed in March, 1921, the slogan of the Revolution of October, 1917, "All power to the Soviets." Authors afterward. Lessons and significance of Kronstadt. The Kronstadt movement was spontaneous, unprepared, and peaceful. That it became an armed conflict, ending in bloody tragedy, was entirely due to the Tartar despotism of the communist dictatorship. Though realizing the general character of the Bolsheviks, Kronstadt still had faith in the possibility of an amicable solution. It believed the communist government amenable to reason, it credited it with some sense of justice and liberty. The Kronstadt experience proves once more that government, the state whatever its name or form, is ever the mortal enemy of liberty and popular self-determination. The state has no soul, no principles. It has but one aim: to secure power and to hold it, at any cost. That is the political lesson of Kronstadt. There is another, a strategic, lesson taught by every rebellion. The success of an uprising is conditioned in its resoluteness, energy, and aggressiveness. The rebels have on their side the sentiment of the masses. That sentiment quickens with the rising tide of rebellion. It must not be allowed to subside, to pale by a return to the drabness of everyday life. On the other hand, every uprising has against it the powerful machinery of the state. The government is able to concentrate in its hands the sources of supply and the means of communication. No time must be given the government to make use of its powers. Rebellion should be vigorous, striking unexpectedly and determinately. It must not remain localized, for that means stagnation. It must broaden and develop. A rebellion that localizes itself, plays the waiting policy, or puts itself on the defensive, is inevitably doomed to defeat. In this regard, especially, Kronstadt repeated the fatal strategic errors of the Paris Communards. The latter did not follow the advice of those who favored an immediate attack on Versailles while the government of Thiers was disorganized. They did not carry the revolution into the country. Neither the Paris workers of 1871 nor the Kronstadt sailors aimed to abolish the government. The Communards wanted merely certain republican liberties, and when the government attempted to disarm them, they drove the ministers of Thiers from Paris, established their liberties and prepared to defend them, nothing more. Thus also Kronstadt demanded only free elections to the Soviets. Having arrested a few commissars, the sailors prepared to defend themselves against attack. Kronstadt refused to act on the advice of the military experts immediately to take Oranienbaum. The latter was of utmost military value, besides having over 800,000 tons of wheat belonging to Kronstadt. A landing in Oranienbaum was feasible, the Bolsheviks having been taken by surprise and having had no time to bring up reinforcements. But the sailors did not want to take the offensive, and thus the psychologic moment was lost. A few days afterward, when the declarations and acts of the Bolshevik government convinced Kronstadt that they were involved in a struggle for life, it was too late to make good the error. 45. The same happened to the Paris Commune. When the logic of the fight forced upon them demonstrated the necessity of abolishing the Thiers regime not only in their own city but in the whole country, it was too late. In the Paris Commune as in the Kronstadt uprising, the tendency toward passive, defensive tactics proved fatal. Kronstadt fell. The Kronstadt movement for free Soviets was stifled in blood, while at the same time the Bolshevik government was making compromises with European capitalists, signing the Riga Peace, according to which a population of 12 millions was turned over to the mercies of Poland, and helping Turkish imperialism to suppress the republics of the Caucasus. But the triumph of the Bolsheviks over Kronstadt held within itself the defeat of Bolshevism. It exposed the true character of the communist dictatorship. The communists proved themselves willing to sacrifice communism, to make almost any compromise with international capitalism, yet refused the just demands of their own people, demands that voiced the October slogans of the Bolsheviks themselves: Soviets elected by direct and secret ballot, according to the constitution of the Russian Socialist Federal Soviet Republic, and freedom of speech and press for the revolutionary parties. The 10th All-Russian Congress of the Communist Party was in session in Moscow at the time of the Kronstadt uprising. At that Congress the whole Bolshevik economic policy was changed as a result of the Kronstadt events and the similarly threatening attitude of the people in various other parts of Russia and Siberia. The Bolsheviks preferred to reverse their basic policies, to abolish the razverstka, forcible requisition, introduce freedom of trade, give concessions to capitalists and give up communism itself, the communism for which the October Revolution was fought, seas of bloodshed, and Russia brought to ruin and despair, but not to permit freely chosen Soviets. Can anyone still question what the true purpose of the Bolsheviks was? Did they pursue communist ideals or government power? Kronstadt is of great historic significance. It sounded the death knell of Bolshevism with its party dictatorship, mad centralization, Cheka terrorism, and bureaucratic castes. It struck into the very heart of communist autocracy. At the same time it shocked the intelligent and honest minds of Europe and America into a critical examination of Bolshevik theories and practices. It exploded the Bolshevik myth of the communist state being the workers' and peasants' government. It proved that the Communist Party dictatorship and the Russian Revolution are opposites, contradictory and mutually exclusive. It demonstrated that the Bolshevik regime is unmitigated tyranny and reaction, and that the communist state is itself the most potent and dangerous counter-revolution. Kronstadt fell. But it fell victorious in its idealism and moral purity, its generosity and higher humanity. Kronstadt was superb. It justly prided itself on not having shed the blood of its enemies, the communists within its midst. It had no executions. The untutored, unpolished sailors, rough in manner and speech, were too noble to follow the Bolshevik example of vengeance, they would not shoot even the hated commissars. Kronstadt personified the generous, all-forgiving spirit of the Slavic soul and the century-old emancipation movement of Russia. Kronstadt was the first popular and entirely independent attempt at liberation from the yoke of state socialism, an attempt made directly by the people, by the workers, soldiers, and sailors themselves. It was the first step toward the Third Revolution, which is inevitable and which, let us hope, may bring to long-suffering Russia lasting freedom and peace. The Russian Tragedy. 1. It is most surprising how little is known, outside of Russia, about the actual situation and the conditions prevailing in that country. Even intelligent persons, especially among the workers, have the most confused ideas about the character of the Russian Revolution, its development, and its present political, economic and social status. Understanding of Russia and of what has been happening there since 1917 is most inadequate, to say the least. Though the great majority of people side either with or against the revolution, speak for or against the Bolsheviks, yet almost nowhere is there concrete knowledge and clarity in regard to the vital subjects involved. Generally speaking, the views expressed, friendly or otherwise, are based on very incomplete and unreliable, frequently entirely false, information about the Russian Revolution, its history, and the present phase of the Bolshevik regime. But not are the opinions entertained founded, as a rule, on insufficient or wrong data. Too often they are deeply colored, properly speaking, distorted by partisan feeling, personal prejudice, and class interests. On the whole, it is sheer ignorance, in one form or another, which characterizes the attitude of the great majority of people towards Russia and Russian events. And yet, understanding of the Russian situation is most vital to the future progress and well-being of the world. On the correct estimation of the Russian Revolution, the role played in it by the Bolsheviks and by other political parties and movements, and the causes that have brought about the present situation, in short, on a thorough conception of the whole problem depends what lessons we shall draw from the great historic events of 1917. Those lessons will, for good or evil, affect the opinions and the activities of great masses of mankind. In other words, coming social changes and the labor and revolutionary efforts preceding and accompanying them will be profoundly, essentially influenced by the popular understanding of what has really happened in Russia. It is generally admitted that the Russian Revolution is the most important historic event since the Great French Revolution. I am even inclined to think that, in point of its potential consequences, the revolution of 1917 is the most significant fact in the whole known history of mankind. It is the only revolution which aimed de facto at social world revolution. It is the only one which actually abolished the capitalist system on a country-wide scale, and fundamentally altered all social relationships existing till then. An event of such human and historic magnitude must not be judged from the narrow viewpoint of partisanship. No subjective feeling or preconception should be consciously permitted to color one's attitude. Above all, every phase of the revolution must be carefully studied, without bias or prejudice, and all the facts dispassionately considered, to enable us to form a just and adequate opinion. I am firmly convinced that only the whole truth about Russia, irrespective of any considerations whatever, can be of ultimate benefit. Unfortunately, such has not been the case so far, as a general rule. It was natural, of course, for the Russian Revolution to arouse bitterest antagonism, on the one hand, and most passionate defense, on the other. But partisanship, of whatever camp, is not an objective judge. To speak plainly, the most atrocious lies, as well as ridiculous fairy tales, have been spread about Russia, and are continuing to be spread, even at this late day. Naturally, it is not to be wondered at that the enemies of the Russian Revolution, the enemies of revolution as such, the reactionaries and their tools, should have flooded the world with most venomous misrepresentation of events transpiring in Russia. About them and their information I need not waste any further words. In the eyes of honest, intelligent people they are discredited long ago. But, sad to state, it is the would-be friends of Russia and of the Russian Revolution who have done the greatest harm to the revolution, to the Russian people, and to the best interests of the working masses of the world, by their exercise of zeal untempered by truth. Some unconsciously, but most of them consciously and intentionally, have been lying, persistently and cheerfully, in defiance of all facts, in the mistaken notion that they are helping the revolution. Reasons of political expediency, of Bolshevik diplomacy, of the alleged necessity of the hour, and frequently motives of less unselfish considerations, have actuated them. The sole decent consideration of decent men, of real friends of the Russian Revolution and of man's emancipation as well as of reliable history, consideration for truth, they have entirely ignored. There have been honorable exceptions, unfortunately too few. Their voice has almost been lost in the wilderness of misrepresentation, falsehood, and overstatement. But most of those who visited Russia simply lied about the conditions in that country. I repeat it deliberately. Some lied because they did not know any better, they had had neither the time nor the opportunity to study the situation, to learn the facts. They made flying trips, spending 10 days or a few weeks in Petrograd or Moscow, unfamiliar with the language, never for a moment coming in direct touch with the real life of the people, hearing and seeing only what was told or shown them by the interested officials accompanying them at every step. In many cases these students of the revolution were veritable innocents abroad, naive to the point of the ludicrous. So unfamiliar were they with the environment, that in most cases they had not even the faintest suspicion that their affable interpreter, so eager to show and explain everything, was in reality a member of the trusted men, specially assigned to guide important visitors. Many such visitors have since spoken and written voluminously about the Russian Revolution, with little knowledge and less understanding. Others there were who had the time and the opportunity, and some of them really tried to study the situation seriously, not merely for the purpose of journalistic copy. During my 2 years' stay in Russia I had occasion to come in personal contact with almost every foreign visitor, with the labor missions, and with practically every delegate from Europe, Asia, America, and Australia, who gathered in Moscow to attend the International Communist Congress held there last year, 1921. Most of them could see and understand what was happening in the country. But it was a rare exception, indeed, that had vision and courage enough to realize that only the whole truth could serve the best interests of the situation. As a general rule, however, the various visitors to Russia were extremely careless of the truth, systematically so, the moment they began enlightening the world. Their assertions frequently bordered on criminal idiocy. Think, for instance, of George Lansbury, publisher of the London Daily Herald, stating that the ideas of brotherhood, equality, and love preached by Jesus the Nazarene were being realized in Russia, and that at the very time when Lenin was deploring the necessity of military communism forced upon us by Allied intervention and blockade. Consider the equality that divided the population of Russia into 36 categories, according to the ration and wages received. Another Englishman, a noted writer, emphatically claimed that everything would be well in Russia, were it not for outside interference, while whole districts in the east, the south, and in Siberia, some of them larger in area than France, were in armed rebellion against the Bolsheviks and their agrarian policy. Other literati were extolling the free Soviet system of Russia, while 18,000 of her sons lay dead at Kronstadt in the struggle to achieve free Soviets. But why enlarge upon this literary prostitution? The reader will easily recall to mind a legion of Anarchists who have been strenuously denying the very existence of the things that Lenin tried to explain as inevitable. I know that many delegates and others believed that the real Russian situation, if known abroad, might strengthen the hand of the reactionists and interventionists. Such a belief, however, did not necessitate the painting of Russia as a veritable labor El Dorado. But the time when it might have been considered inadvisable to speak fully of the Russian situation is long past. That period has been terminated, relegated into the archives of history, by the introduction of the new economic policy. Now the time has come when we must learn the full lesson of the revolution and the causes of its debacle. That we may avoid the mistakes it made, Lenin frankly says they were many, that we be enabled to adopt its best features, we must know the whole truth about Russia. It is therefore that I consider the activities of certain labor men as positively criminal and a betrayal of the true interests of the workers of the world. I refer to the men and women, some of them delegates to the congresses held in Moscow in 1921, that still continue to propagate the friendly lies about Russia, delude the masses with roseate pictures of labor conditions in that country, and even seek to induce workers of other lands to migrate in large numbers to Russia. They are strengthening the appalling confusion already existing in the popular mind, deceive the proletariat by false statements of the present and vain promises for the near future. They are perpetuating the dangerous delusion that the revolution is alive and continuously active in Russia. It is most despicable tactics. Of course, it is easy for an American labor leader, playing to the radical element, to write glowing reports about the condition of the Russian workingman, while he is being entertained at state expense at the Lux, the most lucrative hotel in Russia. Indeed, he may insist that no money is needed, for does he not receive everything his heart desires, free of charge? Or why should the president of an American Needle Workers Union not state the Russian workers enjoy full liberty of speech? He is careful not to mention that only communists and trustees were permitted within speaking distance while the distinguished visitor was investigating conditions in the factories. May history be merciful to them. 2. That the reader may form a just estimate of what I shall say further, I think it necessary to sketch briefly my mental attitude at the time of my arrival in Russia. It was 2 years ago. A democratic government, the freest on earth, had deported me together with 248 other politicals from the country I had lived in over 30 years. I had protested emphatically against the moral wrong perpetrated by an alleged democracy in resorting to methods it had so vehemently condemned on the part of the Tsarist autocracy. I branded deportation of politicals as an outrage on the most fundamental rights of man, and I fought it as a matter of principle. But my heart was glad. Already at the outbreak of the February Revolution I had yearned to go to Russia. But the Mooney case had detained me, I was loath to desert the fight. Then I myself was taken prisoner by the United States, and penalized for my opposition to world slaughter. During 2 years the enforced hospitality of the federal penitentiary at Atlanta, Georgia, prevented my departure. Deportation followed. My heart was glad, did I say? Weak word to express the passion of joy that filled me at the certainty of visiting Russia. Russia. I was going to the country that had swept Tsardom off the map, I was to behold the land of the social revolution. Could there be greater joy to one who in his very childhood had been a rebel against tyranny, whose youth's unformed dreams had visioned human brotherhood and happiness, whose entire life was devoted to the social revolution? The journey was an inspiration. Though we were prisoners, treated with military severity, and the Buford a leaky old tub repeatedly endangering our lives during the month's odyssey, yet the thought that we were on the way to the land of revolutionary promise kept the whole company of deportees in high spirits, a-tremble with expectation of the great day soon to come. Long, long was the voyage, shameful the conditions we were forced to endure, crowded below deck, living in constant wetness and foul air, fed on the poorest rations. Our patience was nigh exhausted, yet our courage unflagging, and at last we reached our destination. It was the 19th of January, 1920, when we touched the soil of Soviet Russia. A feeling of solemnity, of awe, almost overwhelmed me. Thus must have felt my pious old forefathers on first entering the Holy of Holies. A strong desire was on me to kneel down and kiss the ground consecrated by the lifeblood of generations of suffering and martyrdom, consecrated anew by the triumphant revolutionists of my own day. Never before, not even when released from the horrible nightmare of 14 years' prison, had I been stirred so profoundly longing to embrace humanity, to lay my heart at its feet, to give my life 1,000 times, were it but possible, to the service of the social revolution. It was the most sublime day of my life. We were received with open arms. The revolutionary hymn, played by the military Red Band, greeted us enthusiastically as we crossed the Russian frontier. The hurrahs of the red-capped defenders of the revolution echoed through the woods, rolling into the distance like threats of thunder. With bowed head I stood in the presence of the visible symbols of the revolution triumphant. With bowed head and bowed heart. My spirit was proud, yet meek with the consciousness of actual social revolution. What depths, what grandeur lay therein, what incalculable possibilities stretched in its vistas. I heard the still voice of my soul, may your past life have contributed, if ever so little, to the realization of the great human ideal, to this, its successful beginning. And I became conscious of the great happiness it offered me, to do, to work, to help with every fiber of my being the complete revolutionary expression of this wonderful people. They had fought and won. They proclaimed the social revolution. It meant that oppression had ceased, that submission and slavery, man's twin curses, were abolished. The hope of generations, of ages, has at last been realized, justice has been established on the earth, at least on that part of it that was Soviet Russia, and never more shall the precious heritage be lost. But years of war and revolution have exhausted the country. There is suffering and hunger, and much need of stout hearts and willing hands to do and help. My heart sang for joy. I will give myself fully, completely, to the service of the people. I shall be rejuvenated and grow young again in ever greater effort, in the hardest toil, for the furtherance of the common weal. My very life will I consecrate to the realization of the world's greatest hope, the social revolution. At the first Russian army outpost a mass meeting was held to welcome us. The large hall crowded with soldiers and sailors, the nun-dressed women on the speaker's platform, their speeches, the whole atmosphere palpitating with revolution in action, all made a deep impression on me. Urged to say something, I thanked the Russian comrades for their warm welcome of the American deportees, congratulated them on their heroic struggle, and expressed my great joy at being in their midst. And then my whole thought and feeling fused in one sentence. Dear comrades, I said, we came not to teach but to learn and to help. Thus I entered Russia. Thus felt my fellow deportees. I remained 2 years. What I learned gradually, day by day, in various parts of the country. I had exceptional opportunities for observation and study. I stood close to the leaders of the Communist Party, associated much with the most active men and women, participated in their work, and traveled extensively through the country under conditions most favorable to personal contact with the life of the workers and peasants. At first I could not believe that what I saw was real. I would not believe my eyes, my ears, my judgment. As those trick mirrors that make you appear dreadfully monstrous, so Russia seemed to reflect the revolution as a frightful perversion. It was an appalling caricature of the new life, the world's hope. I shall not go into detailed description of my first impressions, my investigations, and the long process that resulted in my final conviction. I fought relentlessly, bitterly, against myself. For 2 years I fought. It is hardest to convince him who does not want to be convinced. And, I admit, I did not want to admit that the revolution in Russia had become a mirage, a dangerous deception. Long and hard I struggled against this conviction. Yet proofs were accumulating, and each day brought more damning testimony. Against my will, against my hopes, against the holy fire of admiration and enthusiasm for Russia which burned within me, I was convinced that the Russian Revolution had been done to death. How and by whom? 3. It has been asserted by some writers that Bolshevik accession to power in Russia was due to a coup de main, and doubt has been expressed regarding the social nature of the October change. Nothing could be further from the truth. As a matter of historic fact, the great event known as the October Revolution was in the profoundest sense a social revolution. It was characterized by all the essentials of such a fundamental change. It was accomplished not by any political party, but by the people themselves, in a manner that radically transformed all the heretofore existing economic, political, and social relations. But it did not take place in October. That month witnessed only the formal legal sanction of the revolutionary events that had preceded it. For weeks and months prior to it the actual revolution had been going on all over Russia. The city proletariat was taking possession of the shops and factories, while the peasants expropriated the big estates and turned the land to their own use. At the same time workers' committees, peasant committees, and Soviets sprang up all over the country, and there began the gradual transfer of power from the provisional government to the Soviets. That took place, first in Petrograd, then in Moscow, and quickly spread to the Volga region, the Ural district, and to Siberia. The popular will found expression in the slogan, "All power to the Soviets," and it went sweeping through the length and breadth of the land. The people had risen, the actual revolution was on. The keynote of the situation was struck by the Congress of the Soviets of the North, proclaiming, "The provisional government of Kerensky must go, the Soviets are the sole power." That was on October 10. Practically all the real power was already with the Soviets. In July the Petrograd rising against Kerensky was crushed, but in August the influence of the revolutionary workers and of the garrison was strong enough to enable them to prevent the attack planned by Kornilov. The Petrograd Soviet gained strength from day to day. On October 16 it organized its own revolutionary military committee, an act of defiance of an open challenge to the government. The Soviet, through its revolutionary military committee, prepared to defend Petrograd against the coalition government of Kerensky and the possible attack of General Kaldin and his counter-revolutionary Cossacks. On October 22 the whole proletarian population of Petrograd, solidarically 46 supported by the garrison, demonstrated throughout the city against the government and in favor of all power to the Soviets. The All-Russian Congress of Soviets was to open October 25. The provisional government, knowing its very existence in imminent peril, resorted to drastic action. On October 23 the Petrograd Soviet ordered the Kerensky cabinet to withdraw within 48 hours. Driven to desperation, Kerensky undertook on October 24 to suppress the revolutionary press, arrest the most prominent revolutionists of Petrograd, and remove the active commissars of the Soviet. The government relied on the faithful troops and in the young junkers of the military student schools. But it was too late, the attempt to sustain the government failed. During the night of October 24 to 25, November 6 to 7, the Kerensky government was dissolved peacefully, without bloodshed, and the exclusive supremacy of the Soviets was established. The Communist Party stepped into power. It was the political culmination of the Russian Revolution. 4. Various factors contributed to the success of the revolution. To begin with, it met with almost no active opposition. The Russian bourgeoisie was unorganized, weak, and not of a militant disposition. But the main reasons lay in the all-absorbing enthusiasm with which the revolutionary slogans had fired the whole people. Down with the war, immediate peace, the land to the peasant, the factory to the workers, all power to the Soviets. These were expressive of the passionate soul cry and deepest needs of the great masses. No power could withstand their miraculous effect. Another very potent factor was the unity of the various revolutionary elements in their opposition to the Kerensky government. Bolsheviks, anarchists, the left faction of the Social Revolutionary Party, the numerous politicals freed from prison and Siberian exile, and the hundreds of returned revolutionary emigrants, had all worked during the February-October months toward a common goal. But if it was easy to begin the revolution, as Lenin had said in one of his speeches, to develop it, to carry it to its logical conclusion was another and more difficult matter. Two conditions were essential to such a consummation: continued unity of all the revolutionary forces, and the application of the country's goodwill, initiative and best energies to the important work of the new social construction. It must always be remembered, and remembered well, that revolution does not mean destruction only. It means destruction plus construction, with the greatest emphasis on the plus. Most unfortunately, Bolshevik principles and methods were soon fated to prove a handicap, a drawback upon the creative activities of the masses. The Bolsheviks are Marxists. Though in the October days they had accepted and proclaimed anarchist watchwords, direct action by the people, expropriation, free Soviets, and so forth, it was not their social philosophy that dictated this attitude. They had felt the popular pulse, the rising waves of the revolution had carried them far beyond their theories. But they remained Marxists. At heart they had no faith in the people and their creative initiative. As social democrats they distrusted the peasantry, counting rather upon the support of the small revolutionary minority among the industrial element. They had advocated the Constituent Assembly, and only when they were convinced that they would not have a majority there, and therefore not be able to take state power into their own hands, they suddenly decided upon the dissolution of the Assembly, though the step was a refutation and a denial of fundamental Marxist principles. Incidentally, it was an anarchist, Anatoly Zheleznyakov, in charge of the Palace Guard, who took the initiative in the matter. As Marxists, the Bolsheviks insisted on the nationalization of the land, ownership, distribution, and control to be in the hands of the state. They were in principle opposed to socialization, and only the pressure of the left faction of the social revolutionists, the Spiridonov-Kamkov wing, whose influence among the peasantry was traditional, forced the Bolsheviks to swallow the agrarian program of the social revolutionists whole, as Lenin afterwards put it. From the first days of their accession to political power, the Marxist tendencies of the Bolsheviks began to manifest themselves, to the detriment of the revolution. Social democratic distrust of the peasantry influenced their methods and measures. At the All-Russian conferences the peasants did not receive equal representation with the industrial workers. Not only the village speculator and exploiter, but the agrarian population as a whole was branded by the Bolsheviks as petty bosses and bourgeois, unable to keep step with the proletariat on the road to socialism. The Bolshevik government discriminated against the peasant representatives in the Soviets and at the national conferences, sought to handicap their independent efforts, and systematically narrowed the scope and activities of the Land Commissariat, then by far the most vital factor in the reconstruction of Russia. The commissariat was then presided over by a left social revolutionist. Inevitably this attitude led to much dissatisfaction on the part of the great peasant masses. The Russian muzhik is simple and naive, but with the instinct of the primitive man he quickly senses a wrong. No fine dialectics can budge his once settled conviction. The very cornerstone of the Marxist credo, the dictatorship of the proletariat, served as an affront and an injury to the peasantry. They demanded an equal share in the organization and administration of the country. Had they not been enslaved, oppressed, and ignored long enough? The dictatorship of the proletariat the peasant resented as discrimination against himself. If dictatorship must be, he argued, why not of all who labor, of the town worker and of the peasant, together? Then came the Brest-Litovsk peace. In its far-reaching results it proved the death blow to the revolution. 2 months previously, in December, 1917, Trotsky had refused, with a fine gesture of noble indignation, the peace offered by Germany on conditions much more favorable to Russia. "We wage no war, we sign no peace," he had said, and revolutionary Russia applauded him. "No compromise with German imperialism, no concessions," echoed through the length and breadth of the country, and the people stood ready to defend their revolution to the very death. But now Lenin demanded the ratification of a peace that meant the most mean-spirited betrayal of the greater part of Russia. Finland, Latvia, Lithuania, Ukraine, White Russia, Bessarabia all were to be turned over to the oppression and exploitation of the German invader and of their own bourgeoisie. It was a monstrous thing, the sacrifice at once of the principles of the revolution and of its interests as well. Lenin insisted on ratification, on the ground that the revolution needed a breathing spell, that Russia was exhausted, and that peace would enable the revolutionary oasis to gather strength for new effort. Radek denounced acceptance of Brest-Litovsk conditions as betrayal of the October Revolution. Trotsky disagreed with Lenin. The revolutionary forces split. The left social revolutionists, most of the anarchists and many of the nonpartisan revolutionary elements were bitterly opposed to making peace with imperialism, especially on the terms dictated then by Germany. They declared that such a peace would be fatal to the revolution, that the principle of peace without annexations must not be sacrificed, that the German conditions involved the basest treachery to the workers and peasants of the provinces demanded by the Prussians, that the peace would subject the whole of Russia to economic and political dependence upon German imperialism, that the invaders would possess themselves of the Ukrainian bread and the Don coal, and drive Russia to industrial ruin. But Lenin's influence was potent. He prevailed. The Brest-Litovsk Treaty was ratified by the Fourth Soviet Congress. It was Trotsky who first asserted, in refusing the German peace terms offered in December, 1917, that the workers and peasants, inspired and armed by the revolution, could by guerrilla warfare overcome any army of invasion. The left social revolutionists now called for peasant uprisings to oppose the Germans, confident that no army could conquer the revolutionary ardor of a people fighting for the fruits of their great revolution. Workers and peasants, responding to this call, formed military detachments and rushed to the aid of Ukraine and White Russia, then valiantly struggling against the German invaders. Trotsky ordered the Russian army to pursue and suppress these partisan units. The killing of Merbuk followed. It was the protest of the left Social Revolutionist Party against, and the defiance of, Prussian imperialism within Russia. The Bolshevik government initiated repressive measures. It now felt itself, as it were, under obligations to Germany. Dzerzhinsky, head of the All-Russian Extraordinary Commission, demanded the delivery of the terrorist. It was a situation unique in revolutionary annals, a revolutionary party in power demanding of another revolutionary party, with which it had till then cooperated, the arrest and punishment of a revolutionist for executing the representative of an imperialist government. The Brest-Litovsk peace had put the Bolsheviks in the anomalous position of a gendarme for the Kaiser. The left social revolutionists responded to Dzerzhinsky's demand by arresting the latter. This act, and the armed skirmishes that followed it, though insignificant in themselves, were thoroughly exploited by the Bolsheviks politically. They declared that it was an attempt of the left Social Revolutionist Party to seize the reins of government. They announced that party outlawed, and their extermination began. These Bolshevik methods and tactics were not accidental. Soon it became evident that it is the settled policy of the communist state to crush every form of expression not in accord with the government. After the ratification of the Brest-Litovsk peace, the left Social Revolutionist Party withdrew its representative in the Soviet of People's Commissars. The Bolsheviks thus remained in exclusive control of the government. Under one pretext and another there followed most arbitrary and cruel suppression of all the other political parties and movements. The Mensheviks and right social revolutionists had been liquidated long before, together with the Russian bourgeoisie. Now it was the turn of the revolutionary elements, the left social revolutionists, the anarchists, the nonpartisan revolutionists. But the liquidation of these involved much more than the suppression of small political groups. These revolutionary elements had strong followings, the left social revolutionists among the peasantry, the anarchists mainly among the city proletariat. The new Bolshevik tactics encompassed systematic eradication of every sign of dissatisfaction, stifling all criticism and crushing independent opinion or effort. With this phase the Bolsheviks enter upon the dictatorship over the proletariat, as it is popularly characterized in Russia. The government's attitude to the peasantry is now that of open hostility. More increasingly is violence resorted to. Labor unions are dissolved, frequently by force, when their loyalty to the Communist Party is suspected. The cooperatives are attacked. This great organization, The fraternal bond between city and country, whose economic functions were so vital to the interests of Russia and of the revolution, is hindered in its important work of production, exchange, and distribution of the necessaries of life, is disorganized, and finally completely abolished. Arrests, night searches, zasada, house blockade, executions, are the order of the day. The extraordinary commissions, Chayka, originally organized to fight counter-revolution and speculation, is becoming the terror of every worker and peasant. Its secret agents are everywhere, always unearthing plots, signifying the rastral, shooting, of hundreds without hearing, trial, or appeal. From the intended defense of the revolution, the Chayka becomes the most dreaded organization, whose injustice and cruelty spread terror over the whole country. All-powerful, owing no one responsibility, the Chayka is a law unto itself, possesses its own army, assumes police, judicial, administrative and executive powers, and makes its own laws that supersede those of the official state. The prisons and concentration camps are filled with alleged counter-revolutionists and speculators, 95% of whom are starved workers, simple peasants, and even children of 10 to 14 years of age. See reports of prison investigations, Petrograd Krasnaya Gazeta and Pravda, Moscow Pravda, May, June, July, 1920. Communism becomes synonymous in the popular mind with Chekism, the latter the epitome of all that is vile and brutal. The seed of counter-revolutionary feeling is sown broadcast. The other policies of the revolutionary government keep step with these developments. Mechanical centralization, run mad, is paralysing the industrial and economic activities of the country. Initiative is frowned upon, free effort systematically discouraged. The great masses are deprived of the opportunity to shape the policies of the revolution, or take part in the administration of the affairs of the country. The government is monopolizing every avenue of life, the revolution is divorced from the people. A bureaucratic machine is created that is appalling in its parasitism, inefficiency, and corruption. In Moscow alone this new class of Soviets, Soviet bureaucrats, exceeds, in 1920, the total of office holders throughout the whole of Russia under the Tsar in 1914. See official report of investigation by Committee of Moscow Soviet, 1921. The Bolshevik economic policies, effectively aided by this bureaucracy, completely disorganize the already crippled industrial life of the country. Lenin, Zinoviev, and other communist leaders thunder Philip picks against the new Soviet bourgeoisie and issue ever new decrees that strengthen and augment its numbers and influence. The system of Yedinolichi is introduced, management by one person. Lenin himself is its originator and chief advocate. Henceforth the shop and factory committees are to be abolished, stripped of all power. Every mill, mine, and factory, the railroads and all the other industries are to be managed by a single head, a specialist, and the old Tsarist bourgeoisie is invited to step in. The former bankers, bourse operators, mill owners, and factory bosses become the managers, in full control of the industries, with absolute power over the workers. They are vested with authority to hire, employ, and discharge the hands, to give or deprive them of the payok, food ration, even to punish them and turn them over to the Chayka. The workers, who had fought and bled for the revolution and were willing to suffer, freeze and starve in its defense, resent this unheard of imposition. They regard it as the worst betrayal. They refuse to be dominated by the very owners and foremen whom they had driven, in the days of the revolution, out of the factories and who had been so lordly and brutal to them. They have no interest in such a reconstruction. The new system, heralded by Lenin as the savior of the industries, results in the complete paralysis of the economic life of Russia, drives the workers en masse from the factories, and fills them with bitterness and hatred of everything socialistic. The principles and tactics of Marxian mechanization of the revolution are sealing its doom. The fanatical delusion that a little conspirative group, as it were, could achieve a fundamental social transformation proved the Frankenstein of the Bolsheviks. It led them to incredible depths of infamy and barbarism. The methods of such a theory, its inevitable means, are twofold: decrees and terror. Neither of these did the Bolsheviks spare. As Bukharin, the foremost ideologue of the militant communists, taught, terrorism is the method by which capitalistic human nature is to be transformed into fit Bolshevik citizenship. Freedom is a bourgeois prejudice, Lenin's favorite expression, liberty of speech and of the press unnecessary, harmful. The central government is the depositary of all knowledge and wisdom. It will do everything. The sole duty of the citizen is obedience. The will of the state is supreme. Stripped of fine phrases, intended mostly for Western consumption, this was and is the practical attitude of the Bolshevik government. This government, the real and only actual government of Russia, consists of 5 persons, members of the inner circle of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Russia. These Big Five are omnipotent. This group, in its true essence conspiratory, has been controlling the fortunes of Russia and of the revolution since the Brest-Litovsk peace. What has happened in Russia since, has been in strict accord with the Bolshevik interpretation of Marxism. That Marxism, reflected through the communist inner circle's megalomania of omniscience and omnipotence, has achieved the present debacle of Russia. In consonance with their theory, the social fundamentals of the October Revolution have been deliberately destroyed. The ultimate object being a powerfully centralist state, with the Communist Party in absolute control, the popular initiative and the revolutionary creative forces of the masses had to be eliminated. The elective system was abolished, first in the army and navy, then in the industries. The Soviets of peasants and workers were castrated and turned into obedient communist committees, with the dreaded sword of the Chaika ever hanging over them. The labor unions governmentalist, their proper activities suppressed, they were turned into mere transmitters of the orders of the state. Universal military service, coupled with the death penalty for conscientious objectors, enforced labor, with a vast officialdom for the apprehension and punishment of deserters, agrarian and industrial conscription of the peasantry, military communism in the cities and the system of requisitioning in the country, characterized by Radek as simply grain plundering, International Press Correspondence, English edition, Volume 1, Number 17, the suppression of workers' protests by the military. The crushing of peasant dissatisfaction with an iron hand, even to the extent of whipping the peasants and razing their villages with artillery, in the Ural, Volga, and Kuban districts, in Siberia and the Ukraina, this characterized the attitude of the communist state towards the people, this comprised the constructive social and economic policies of the Bolsheviks. Still the Russian peasants and workers, prizing the revolution for which they had suffered so much, kept bravely fighting on numerous military fronts. They were defending the revolution, as they thought. They starved, froze, and died by the thousands, in the fond hope that the terrible things the communists did would soon cease. The Bolshevik horrors were, somehow the simple Russian thought, the inevitable result of the powerful enemies from abroad attacking their beloved country. But when the wars will at last be over, the people naively echoed the official press, the Bolsheviks will surely return to the revolutionary path they entered in October, 1917, the path the wars had forced them temporarily to forsake. The masses hoped and endured. And then, at last, the wars were ended. Russia drew an almost audible sigh of relief, relief palpitating with deep hope. It was the crucial moment, the great test had come. The soul of a nation was aquiver. To be or not to be. And then full realization came. The people stood aghast. Repressions continued, even grew worse. The piratical razvierstka, the punitive expeditions against the peasants, did not abate their murderous work. The Chaika were unearthing more conspiracies, executions were taking place as before. Terrorism was rampant. The new Bolshevik bourgeoisie lorded it over the workers and the peasants, official corruption was vast and open, huge food supplies were rotting through Bolshevik inefficiency and centralist state monopoly, and the people were starving. The Petrograd workers, always in the forefront of revolutionary effort, were the first to voice their dissatisfaction and protest. The Kronstadt sailors, upon investigation of the demands of the Petrograd proletariat, declared themselves solidaric with the workers. In their turn they announced their stand for free Soviets, Soviets free from communist coercion, Soviets that should in reality represent the revolutionary masses and voice their needs. In the middle provinces of Russia, in the Ukraine, on the Caucasus, in Siberia, everywhere the people made known their wants, voiced their grievances, informed the government of their demands. The Bolshevik state replied with its usual argument: the Kronstadt sailors were decimated, the bandits of Ukraine massacred, the rebels of the East laid low with machine guns. This done, Lenin announced at the 10th Congress of the Communist Party of Russia, March, 1921, that his former policies were all wrong. The razvierstka, the requisition of food, was pure robbery. Military violence against the peasantry is a serious mistake. The workers must receive some consideration. The Soviet bureaucracy is corrupt and criminal, a huge parasite. The methods we have been using have failed. The people, especially the rural population, are not yet up to the level of communist principles. Private ownership must be reintroduced, free trade established. Henceforth the best communist is he who can drive the best bargain. Lenin's expression. 5. Back to capitalism. The present situation in Russia is most anomalous. Economically it is a combination of state and private capitalism. Politically it remains the dictatorship of the proletariat, or, more correctly, the dictatorship of the inner circle of the Communist Party. The peasantry has forced the Bolsheviks to make concessions to it. Forcible requisitioning is abolished. Its place has taken the tax in kind, a certain percentage of the peasant produce going to the government. Free trade has been legalized, and the farmer may now exchange or sell his surplus to the government, to the re-established cooperatives or on the open market. The new economic policy opens wide the door of exploitation. It sanctions the right of enrichment and of wealth accumulation. The farmer may now profit by his successful crops, rent more land, and exploit the labor of those peasants who have little land and no horses to work it with. The shortage of cattle and bad harvests in some parts of the country have created a new class of farm hands who hire themselves out to the well-to-do peasant. The poor people migrate from those regions which are suffering from famine and swell the ranks of this class. The village capitalist is in the making. The city worker in Russia today, under the new economic policy, is in exactly the same position as in any other capitalistic country. Free food distribution is abolished, except in a few industries operated by the government. The worker is paid wages, and must pay for his necessaries as in any country. Most of the industries, in so far as they are active, have been let or leased to private persons. The small capitalist now has a free hand. He has a large field for his activities. The farmer's surplus, the product of the industries, of the peasant trades, and of all the enterprises of private ownership, are subject to the ordinary processes of business, can be bought and sold. Competition within the retail trade leads to incorporation and to the accumulation of fortunes in the hands of individuals. Developing city capitalism and village capitalism cannot long coexist with dictatorship of the proletariat. The unnatural alliance between the latter and foreign capitalism will in the near future prove another vital factor in the fate of Russia. The Bolshevik government still strives to uphold the dangerous delusion that the revolution is progressing, that Russia is ruled by proletarian Soviets, that the Communist Party and its state are identical with the people. It is still speaking in the name of the proletariat. It is seeking to dupe the people with a new chimera. After a while the Bolsheviks now pretend when Russia shall have become industrially resurrected, through the achievements of our fast-growing capitalism, the proletarian dictatorship will also have grown strong, and we will return to nationalization. The state will then systematically curtail and supplant the private industries and thus break the power of the meanwhile developed bourgeoisie. After a period of partial denationalization a stronger nationalization begins, says Preobrazhensky, finance commissar, in his recent article, The Perspectives of the New Economic Policy. then will socialism be victorious on the entire front, ibid. Radek is less diplomatic. We certainly do not mean, he assures us in his political analysis of the Russian situation, entitled Is the Russian Revolution a Bourgeois Revolution? International Press Correspondence, December 16, 1921, that at the end of a year we shall again confiscate the newly accumulated goods. Our economic policy is based upon a longer period of time. We are consciously preparing ourselves for cooperating with the bourgeoisie. This is undoubtedly dangerous to the existence of the Soviet government, because the latter loses the monopoly on industrial production as against the peasantry. Does not this signify the decisive victory of capitalism? May we not then speak of our revolution as having lost its revolutionary character? To these very timely and significant questions Radek cheerfully answers with a categoric no. It is true, of course, as Marx taught, he admits, that economic relations determine the political ones, and that economic concessions to the bourgeoisie must lead also to political concessions. He remembers that when the powerful landowning class of Russia began making economic concessions to the bourgeoisie, those concessions were soon followed by political ones and finally by the capitulation of the landowning class. But he insists that the Bolsheviks will retain their power even under the conditions of the restoration of capitalism. The bourgeoisie is a historically deteriorating, dying class. That is why the working class of Russia can refuse to make political concessions to the bourgeoisie, since it is justified in hoping that its power will grow on a national and international scale more quickly than will the power of the Russian bourgeoisie. Meanwhile, though authoritatively assured that his power is to grow on a national and international scale, the Russian worker is in a bad plight. The new economic policy has made the proletarian dictator a common, everyday wage slave, like his brother in countries unblessed with socialist dictatorship. The curtailment of the government's national monopoly has resulted in the throwing of hundreds of thousands of men and women out of work. Many Soviet institutions have been closed, the remaining ones have discharged from 50 to 75% of their employees. The large influx to the cities of peasants and villagers ruined by the Razvierstka, and those fleeing from the famine districts, has produced an unemployment problem of threatening scope. The revival of the industrial life through private capital is a very slow process, due to the general lack of confidence in the Bolshevik state and its promises. But when the industries will again begin to function more or less systematically, Russia will face a very difficult and complex labor situation. Labor organizations, trade unions, do not exist in Russia, so far as the legitimate activities of such bodies are concerned. The Bolsheviks abolished them long ago. With developing production and capitalism, governmental as well as private, Russia will see the rise of a new proletariat whose interests must naturally come into conflict with those of the employing class. A bitter struggle is imminent. A struggle of a twofold nature, against the private capitalist, and against the state as an employer of labor. It is even probable that the situation may develop still another phase, antagonism of the workers employed in the state-owned industries toward the better-paid workers of private concerns. What will be the attitude of the Bolshevik government? The object of the new economic policy is to encourage, in every way possible, the development of private enterprise and to accelerate the growth of industrialism. Shops, mines, factories, and mills have already been leased to capitalists. Labor demands have a tendency to curtail profits, they interfere with the orderly processes of business. And as for strikes, they handicap production, paralyze industry. Shall not the interests of capital and labor be declared solidaric in Bolshevik Russia? The industrial and agrarian exploitation of Russia, under the new economic policy, must inevitably lead to the growth of a powerful labor movement. The workers' organizations will unite and solidify the city proletariat with the agrarian poor, in the common demand for better living conditions. From the present temper of the Russian worker, now enriched by his 4 years' experience of the Bolshevik regime, it may be assumed with considerable degree of probability that the coming labor movement of Russia will develop along syndicalist lines. This sentiment is strong among the Russian workers. the principles and methods of revolutionary syndicalism are not unfamiliar to them. The effective work of the factory and shop committees, the first to initiate the industrial expropriation of the bourgeoisie in 1917, is an inspiring memory still fresh in the minds of the proletariat. Even in the Communist Party itself, among its labor elements, the syndicalist idea is popular. The famous labor opposition, led by Shliapnikov and Madame Kollontal within the party, is essentially syndicalistic. What attitude will the Bolshevik government take to the labor movement about to develop in Russia, be it wholly or even only partly syndicalistic? Till now the state has been the mortal enemy of labor syndicalism within Russia, though encouraging it in other countries. At the 10th Congress of the Russian Communist Party, March, 1921, Lenin declared merciless warfare against the faintest symptom of syndicalist tendencies, and even the discussion of syndicalist theories was forbidden the Communists, on pain of exclusion from the party. See official report, 10th Congress. A number of the labor opposition were arrested and imprisoned. It is not to be lightly assumed that the communist dictatorship could satisfactorily solve the difficult problems arising out of a real labor movement under Bolshevik autocracy. They involve principles of Marxian centralization, the functioning of trade or industrial unions independent of the omnipotent government, and active opposition to private capitalism. But not only the big and small capitalist will the workers of Russia soon have to fight. They will presently come to grips with state capitalism itself. To correctly understand the spirit and character of the present Bolshevik phase, it is necessary to realize that the so-called new economic policy is neither new nor economic, properly considered. It is old political Marxism, the exclusive fountainhead of Bolshevik wisdom. As social democrats they have remained faithful to their Bible. Only a country where capitalism is most highly developed can have a social revolution that is the acme of Marxist faith. The Bolsheviks are about to apply it to Russia. True, in the October days of the revolution they repeatedly deviated from the straight and narrow path of Marx. Not because they doubted the prophet. By no means. Rather that Lenin and his group, political opportunists, had been forced by irresistible popular aspiration to steer a truly revolutionary course. But all the time they hung onto the skirts of Marx, and sought every opportunity to direct the revolution into Marxian channels. As Radek naively reminds us, already in April, 1918, in a speech by Comrade Lenin, the Soviet government attempted to define our next tasks and to point out the way which we now designate as the new economic policy. International Press Correspondence, Volume 1, Number 17. Significant admission. In truth, present Bolshevik policies are the continuation of the good orthodox Bolshevik Marxism of 1918. Bolshevik leaders now admit that the revolution, in its post-October developments, was only political, not social. The mechanical centralization of the communist state, it must be emphasized, proved fatal to the economic and social life of the country. Violent party dictatorship destroyed the unity of the workers and the peasants, and created a perverted, bureaucratic attitude to revolutionary reconstruction. The complete denial of free speech and criticism, not only to the masses but even to the rank and file of the Communist Party itself, resulted in its undoing, through its own mistakes. And now, Bolshevik Marxism is continuing in poor Russia. But it is monstrously criminal to prolong this bloody comedy of errors. Communist construction is not possible alongside of a sickly capitalism, artificially developed. That capitalism can never be destroyed as Lenin and company pretend to believe by the regular processes of the Bolshevik state grown economically strong. The new policies are therefore a delusion and a snare, fundamentally reactionary. These policies themselves create the necessity for another revolution. Must tortured humanity ever tread the same vicious circle? Or will the workers at last learn the great lesson of the Russian Revolution that every government, whatever its fine name and nice promises, is by its inherent nature, as a government, destructive of the very purposes of the social revolution? It is the mission of government to govern, to subject, to strengthen and perpetuate itself. It is high time the workers learn that only their own organized, creative efforts, free from political and state interference, can make their age-long struggle for emancipation a lasting success. Section 3, A Letter from Exile. Alexander Berkman to Michael Cohn, June 6, 1930, Paris. My dear Mac. Well, I am back in Paris. After more than a month's effort upon the part of E.G. and of all our numerous connections in France, we succeeded in getting permission for me to stay but just 3 months in France. We hope that upon the expiration of that time a prolongation can be secured. Now I have my hands full. 1. Must secure my carte d'identité, just as if it is the first time I am coming to France, even more difficult, because my dossier shows that I had been expelled. 2. Must have a new passport, also not an easy thing for one in my position. 3. Most important of all, must get the order for my deportation or expulsion annulled. The last is the most difficult thing to accomplish in France. Generally an expulsion order remains in force 30 years. In E.G.'s recent case, the order proved to be 29 years old and issued by an administration long since politically and even physically dead. Even at that, it took a lot of time, money, and effort to annul it. Now, in my case it is much worse, because it was issued by the present administration and of course it does not care to reverse itself. It may take a very long time to annul it, if at all. Maybe a year or more. Meanwhile I live in constant anxiety lest a new Bolshevik denunciation should result in a second expulsion. And that would mean forever, because 2 expulsions from France mean that. Well, all this involves constant work in that direction. My stay in Belgium and particularly my return were a veritable odyssey, full of exciting moments. After the ministry here gave permission for me to remain 3 months in France, I needed a French visa to return here. But the consul, French, in Brussels refused to give me a visa. At first the authorization from France failed to arrive, and then the consul told me that even when it does arrive, he will not give it to me. There was a situation for you. Permission to be in France, but no chance to get there. On the French border they would not let me pass without a visa, and I could not get that visa. What to do? Well, I got acquainted with some diamond people in Antwerp, got friendly etc., and finally managed to get over the border with their help. One Holland Jew M. Polak, a rich man, proved himself a corker. Took me on his own responsibility etc. And I a perfect stranger to him. It has increased my faith in humanity, I can tell you. Well, as I am writing this, my dear Mac, I keep wondering, and in frankness I must tell you, I am wondering whether I am not boring you with all these matters, vital as they are to me. Why do I have such thoughts? Because not a line had reached me from you since I informed you that I had been expelled and that I found myself in an illegal condition in Belgium, without money, friends, or any passport and visa there. I wrote to you from Antwerp on May 2nd, the day I arrived there. Until yesterday there was not a single word from you about the matter. I must say it did not impress me as if the thing worried you much. Moreover, you knew in what danger I was all the time in Belgium, because I was forced to get there without a visa, which is punishable by imprisonment and return to Russia, in my case. You know, because I had written you that I was taken out of bed at 6 a.m., on May 1st, and without any warning or time to prepare I was rushed out of the country on the same day. You knew that I was without money and that I had no friends in Belgium, except one address of a man I had met just for a few minutes in Paris once. In short, I was really in a very terrible condition, and when I say terrible, then it is even worse than it sounds, because I have been in tight places before and I am not given to complaining or exaggerating a dangerous situation. Well, in spite of all that, not a line from you and not a cent. You have been my friend and comrade for years, dear Michael, and you have always been generous with your aid to me, and therefore I cannot understand the reason for such apparent indifference on your part. I am speaking frankly, and I hope you will pardon me. You have often told me to call on you when in need, and this time I did and there was no answer. I admit I am fearfully disappointed, even shocked. Of course there may have been good reasons for your silence, and therefore I am going to reserve a final opinion on the matter till I hear from you again. Now the situation is this: it seems that Moscow is back of the whole trouble. I am accused of political work because I am the treasurer of the relief fund for Russia. I am going to see a certain person, the one who unmasked Azev. I don't want to mention his name. 47. He is here in Paris, and I will ask him to unearth the real forces back of my expulsion. For certainly France has no cause whatever to expel me, since I have never participated in any political activities in this country. Yesterday EG received the letter you wrote to me and the check for $100 that you sent. I want to thank you for it. The letter was written by you on May 28 and check bears the date of May 29. I don't know a thing about the Joseph Cohen-Rudolf Rocker controversy. I could not get the Freie Arbeiterstimme in Belgium, nor did I care to receive there any radical literature. All my mail has accumulated here in Paris, and as soon as I get a bit of time I shall read it all. Meanwhile I am busy running after the bureaucrats for a carte d'identité. My old one is confiscated, and for a passport. I simply must secure a passport, for in case I am expelled again I must at least have something on which I can go to some other country. At present I have nothing, all my papers either confiscated or no good. Too bad you did not send me a letter to your friend in Antwerp. Even if he was absent, the letter might have helped me to get at some other diamond people. They have a lot of influence there. Well, enough now. I have an engagement with the prefecture. I wish you and all yours well. Part 4, 1928 to 1935. 4 Letters and the ABC of Anarchism. The ABC of Anarchism was published in 1929. In it Berkman explains the belief around which his entire life was centered. It is published here in its entirety. While writing the ABC, Alex struggled with many major tenets of anarchism, especially those dealing with violence. His letters to Emma during this period speak of his doubts that are nowhere to be found in the finished manuscript. Alec even confesses to Emma, there are moments when the revolution cannot work on anarchist principles. She reminds him, in a letter written from Saint-Tropez, I once said, if the revolution cannot solve the need for violence and terror, then I am against revolution. If we can undergo changes in every other method of dealing with social issues, we can also learn to change the methods of revolution. I have included here, as an introduction to this section, 4 letters that illuminate Berkman's thinking during the period in which he wrote the ABC of Anarchism. Section 1. 4 letters. Alexander Berkman to Emma Goldman, June 25, 1928, Paris. Dearest M. It is early in the morning and the first thing I want to do is to send you a greeting to the 27th. But I have a feeling that you will not enjoy your birthday very much, because your book weighs on your mind. So does mine. Yet I think we are both wrong. We take things too seriously. But of course that is in our natures and we can't help it. But we take our work also entirely too seriously, and that embitters many an hour for us. At times we realize how little it all matters. How little life itself matters and how empty it is. But enough, this is no mood for a birthday. But I think a little of this is necessary when worrying about one's work. It may help to get over the hard places. I don't know why you have such difficulty in starting your work. Maybe you can't concentrate because of too many distractions and visitors. We had talked the first part over and came to the conclusion that you begin with your childhood. In any case, you have a lot to write about your childhood and it should be done in a full, reminiscent way. Or you begin with Rochester and your coming to New York and then review your early impressions as a strong influence in your development. I want to hear how matters are going. At this side, I have come to problems that cannot be solved satisfactorily. For instance, 1. Has the revolution a right to defend itself? Then what is to be done to active enemies and counter-revolutionists? It leads logically to prison or concentration camp. 2. If there is some trouble somewhere, a murderer or raper, etc., has been caught by the crowd, will you let the mob spirit prevail? Or is it not better to create opportunity for a hearing for the accused? That means tribunes and courts and police. And what should the courts do? It is no use having them if they cannot restrain the further activities of the guilty man. It means again prison. 3. Given an example, what is likely to happen: people starting to make a pogrom in Russia, or whites trying to lynch a Negro in America, this during the revolutionary epoch. Shall we let it go at that? Is not active interference necessary? By whom? By the people? But suppose those present are afraid to interfere. It means again that armed force is necessary in such cases, even against the mob. And the leaders of the mob who persist in exciting race or other hatred, should they be permitted to go on? I fear there is no answer to these questions, except the organization of house and street guards, etc., in fact, of police, under whatever name they might be known. But that again brings us to courts and prisons, for you can't allow the police to settle matters. If anyone is arrested, he must have a chance of a hearing. But if there is a court, when and what are its powers? Can it restrain the offender, and how? It comes to prison again. But once we begin with prisons, there is no end to it. Yet how avoid it? If I write the second part of my book logically, as it should be written, then it won't square with anarchistic views. To avoid these questions is impossible. That means then a transitory period with punishments, prisons, etc., which is sure to develop the Bolshevik ways and methods. Da ist der Trouble. Everyone avoids these problems. But then what is the use of writing my second part? I have been thinking hard about these matters. There are moments when I feel that the revolution cannot work on anarchist principles. But once the old methods are followed, they'll never lead to anarchism. That is the choice we have to make. Let me know what you think about this. I'll take a quiet drink alone Wednesday in memory of the 27th. Affectionately. S. Emma Goldman to Alexander Berkman, June 29, 1928, St. Tropez. My dearest. Although I worked until 1 last night and read until 2, I woke up very early this morning. I was awakened by the sound of hay cutting. A friend of Mussier's came about 5 to cut his wine or vines and flowers, the faded ones of course. It was a peculiar sensation to hear the scythe go on monotonously. It made one drowsy, yet unable to sleep. Anyhow I got up, had my coffee, cut flowers for the day. And now I want to talk to you. Since I began writing at 9 p.m. Tuesday, I have written 6,000 words. I have no idea whether the damned thing is good or rotten, whether it hangs together, sounds plausible, or whether it is chaotic or unreal. I will be able to judge better when the stuff is typewritten. This afternoon we begin with the job. I will dictate to Demi Emily Holmes Coleman on the machine. You know how difficult my writing is, especially when written in haste and excitement. Besides, I can go on correcting and changing as I dictate. It will probably take us 2 afternoons to do the job, as I must go slow with Demi. I have made up my mind not to let you see a line until you have finished your book. I simply won't let anything take much of your time or interfere with your writing. There is really no need. Sufficient unto the day for you to tell me the stuff is no good. A little break in my work won't do any harm. Anyway, I hope to hear from Fitzy and you today when she is starting. Funny life is, here we have been worrying who should meet Fitzy, then that crazy Juna Barnes kidnaps her. Damned fool. Why did she not let you know she is going to have her, or take you along? Really, the lesbians are a crazy lot. Their antagonism to the male is almost a disease with them. I simply can't bear such narrowness. What looked to be a dreary and lonesome birthday turned out to be a gay affair. All thanks to my thoughtful secretary. She had quite a conspiracy, invited the Jershoys, Saxe Cummins friends, bought 3 bottles of champagne and some delicious cakes, and marched everything up to our terrace, ice and all. I had suspected that Demi is up to something. She is a poor conspirator. But I did not expect champagne. Well, we drank until 11 and then went down to the village to dance. We came back at 2 in the morning. I got up a bit tired yesterday, but I wrote all afternoon. So you see, the champagne must have been good, it had no after effects. I enjoyed the party immensely, but even more so Demi's fine spirit, her thoughtfulness. Now to your letter of the 25th. You are certainly right when you say we take our work too seriously. But we would not be ourselves, if we approached our work in any other way. After all, it is not whether what we do matters to others but how much it matters to ourselves. To do our work lightly, or to be haunted by the thought that it does not matter because life itself does not matter, would mean that we could do no work at all, writing or otherwise. And without the work we care about, life itself would be impossible. It certainly would to me, and I am inclined to think it would be the same with you. Your problems are of course tremendous. If they were not, there would have been no object in writing your book. It is because you want to give something new, answer some of the problems in a new way, that your book is important. But on the other hand, you are trying to do the impossible, you are trying to solve all problems in one work. Not only is this impossible, but no one human being can solve all problems, nor are they solvable in a theoretic way. The most anyone can do is to solve fundamental problems from which to build further. The rest must be solved by the need of the hour or moment, in fact, by life itself. However, a few of the questions puzzling you I think could and should be answered. First, has the revolution a right to defend itself? Certainly, if you believe that no fundamental change can take place without a revolution, you must also believe in its right of defense. It is only Tolstoy's or Gandhi's position which would make it inconsistent to take up arms in defense of the revolution. I wish I could take their position. Emotionally, I really do. I feel violence in whatever form never has and probably never will bring constructive results. But my mind and my knowledge of life tell me that changes will always be violent. At least I want to eliminate as much as possible the need for violence. I want the revolution to be understood as a process of reconstruction rather than what we believed it to be until now, a process of destruction. But no matter how much we will try, the change is bound to be violent and we will need to be ready for defense. The question is, defense against what and of what? This brings me to your second question, active enemies. What do you mean by active? Opposition by means of opinion, theoretic activities, writing, speaking. If you mean that, then I insist that you must come out unreservedly for the unlimited right of free speech, press, and assembly. Anything else will create all the evils you want the revolution to fight. Surely we have learned enough of the effect of suppression in America, then in Russia, to continue to believe for one moment that the revolution can ever gain anything by gagging people. All it succeeds in doing is to drive thought into secret channels, which means the utmost danger to the revolution. Fact is, very few people who can express themselves through the word make good conspirators. I know that from myself. And if you will look up the lives of nearly every one of the terrorists of the past, you will find invariably that they either never had a chance to speak out, or that they were not ready or capable of expression by means of the word. After all, the dominant motive of any act or word is the need to express oneself and what one feels deepest. I say, therefore, that unlimited free speech even in the revolutionary period is 1,000 times less harmful than thoughts driven to secrecy. If however you mean by active opposition, armed attack on the revolution, then I say the defense must be armed. Naturally, if you are attacked by a robber and you have a weapon, you will use it. I see no inconsistency in that at all. But while armed defense is inevitable and justifiable, prisons are not, whatever the offense. Granted that rape or robbery may happen, they are after all isolated cases. I do not think they need to happen even in the most critical period of the revolution, so long as everyone is given a chance to participate in the rebuilding of society, so long as each can be made to feel a personal interest in the process of building. Why should there be robbery? Why should the meaning even be used? If a man holds up someone now, it is considered robbery. How can it be that when no one has more wealth than another, when he receives out of the common stock as much as anyone else, or rather as much as there is to go around, you can't begin to solve problems that have changed their very nature and meaning? That seems ridiculous. Rape is another matter, I grant you, that may happen since sexual hunger or aberrations will continue for all times. But because of an occasional rape, should society set aside special places and a special class, a complete and expensive machinery to restrain an occasional rapist, when we know from centuries of experience that prisons do not restrain, or even lynchings, or capital punishment of any sort? I therefore say that you must set your face sternly against the very idea of prisons. The whole revolution would be utterly futile, if such terrible institutions as prisons, institutions which have proven a failure in the system we want to get rid of, are again established. Mob treatment, no, certainly not. Anyone caught in a violent act against his fellow should be given all the chances to be heard in his own defense. He should have the feeling that he is not being tried, but that he is being heard to get at the cause or motive of his act. That if he cannot explain it himself, he should be studied by eminent men to whom the human soul is not a means to wealth, station, and prestige, but a terribly vital and interesting phenomenon that needs careful treatment and care. I can only say what I have so often said in reply to the very question you find difficult to answer. What we need is to revalue our conception of human acts. For instance, no one suggests that we should lock up a tubercular person. Why then should he be locked up for something conditioned in his being for which he is even less responsible than tuberculosis? I think the sympathetic treatment of such an offender in a sane society would act as a better cure, stronger deterrent, than prison or punishment of any sort. Pogroms, lynchings, any mob action is of the same nature as armed attack on the revolution. One has the right to fight it back with arms, to defend oneself or the person attacked. But one cannot. Here the letter breaks off, with the remainder missing or destroyed. Luckily Emma returned immediately to the discussion in the letter which follows. Emma Goldman to Alexander Berkman, July 3, 1928, St. Tropez. My dearest. When I wrote you I had solved some questions while in Canada. I did not mean that I had given thought to every breath of a community during a revolutionary period. I had in mind a few fundamental issues from which all else springs. Now I insist that a transvaluation of the very nature and function of revolution is bound to have a profound effect on some of the questions now troubling you, and for which I am certain there is no solution separate and distinct from the nature of revolution itself. I repeat what I have told you in the first talks we had and have written in my last long letter: unless we set our face against the old attitude to revolution as a violent eruption destroying everything of what had been built up over centuries of painful and painstaking effort, not by the bourgeoisie as we used to maintain, but by the combined effort of humanity, we must become Bolsheviks, accept terror and all it implies, or become Tolstoyans. There is no other way. On the other hand, if we agree that revolution must essentially be a process of reconstruction, destroying as little as possible, nothing at all in fact except such industries that make for war and disease, if we can realize and boldly declare that the only purpose of revolution must be transformation, then terror must go with the rest, and prisons and other evil things of today must go with the rest. I will grant you that it is not enough to declare that revolution must become a process of transformation. But how is it to become that? This brings me to the second conclusion I have come to while in Canada, and which we discussed so many times. Namely, the nature of expropriation. In the past we believed, and many of our comrades still do, that the purpose of the revolution is to expropriate everybody, whether large or small owner of his place of work, that they must be divested of everything and that it must become the property of the workers. In other words, everything must be taken away from one class and given to another. The layers are to be changed, but the thing which holds it, i.e., the class structure, in its place remains. Now we have seen in Russia that this has been fatal. The expropriation of handicrafts without an industry that can produce the needs of the country has led to the chaos from which the Moscow regime is now desperately trying to extricate itself. Once we transvalue the value of indiscriminate expropriation to the expropriation of powerful combines and of large land holding, and once we declare that the expropriated wealth is not merely to change hands from one class to another, but from the few for the common use of the entire community, 99% of the evils which necessitated the terror in Russia will die a natural death. Where then does theft come in, or robbery? Or even much counter-revolution? You know as well as I that most of the supposed revolutionary plots were concocted in the Chika. And that after the old nature and application of revolution, i.e., after application of old theories of revolution, the new conception leaves very little cause for counter-revolution. Should it occur nevertheless, and should it assert itself in an armed attack, the community which now has a share in the revolution because of the interest given has the right to defend the revolution against such attack. But I am inclined to think that where most of the community is involved, armed attack is sure to be reduced to the utmost minimum, and for such a minimum you cannot continue the very thing revolution aims to undermine: prisons, police, Chika. This holds good as regards rape, which is rare enough even under our present regime. It used to be punished by death in the past. Man has progressed somewhat, since rape is no longer considered on a par with murder. In fact, if you were acquainted with the vast amount of works on modern criminology, I read about 10 while in Canada, you'd see that even today rape is being studied as part of other sexual manifestations and not as crime. You would also find that quite a different kind of treatment is being suggested by psychologists, who do not even claim radicalism, than prison. In short, it seems to me that instead of concentrating on fundamentals, you have wandered off to detailed manifestations inherent in fundamentals. You have run into a sagacious blind alley, Sasha dear. If you continue, you will never finish your book. For there is no end to the intricacies of life which may arise as a result of abnormal conditions. There is one passage in your letter on page 5 which made me jump. It is the third paragraph and gives your conclusion after the various doubts you express as to what revolution can or should do: prisons, punishment, etc. And it reads, in other words, can a revolution solve this problem? I am beginning to think that it cannot. My dearest Sasha, when in the first days of our Russian life, still believing in the old form of revolution, I once said, I remember the wording very distinctly, if revolution cannot solve the need of violence and terror, then I am against revolution. You flew at me in rage, said I had never been a real revolutionist, and a lot more. Well, you now seem to come to the same conclusion, our difference now being that you are loath to let go the thought of revolution in terms of destruction and terror. And that I am done with for all times. I insist if we can undergo changes in every other method of dealing with social issues, we will also learn to change in the methods of revolution. I think it can be done. If not, I shall relinquish my belief in revolution. That not only because of so much waste of human lives, but also because it is all so futile, an endless repetition of the same old refrain: the French Revolution was that way. All revolutions must be that way. History dictates the course. History has become the new superstition, like the will of God. I for one no longer believe in that, dear Sash. It's of course difficult to discuss these questions on paper. But I merely want to throw out a few hints as matters now appear to me. For the rest, I know as well as you, old man, that no one can solve the problems of another. I hope you are getting on with your book, dear heart. And that your teeth will soon be in order. Greet ME48 for me. Much love. E.g. Alexander Berkman to Pauline Turkel, March 21, 1935, Nice. My dear Pauline, I am sorry I could not reply to your last, of February 11th, before this. Life is one damned thing after another, and there is little time for correspondence. However, I really meant to write you before, for there are some things in your letter that need attention. You say that you have a sneaky suspicion that I have doubted anarchism once in a while. I don't know, my dear Pauline, what has given you such an impression. No, I have never doubted it. I mean, I have never doubted that there is no way out for mankind except anarchism. I am as sure today as I ever was that neither war nor capitalism will ever be abolished, nor any of the evils that those things represent, until society will become sensible enough to introduce international cooperation and individual liberty on the basis of a free communism. That, in my estimation, is the only solution to our troubles. The human mind has so far not thought out a better way. And I am just as convinced today as I ever was that neither socialism nor Bolshevism will bring relief to man. But maybe you referred to the time when anarchism will become a reality. Well, in that regard the present trend of events is certainly not encouraging. There was a time, in the youth of the revolutionary movement in the US, when we all thought that the social revolution was not very far off, and revolution then meant to us practically anarchism. Now we know that the social revolution is not in the offing yet, and even when it comes it will only be the first step on the road toward anarchist communism. Yes, that may take a long time, and maybe mankind will destroy itself before then. But when I say that I have no doubts about anarchism as an ideal, I mean that if mankind continues to live as I think it will in spite of everything, then the progress of mechanics and science on the one hand, the growing unbearableness of conditions on the other, plus the idealism that I consider inherent in human nature will necessarily lead to anarchism, or to some social system resembling it in its essential features. Maybe you are surprised that I say idealism is inherent in human nature. It may sound rather strange in the face of present tendencies. And yet what I say is true. The people are indeed deluded by all kinds of fakes, and yet beneath it all is the hunger of the people for an ideal. Look at Russia, or even at Germany. The leaders seek power and glory and personal emoluments. But the great masses actually believe they are working for an ideal. They have been made to believe it, and their ideal is counterfeit, but that does not alter the fact that they believe they are struggling for an ideal. It is in this that I find hope for mankind. And it has been the same all through human history. Did not the American masses believe during the last war that they were fighting to abolish war and to make the world safe for democracy? And if you go back to older days, it was the same. Do you think that those millions that gave their lives in the Crusades did so for any other reason than that they were moved by a great faith? They wanted to save the Holy Sepulchre from the barbarians. You probably remember from your history that there were even entire armies consisting exclusively of children of tender age. Millions of them were slaughtered in the Crusades. Did those youngsters fight for anything but the faith that was in them? The communists in Russia, not the leaders but the rank and file, have been going hungry and suffering and working hard in the enthusiasm of their great ideal. And the millions of Nazis in Germany who believe in Hitler, by what are they motivated? By the ideal of a regenerated Germany. The tragedy is that those ideals are false, but yet it all proves that men do long and fight for ideals. And in that is the great hope of humanity. Someday people will find the real ideal and they will fight for it and realize it. In closing, for I must get back to my work, one must not limit his view of such big questions to the momentary situation. That is why I never turn pessimist. You say we cannot stop fascism. Well, suppose we cannot, what of it? The world has often gone through mass aberrations. History is replete with such examples. There have been the Crusades, you know, which were similar aberrations that lasted several centuries. And the 100 Years' War, and the 30 Years' War, etc., etc. But out of all that mankind came out alive, and progress continued for all that and all that. And though mankind is still very much deluded by false ideas and still very stupid, yet the average man today is far above the type of the Middle Ages and even of the man of 50 years ago. Whoever believed that war should be abolished 50 years ago? Today every government talks of it. Pretense, you say. All right, but they are forced to make that pretense, and why? Because the popular sentiment has changed. So, in spite of all pessimists, there has been a change in the attitude of men. And that change goes on all the time, even if it is so slow that some people do not see it. And so it will go on, and neither fascism, Hitler, Mussolini, nor the popes and other gods can change that inherent fact of human nature. Fascism and nationalism are nothing new. Under different names they existed in old Rome and Greece and in the feudal times. They passed, and so will the modern fascism pass, and that is why I do not doubt my anarchism. Well, enough of it. So, cheer up, dear girl. The skies are black just now, but the sun always breaks out again. I may not see much of it in my time, but idealism to me does not mean the hope of realizing one's dream in one's own lifetime. Idealism means, at least to me, faith in one's ideal. And that I have. Things here pretty low. We see only Nellie Harris occasionally. No one else we know in the city. By the way, we are giving up our apartment the end of this month. Write me to Saint Tropez. E.G. expects to be back the first week of May. Love to you, dear girl, from Emmy and Ab. Section 2. The ABC of Anarchism. 1. Introduction. 2. Is anarchism violence? Capitalism and government stand for disorder and violence. Anarchism the reverse. Why anarchists have sometimes resorted to violence. If you support government, don't pretend to be shocked by individual violence. Denial of coercive authority the only sincere protest against violence. 3. What is anarchism? Could we do without government? What would happen if we abolish it? Private ownership of the means of social existence would have to go with government. Economic equity leads to voluntary communism, which is communist anarchism. Fundamental difference between free and compulsory communism. 4. Is anarchy possible? What part is government playing in your life? Man a social being, his wants and inclinations make for association and mutual effort. Most evils result from oppression and inequality. Crime the legitimate offspring of coercive authority. How anarchists would treat criminals. 5. Will communist anarchism work? The character of equal opportunity. Social ownership and participation. Laziness implies the right man in the wrong place. Freedom means diversification, it would make life more interesting and richer. 6. Non-communist anarchists. Brief outline of mutualism and individual anarchism. 7. Why revolution? We are still barbarians in that nations still fight instead of making common cause. We'll become civilized only when the struggle of classes is ended. The masters of life determined to preserve their mastery. Why revolution is unavoidable. 8. The idea is the thing. Government and capitalism, though evils, continue to exist because you believe in them and support them. Institutions once universally considered right are now condemned. Rebellion is blind, revolution is rebellion become conscious of its aims. Character of the social revolution. 9. Preparation. Modern revolution does not mean barricades. Vicious notion of labor's historic mission. Not the mission but the interest of the workers to emancipate themselves. Difference between political and social revolution. Brains as well as hands. 10. Organization of labor for the social revolution. Production, distribution, and communication basic sources of existence. The general strike as the beginning of social revolution. Why most strikes are lost. False principles and ineffective action of present-day unions. Shop committee as the unit of organized labor. Taking over industry. 11. Principles and practice. Strength of the revolution not in armies but in industry. The role of justice. Why the social revolution depends on liberty and equity. 12. Consumption and exchange. Organization of consumption. Equal sharing. Uselessness of money. Whoever doesn't work doesn't eat, a vicious principle fraught with evil results. Local safety and sanitation. Supreme importance of idealism in revolution. 13. Production. Industry in the Reconstruction period. Socialization of industry eliminates many complex problems of the capitalist system. More labor used today to sell than to produce. Importance of decentralization. A country in revolution must make itself self-supporting. Small-scale production and home industries. 14. Defense of the revolution. What constitutes the real strength of the revolution? Factory and soldier committees, the fountainhead of revolutionary defense and action. Treatment of counter-revolutionaries. Suppression and terror destructive. Liberty and equality the best defense. Introduction. I want to tell you about anarchism. I want to tell you what anarchism is, because I think it is well you should know it. Also because so little is known about it, and what is known is generally hearsay and mostly false. I want to tell you about it, because I believe that anarchism is the finest and biggest thing man has ever thought of, the only thing that can give you liberty and well-being, and bring peace and joy to the world. I want to tell you about it in such plain and simple language that there will be no misunderstanding it. Big words and high-sounding phrases serve only to confuse. Straight thinking means plain speaking. But before I tell you what anarchism is, I want to tell you what it is not. That is necessary because so much falsehood has been spread about anarchism. Even intelligent persons often have entirely wrong notions about it. Some people talk about anarchism without knowing a thing about it. And some lie about anarchism, because they don't want you to know the truth about it. Anarchism has many enemies, they won't tell you the truth about it. Why anarchism has enemies and who they are, you will see later, in the course of this story. Just now I can tell you that neither your political boss nor your employer, neither the capitalist nor the policeman will speak to you honestly about anarchism. Most of them know nothing about it, and all of them hate it. Their newspapers and publications, the capitalistic press, are also against it. Even most socialists and Bolsheviks misrepresent anarchism. True, the majority of them don't know any better. But those who do know better also often lie about anarchism and speak of it as disorder and chaos. You can see for yourself how dishonest they are in this. The greatest teachers of socialism, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, had taught that anarchism would come from socialism. They said that we must first have socialism, but that after socialism there will be anarchism, and that it would be a freer and more beautiful condition of society to live in than socialism. Yet the socialists, who swear by Marx and Engels, insist on calling anarchism chaos and disorder, which shows you how ignorant or dishonest they are. The Bolsheviks do the same, although their greatest teacher, Lenin, had said that anarchism would follow Bolshevism, and that then it will be better and freer to live. Therefore I must tell you, first of all, what anarchism is not. It is not bombs, disorder, or chaos. It is not robbery and murder. It is not a war of each against all. It is not a return to barbarism or to the wild state of man. Anarchism is the very opposite of all that. Anarchism means that you should be free, that no one should enslave you, boss you, rob you, or impose upon you. It means that you should be free to do the things you want to do, and that you should not be compelled to do what you don't want to do. It means that you should have a chance to choose the kind of a life you want to live, and live it without anybody interfering. It means that the next fellow should have the same freedom as you, that everyone should have the same rights and liberties. It means that all men are brothers, and that they should live like brothers, in peace and harmony. That is to say, that there should be no war, no violence used by one set of men against another, no monopoly, and no poverty, no oppression, no taking advantage of your fellow man. In short, anarchism means a condition of society where all men and women are free, and where all enjoy equally the benefits of an ordered and sensible life. Can that be, you ask, and how? Not before we all become angels, your friend remarks. Well, let us talk it over. Maybe I can show you that we can be decent and live as decent folks even without growing wings. 2. Is anarchism violence? You have heard that anarchists throw bombs, that they believe in violence, and that anarchy means disorder and chaos. It is not surprising that you should think so. The press, the pulpit, and everyone in authority constantly din it into your ears. But most of them know better, even if they have a reason for not telling you the truth. It is time you should hear it. I mean to speak to you honestly and frankly, and you can take my word for it, because it happens that I am just one of those anarchists who are pointed out as men of violence and destruction. I ought to know, and I have nothing to hide. Now, does anarchism really mean disorder and violence, you wonder? No, my friend, it is capitalism and government which stand for disorder and violence. Anarchism is the very reverse of it. It means order without government and peace without violence. But is that possible, you ask? That is just what we are going to talk over now. But first, your friend demands to know whether anarchists have never thrown bombs or ever used violence. Yes, anarchists have thrown bombs and have sometimes resorted to violence. There you are, your friend exclaims. I thought so. But do not let us be hasty. If anarchists have sometimes employed violence, does it necessarily mean that anarchism means violence? Ask yourself this question and try to answer it honestly. When a citizen puts on a soldier's uniform, he may have to throw bombs and use violence. Will you say, then, that citizenship stands for bombs and violence? You will indignantly resent the imputation. It simply means, you will reply, that under certain conditions a man may have to resort to violence. That man may happen to be a Democrat, a monarchist, a socialist, Bolshevik, or anarchist. You will find that this applies to all men and to all times. Brutus killed Caesar because he feared his friend meant to betray the republic and become king. Not that Brutus loved Caesar less, but that he loved Rome more. Brutus was not an anarchist. He was a loyal republican. William Tell, as folklore tells us, shot to death the tyrant in order to rid his country of oppression. Tell had never heard of anarchism. I mention these instances to illustrate the fact that from time immemorial despots met their fate at the hands of outraged lovers of liberty. Such men were rebels against tyranny. They were generally patriots, Democrats, or Republicans, occasionally socialists or anarchists. Their acts were cases of individual rebellion against wrong and injustice. Anarchism had nothing to do with it. There was a time in ancient Greece when killing a despot was considered the highest virtue. Modern law condemns such acts, but human feeling seems to have remained the same in this matter as in the old days. The conscience of the world does not feel outraged by tyrannicide. Even if publicly not approved, the heart of mankind condones and often very secretly rejoices in such acts. Were there not thousands of patriotic youths in America willing to assassinate the German Kaiser whom they held responsible for starting the World War? Did not a French court recently acquit the man who killed Petlura to avenge the thousands of men, women, and children murdered in the Petlura pogroms against the Jews of South Russia? In every land, in all ages, there have been tyrannicides, that is, men and women who loved their country well enough to sacrifice even their own lives for it. Usually they were persons of no political party or idea, but simply haters of tyranny. Occasionally they were religious fanatics, like the devout Catholic Cullmann, who tried to assassinate Bismarck 49, or the misguided enthusiast Charlotte Corday who killed Marat during the French Revolution. In the United States, 3 presidents were killed by individual acts. Lincoln was shot in 1865, by John Wilkes Booth, who was a Southern Democrat, Garfield in 1888, by Charles Jules Guiteau, a Republican, and McKinley, in 1901, by Leon Czolgosz. Out of the 3 only one was an anarchist. The country that has the worst oppressors produces also the greatest numbers of tyrannicides, which is natural. Take Russia, for instance. With complete suppression of speech and press under the czars, there was no way of mitigating the despotic regime than by putting the fear of God into the tyrant's heart. Those avengers were mostly sons and daughters of the highest nobility, idealistic youths who loved liberty and the people. With all other avenues closed, they felt themselves compelled to resort to the pistol and dynamite in the hope of alleviating the miserable conditions of their country. They were known as nihilists and terrorists. They were not anarchists. In modern times, individual acts of political violence have been even more frequent than in the past. The women suffragettes in England, for example, frequently resorted to it to propagate and carry out their demands for equal rights. In Germany, since the war, men of the most conservative political views have used such methods in the hope of re-establishing the kingdom. It was a monarchist who killed Karl Ertberger, the Prussian Minister of Finance, and Walter Rathenau, Minister of Foreign Affairs, was also laid low by a man of the same political party. Why, the original cause of, or at least excuse for, the Great War itself was the killing of the Austrian heir to the throne by a Serbian patriot who had never heard of anarchism. In Germany, Hungary, France, Italy, Spain, Portugal, and in every other European country, men of the most varied political views had resorted to acts of violence, not to speak of the wholesale political terror, practiced by organized bodies such as the fascists in Italy, the Ku Klux Klan in America, or the Catholic Church in Mexico. You see, then, that anarchists have no monopoly of political violence. The number of such acts by anarchists is infinitesimal as compared with those committed by persons of other political persuasions. The truth is that in every country, in every social movement, violence has been a part of the struggle from time immemorial. Even the Nazarene, who came to preach the gospel of peace, resorted to violence to drive the money changers out of the temple. As I have said, anarchists have no monopoly on violence. On the contrary, the teachings of anarchism are those of peace and harmony, of non-invasion, of the sacredness of life and liberty. But anarchists are human, like the rest of mankind, and perhaps more so. They are more sensitive to wrong and injustice, quicker to resent oppression, and therefore not exempt from occasionally voicing their protest by an act of violence. But such acts are an expression of individual temperament, not of any particular theory. You might ask whether the holding of revolutionary ideas would not naturally influence a person towards deeds of violence. I do not think so, because we have seen that violent methods are also employed by people of the most conservative opinions. If persons of directly opposite political views commit similar acts, it is hardly reasonable to say that their ideas are responsible for such acts. Like results have a like cause, but that cause is not to be found in political convictions, rather in individual temperament and the general feeling about violence. You may be right about temperament, you say. I can see that revolutionary ideas are not the cause of political acts of violence, else every revolutionist would be committing such acts. But do not such views to some extent justify those who commit such acts? It may seem so at first sight. But if you think it over, you will find that it is an entirely wrong idea. The best proof of it is that anarchists who hold exactly the same views about government and the necessity of abolishing it, often disagree entirely on the question of violence. Thus Tolstoyan anarchists and most individualist anarchists condemn political violence, while other anarchists approve of or at least justify it. Moreover, many anarchists who at one time believed in violence as a means of propaganda have changed their opinion about it and do not favor such methods anymore. There was a time, for instance, when anarchists advocated individual acts of violence, known as propaganda by deed. They did not expect to change government and capitalism into anarchism by such acts, nor did they think that the taking off of a despot would abolish despotism. No, terrorism was considered a means of avenging a popular wrong, inspiring fear in the enemy, and also calling attention to the evil against which the act of terror was directed. But most anarchists today do not believe any more in propaganda by deed and do not favor acts of that nature. Experience has taught them that though such methods may have been justified and useful in the past, modern conditions of life make them unnecessary and even harmful to the spread of their ideas. But their ideas remain the same, which means that it was not anarchism which shaped their attitude to violence. It proves that it is not certain ideas or isms that lead to violence, but that some other causes bring it about. We must therefore look somewhere else to find the right explanation. As we have seen, acts of political violence have been committed not only by anarchists, socialists, and revolutionists of all kinds, but also by patriots and nationalists, by Democrats and Republicans, by suffragettes, by conservatives and reactionaries, by monarchists and royalists, and even by religionists and devout Christians. We know now that it could not have been any particular idea or ism that influenced their acts, because the most varied ideas and isms produce similar deeds. I have given as the reason individual temperament and the general feeling about violence. Here is the crux of the matter. What is this general feeling about violence? If we can answer this question correctly, the whole matter will be clear to us. If we speak honestly, we must admit that everyone believes in violence, and practices it, however he may condemn it in others. In fact, all of the institutions we support and the entire life of present society are based on violence. What is the thing we call government? Is it anything else but organized violence? The law orders you to do this or not to do that, and if you fail to obey, it will compel you by force. We are not discussing just now whether it is right or wrong, whether it should or should not be so. Just now we are interested in the fact that it is so that all government, all law and authority finally rest on force and violence, on punishment or fear of punishment. Why, even spiritual authority, the authority of the Church and of God rests on force and violence, because it is the fear of divine wrath and vengeance that wields power over you, compels you to obey, and even to believe against your own reason. Wherever you turn you will find that our entire life is built on violence or the fear of it. From earliest childhood you are subjected to the violence of parents or elders. At home, in school, at the office, factory, field, or shop, it is always someone's authority which keeps you obedient and compels you to do his will. The right to compel you is called authority. Fear of punishment has been made into duty and is called obedience. In this atmosphere of force and violence, of authority and obedience, of duty, fear and punishment we all grow up, we breathe it through our lives. We are so steeped in the spirit of violence that we never stop to ask whether violence is right or wrong. We only ask if it is legal, whether the law permits it. You don't question the right of the government to kill, to confiscate, and imprison. If a private person should be guilty of the things the government is doing all the time, you'd brand him a murderer, thief, and scoundrel. But as long as the violence committed is lawful, you approve of it and submit to it. So it is not really violence that you object to, but people using violence unlawfully. This lawful violence and the fear of it dominate our whole existence, individual and collective. Authority controls our lives from the cradle to the grave. Authority parental, priestly, and divine, political, economic, social, and moral. But whatever the character of that authority, it is always the same executioner wielding power over you through your fear of punishment in one form or another. You are afraid of God and the devil, of the priest and the neighbor, of your employer and boss, of the politician and policeman, of the judge and the jailer, of the law and the government. All your life is a long chain of fears which bruise your body and lacerate your soul. On those fears is based the authority of God, of the Church, of parents, of capitalist and ruler. Look into your heart and see if what I say is not true. Why, even among children the 10-year-old Johnny bosses his younger brother or sister by the authority of his greater physical strength, just as Johnny's father bosses him by his superior strength, and by Johnny's dependence on his support. You stand for the authority of priest and preacher because you think they can call down the wrath of God upon your head. You submit to the domination of boss, judge, and government because of their power to deprive you of work, to ruin your business, to put you in prison, a power, by the way, that you yourself have given into their hands. So authority rules your whole life, the authority of the past and the present, of the dead and the living, and your existence is a continuous invasion and violation of yourself, a constant subjection to the thoughts and the will of someone else. And as you are invaded and violated, so you subconsciously revenge yourself by invading and violating others over whom you have authority or can exercise compulsion, physical or moral. In this way all life has become a crazy quilt of authority, of domination and submission, of command and obedience, of coercion and subjection, of rulers and ruled, of violence and force in 1001 forms. Can you wonder that even idealists are still held in the meshes of this spirit of authority and violence, and are often impelled by their feelings and environment to invasive acts entirely at variance with their ideas? We are all still barbarians who resort to force and violence to settle our debts, difficulties, and troubles. Violence is the method of ignorance, the weapon of the weak. The strong of heart and brain need no violence, for they are irresistible in their consciousness of being right. The further we get away from primitive man and the hatchet age, the less recourse we shall have to force and violence. The more enlightened man will become, the less he will employ compulsion and coercion. He will rise from the dust and stand erect, he will how to know Tsar in heaven or on earth. He will become fully human when he will scorn to rule and refuse to be ruled. He will be truly free only when there shall be no more masters. Anarchism is the ideal of such a condition, of a society without force and compulsion, where all men shall be equals, and live in freedom, peace, and harmony. The word anarchy comes from the Greek, meaning without force, without violence, or government, because government is the very fountainhead of violence, constraint, and coercion. Anarchy 50 therefore, does not mean disorder and chaos, as you thought before. On the contrary, it is the very reverse of it, it means no government, which is freedom and liberty. Disorder is the child of authority and compulsion. Liberty is the mother of order. A beautiful ideal, you say, but only angels are fit for it. Let us see, then, if we can grow the wings we need for that ideal state of society. 3. What is anarchism? Can you tell us briefly, your friend asks, what anarchism really is? I shall try. In the fewest words, anarchism teaches that we can live in a society where there is no compulsion of any kind. A life without compulsion naturally means liberty, it means freedom from being forced or coerced, a chance to lead the life that suits you best. You cannot lead such a life unless you do away with the institutions that curtail your liberty and interfere with your life, the condition that compels you to act differently from the way you really would like to. What are those institutions and conditions? Let us see what we have to do away with in order to secure a free and harmonious life. Once we know what has to be abolished and what must take its place, we shall also find the way to do it. What must be abolished, then, to secure liberty? First of all, of course, the thing that invades you most, that handicaps or prevents your free activity, the thing that interferes with your liberty and compels you to live differently from what would be your own choice. That thing is government. Take a good look at it and you will see that government is the greatest invader, more than that, the worst criminal man has ever known of. It fills the world with violence, with fraud and deceit, with oppression and misery. As a great thinker once said, its breath is poison. It corrupts everything it touches. Yes, government means violence and it is evil, you admit, but can we do without it? That is just what we want to talk over. Now, if I should ask you whether you need government, I'm sure you would answer that you don't, but that it is for the others that it is needed. But if you should ask any one of those others, he would reply as you do, he would say that he does not need it, but that it is necessary for the others. Why does everyone think that he can be decent enough without the policeman, but that the club is needed for the others? People would rob and murder each other if there were no government and no law, you say. If they really would, why would they? Would they do it just for the pleasure of it or because of certain reasons? Maybe if we examine their reasons, we'd discover the cure for them. Suppose you and I and a score of others had suffered shipwreck and found ourselves on an island rich with fruit of every kind. Of course, we'd get to work to gather the food. But suppose one of our number should declare that it all belongs to him, and that no one shall have a single morsel unless he first pays him tribute for it. We would be indignant, wouldn't we? We'd laugh at his pretensions. If he'd try to make trouble about it, we might throw him into the sea, and it would serve him right, would it not? Suppose, further, that we ourselves and our forefathers had cultivated the island and stocked it with everything needed for life and comfort, and that someone should arrive and claim it all as his. What would we say? We'd ignore him, wouldn't we? We might tell him that he could share with us and join us in our work. But suppose that he insists on his ownership and that he produces a slip of paper and says that it proves that everything belongs to him. We'd tell him he's crazy and we'd go about our business. But if he should have a government back of him, he would appeal to it for the protection of his rights, and the government would send police and soldiers who would evict us and put the lawful owner in possession. That is the function of government, that is what government exists for and what it is doing all the time. Now, do you still think that without this thing called government we should rob and murder each other? Is it not rather true that with government we rob and murder? Because government does not secure us in our rightful possessions, but on the contrary takes them away for the benefit of those who have no right to them, as we have seen in previous chapters. If you should wake up tomorrow morning and learn that there is no government anymore, would your first thought be to rush into the street, and kill someone? No, you know that is nonsense. We speak of sane, normal men. The insane man belongs to the care of physicians and alienists, they should be placed in hospitals to be treated for their malady. The chances are that if you or Johnson should awaken to find that there is no government, you would get busy arranging your life under the new conditions. It is very likely, of course, that if you should then see people gorge themselves while you go hungry, you would demand a chance to eat, and you would be perfectly right in that. And so would everyone else, which means that people would not stand for anyone hogging all the good things of life, they would want to share in them. It means further that the poor would refuse to stay poor while others wallow in luxury. It means that the worker will decline to give up his product to the boss who claims to own the factory and everything that is made there. It means that the farmer will not permit thousands of acres to lie idle while he has not enough soil to support himself and family. It means that no one will be permitted to monopolize the land or the machinery of production. It means that the private ownership of the sources of life will not be tolerated anymore. It will be considered the greatest crime for some to own more than they can use in a dozen lifetimes, while their neighbors have not enough bread for their children. It means that all men will share in the social wealth, and that all will help to produce that wealth. It means, in short, that for the first time in history right, justice and equality would triumph instead of law. You see therefore that doing away with government also signifies the abolition of monopoly and of personal ownership of the means of production and distribution. It follows that when government is abolished, wage slavery and capitalism must also go with it, because they cannot exist without the support and protection of government. Just as the man who would claim monopoly of the island, of which I spoke before, could not put through his crazy claim without the help of government. Such a condition of things where there would be liberty instead of government would be anarchy. And where equality of use would take the place of private ownership, would be communism. It would be communist anarchism. Oh, communism, your friend exclaims, but you said you were not a Bolshevik. No, I am not a Bolshevik, because the Bolsheviks want a powerful government or state, while anarchism means doing away with the state or government altogether. But are not the Bolsheviks communists, you demand? Yes, the Bolsheviks are communists, but they want their dictatorship, their government, to compel people to live in communism. Anarchist communism, on the contrary, means voluntary communism, communism from free choice. I see the difference. It would be fine, of course, your friend admits. But do you really think it possible? For, is anarchy possible? It might be possible, you say, if we could do without government. But can we? Perhaps we can best answer your question by examining your own life. What role does the government play in your existence? Does it help you live? Does it feed, clothe, and shelter you? Do you need it to help you work or play? If you are ill, do you call the physician or the policeman? Can the government give you greater ability than nature endowed you with? Can it save you from sickness, old age, or death? Consider your daily life and you will find that in reality the government is no factor in it at all except when it begins to interfere with your affairs, when it compels you to do certain things or prohibits you from doing others. It forces you, for instance, to pay taxes and support it, whether you want to or not. It makes you don a uniform and join the army. It invades your personal life, orders you about, coerces you, prescribes your behavior, and generally treats you as it pleases. It tells you even what you must believe and punishes you for thinking and acting otherwise. It directs you what to eat and drink, and imprisons or shoots you for disobeying. It commands you and dominates every step of your life. It treats you as a bad boy, as an irresponsible child who needs the strong hand of a guardian, but if you disobey it holds you responsible, nevertheless. We shall consider later the details of life under anarchy and see what conditions and institutions will exist in that form of society, how they will function, and what effect they are likely to have upon man. For the present we want to make sure first that such a condition is possible, that anarchy is practicable. What is the existence of the average man today? Almost all your time is given to earning your livelihood. You are so busy making a living that you hardly have time left to live, to enjoy life. Neither the time nor the money. You are lucky if you have some source of support, some job. Now and then comes slack time, there is unemployment and thousands are thrown out of work, every year, in every country. That time means no income, no wages. It results in worry and privation, in disease, desperation, and suicide. It spells poverty and crime. To alleviate that poverty we build homes of charity, poorhouses, free hospitals, all of which you support with your taxes. To prevent crime and to punish criminals it is again you who have to support police, detectives, state forces, judges, lawyers, prisons, keepers. Can you imagine anything more senseless and impractical? The legislatures pass laws, the judges interpret them, the various officials execute them, the police track and arrest the criminal, and finally the prison warden gets him into custody. Numerous persons and institutions are busy keeping the jobless man from stealing and punish him if he tries to. Then he is provided with the means of existence, the lack of which had made him break the law in the first place. After a shorter or longer term he is turned loose. If he falls to get work he begins the same round of theft, arrest, trial, and imprisonment all over again. This is a rough but typical illustration of the stupid character of our system, stupid and inefficient. Law and government support that system. Is it not peculiar that most people imagine we could not do without government, when in fact our real life has no connection with it whatever, no need of it, and is only interfered with where law and government step in? But security and public order, you object, could we have that without law and government? Who will protect us against the criminal? The truth is what is called law and order is really the worst disorder, as we have seen in previous chapters. What little order and peace we do have is due to the good common sense of the joint efforts of the people, mostly in spite of the government. Do you need government to tell you not to step in front of a moving automobile? Do you need it to order you not to jump off the Brooklyn Bridge or from the Eiffel Tower? Man is a social being, he cannot exist alone, he lives in communities or societies. Mutual need and common interests result in certain arrangements to afford us security and comfort. Such co-working is free, voluntary, it needs no compulsion by any government. You join a sporting club or a singing society because your inclinations lie that way, and you cooperate with the other members without anyone coercing you. The man of science, the writer, the artist, and the inventor seek their own kind for inspiration and mutual work. Their impulses and needs are their best urge, the interference of any government or authority can only hinder their efforts. All through life you will find that the needs and inclinations of people make for association, for mutual protection and help. That is the difference between managing things and governing men, between doing something from free choice and being compelled. It is the difference between liberty and constraint, between anarchism and government, because anarchism means voluntary cooperation instead of forced participation. It means harmony and order in place of interference and disorder. But who will protect us against crime and criminals, you demand? Rather ask yourself whether government really protects us against them. Does not government itself create and uphold conditions which make for crime? Does not the invasion and violence upon which all governments rest cultivate the spirit of intolerance and persecution, of hatred and more violence? Does not crime increase with the growth of poverty and injustice fostered by government? Is not government itself the greatest injustice and crime? Crime is the result of economic conditions, of social inequality, of wrongs and evils of which government and monopoly are the parents. Government and law can only punish the criminal. They neither cure nor prevent crime. The only real cure for crime is to abolish its causes, and this the government can never do because it is there to preserve those very causes. Crime can be eliminated only by doing away with the conditions that create it. Government cannot do it. Anarchism means to do away with those conditions. Crimes resulting from government, from its oppression and injustice, from inequality and poverty, will disappear under anarchy. These constitute by far the greatest percentage of crime. Certain other crimes will persist for some time, such as those resulting from jealousy, passion, and from the spirit of coercion and violence which dominates the world today. But these, the offspring of authority and possession, will also gradually disappear under wholesome conditions with the passing away of the atmosphere that cultivated them. Anarchy will therefore neither breed crime nor offer any soil for its thriving. Occasional antisocial acts will be looked upon as survivals of former diseased conditions and attitudes, and will be treated as an unhealthy state of mind rather than of crime. Anarchy would begin by feeding the criminal and securing him work instead of first watching him, arresting, trying and imprisoning him, and finally ending by feeding him and the many others who have to watch and feed him. Surely even this example shows how much more sensible and simpler life would be under anarchism than now. The truth is, present life is impractical, complex, and confused, and not satisfactory from any point of view. That is why there is so much misery and discontent. The worker is not satisfied, nor is the master happy in his constant anxiety over bad times involving loss of property and power. The specter of fear for tomorrow dogs the steps of poor and rich alike. Certainly the worker has nothing to lose by a change from government and capitalism to a condition of no government, of anarchy. The middle classes are almost as uncertain of their existence as the workers. They are dependent upon the goodwill of the manufacturer and wholesaler, of the large combines of industry and capital, and they are always in danger of bankruptcy and ruin. Even the big capitalist has little to lose by the changing of the present-day system to one of anarchy, for under the latter everyone would be assured of his living and comfort, the fear of competition would be eliminated with the abolition of private ownership. Everyone would have full and unhindered opportunity to live and enjoy his life to the utmost of his capacity. Add to this the consciousness of peace and harmony, the feeling that comes with freedom from financial or material worries, the realization that you are in a friendly world with no envy or business rivalry to disturb your mind, in a world of brothers, in an atmosphere of liberty and general welfare. It is almost impossible to conceive of the wonderful opportunities which would open up to man in a society of communist anarchism. The scientist could fully devote himself to his beloved pursuits, without being harassed about his daily bread. The inventor would find every facility at his disposal to benefit humanity by his discoveries and inventions. The writer, the poet, the artist all would rise on the wings of liberty and social harmony to greater heights of attainment. Only then would justice and right come into their own. Do not underestimate the role of these sentiments in the life of man or nation. We do not live by bread alone. True, existence is not possible without opportunity to satisfy our physical needs. But the gratification of these by no means constitutes all of life. Our present system of civilization has, by disinheriting millions, made the belly the center of the universe, so to speak. But in a sensible society, with plenty for all, the matter of mere existence, the security of a livelihood would be considered self-evident and free as the air is for all. The feelings of human sympathy, of justice and right would have a chance to develop, to be satisfied, to broaden and grow. Even today the sense of justice and fair play is still alive in the heart of man, in spite of centuries of repression and perversion. It has not been exterminated, it cannot be exterminated because it is inborn, innate in man, an instinct as strong as that of self-preservation, and just as vital to our happiness. For not all the misery we have in the world today comes from the lack of material welfare. Man can better stand starvation than the consciousness of injustice. The consciousness that you are treated unjustly will rouse you to protest and rebellion just as quickly as hunger, perhaps even quicker. Hunger may be the immediate cause of every rebellion or uprising, but beneath it is the slumbering antagonism and hatred of the masses against those at whose hands they are suffering injustice and wrong. The truth is that right and justice play a far more important role in our lives than most people are aware of. Those who would deny this know as little of human nature as of history. In everyday life you constantly see people grow indignant at what they consider to be an injustice. That isn't right, is the instinctive protest of man when he feels wrong done. Of course, everyone's conception of wrong and right depends on his tradition, environment, and bringing up. But whatever his conception, his natural impulse is to resent what he thinks wrong and unjust. Historically the same holds true. More rebellions and wars have been fought for ideas of right and wrong than because of material reasons. Marxists may object that our views of right and wrong are themselves formed by economic conditions, but that in no way alters the fact that the sense of justice and light has at all times inspired people to heroism and self-sacrifice on behalf of ideals. The Christs and the Buddhas of all ages were not prompted by material considerations but by their devotion to justice and right. The pioneers in every human endeavor have suffered calumny, persecution, even death, not for motives of personal aggrandizement but because of their faith in the justice of their cause. The John Husses, the Luthers, Brunos, Savonarolas, Galileos, and numerous other religious and social idealists fought and died championing the cause of right as they saw it. Similarly in paths of science, philosophy, art, poetry, and education men from the time of Socrates to modern days have devoted their lives to the service of truth and justice. In the field of political and social advancement, beginning with Moses and Spartacus, the noblest of humanity have consecrated themselves to ideals of liberty and equality. Nor is this compelling power of idealism limited only to exceptional individuals. The masses have always been inspired by it. The American War of Independence, for instance, began with popular resentment in the colonies against the injustice of taxation without representation. The Crusades continued for 200 years in an effort to secure the Holy Land for the Christians. This religious ideal inspired 6 millions of men, even armies of children, to face untold hardships, pestilence, and death in the name of right and justice. Even the late World War, capitalistic as it was in cause and result, was fought by millions of men in the fond belief that it was being waged for a just cause, for democracy and the termination of all wars. So all through history, past and modern, the sense of right and justice has inspired man, individually and collectively, to deeds of self-sacrifice and devotion and raised him far above the mean drabness of his everyday existence. It is tragic, of course, that this idealism expressed itself in acts of persecution, violence, and slaughter. It was the viciousness and self-seeking of king, priest, and master, ignorance and fanaticism which determined these forms. But the spirit that filled them was that of right and justice. All past experience proves that this spirit is ever alive and that it is a powerful and dominant factor in the whole scale of human life. The conditions of our present-day existence weaken and vitiate this noblest trait of man, pervert its manifestation, and turn it into channels of intolerance, persecution, hatred, and strife. But once man is freed from the corrupting influences of material interests, lifted out of ignorance and class antagonism, his innate spirit of right and justice would find new forms of expression, forms that would tend toward greater brotherhood and goodwill, toward individual peace and social harmony. Only under anarchy could this spirit come into its full development. Liberated from the degrading and brutalizing struggle for our daily bread, all sharing in labor and well-being, the best qualities of man's heart and mind would have opportunity for growth and beneficial application. man would indeed become the noble work of nature that he has till now visioned himself only in his dreams. It is for these reasons that anarchy is the ideal not only of some particular element or class, but of all humanity, because it would benefit, in the larger sense, all of us. For anarchism is the formulation of a universal and perennial desire of mankind. Every man and woman, therefore, should be vitally interested in helping to bring anarchy about. They would surely do so if they but understood the beauty and justice of such a new life. Every human being who is not devoid of feeling and common sense is inclined to anarchism. Everyone who suffers from wrong and injustice, from the evil, corruption, and filth of our present-day life, is instinctively sympathetic to anarchy. Everyone whose heart is not dead to kindness, compassion, and fellow sympathy must be interested in furthering it. Everyone who has to endure poverty and misery, tyranny and oppression should welcome the coming of anarchy. Every liberty and justice-loving man and woman should help realize it. And foremost and most vitally of all, the subjected and submerged of the world must be interested in it. Those who build palaces and live in hovels, who set the table of life but are not permitted to partake of the repast, who create the wealth of the world and are disinherited, who fill life with joy and sunshine, and themselves remain scorned in the depths of darkness, the Samson of life shorn of his strength by the hand of fear and ignorance, the helpless giant of labor, the proletariat of brain and brawn, the industrial and agrarian masses, these should most gladly embrace anarchy. It is to them that anarchism makes the strongest appeal. It is they who, first and foremost, must work for the new day that is to give them back their inheritance and bring liberty and well-being, joy and sunshine to the whole of mankind. A splendid thing, you remark, but will it work? And how shall we attain it? 5. Will communist anarchism work? As we have seen in the preceding chapter, no life can be free and secure, harmonious and satisfactory unless it is built on principles of justice and fair play. The first requirement of justice is equal liberty and opportunity. Under government and exploitation there can be neither equal liberty nor equal opportunity, hence all the evils and troubles of present-day society. Communist anarchism is based on the understanding of this incontrovertible truth. It is founded on the principle of non-invasiveness and non-coercion, in other words, on liberty and opportunity. Life on such a basis fully satisfies the demands of justice. You are to be entirely free, and everybody else is to enjoy equal liberty, which means that no one has a right to compel or force another, for coercion of any kind is interference with your liberty. Similarly, equal opportunity is the heritage of all. Monopoly and the private ownership of the means of existence are therefore eliminated as an abridgment of the equal opportunity of all. If we keep in mind this simple principle of equal liberty and opportunity, we shall be able to solve the questions involved in building a society of communist anarchism. Politically, then, man will recognize no authority which can force or coerce him. Government will be abolished. Economically, he will permit no exclusive possession of the sources of life in order to preserve his opportunity of free access. Monopoly of land, private ownership of the machinery of production, distribution, and communication can therefore not be tolerated under anarchy. Opportunity to use what everyone needs in order to live must be free to all. In a nutshell, then, the meaning of communist anarchism is this: the abolition of government, of coercive authority and all its agencies, and joint ownership, which means free and equal participation in the general work and welfare. You said that anarchy will secure economic equality, remarks your friend. Does that mean equal pay for all? It does. Or what amounts to the same, equal participation in the public welfare. Because, as we already know, labor is social. No man can create anything all by himself, by his own efforts. Now, then, if labor is social, it stands to reason that the results of it, the wealth produced, must also be social, belong to the collectivity. No person can therefore justly lay claim to the exclusive ownership of the social wealth. It is to be enjoyed by all alike. But why not give each according to the value of his work, you ask? Because there is no way by which value can be measured. That is the difference between value and price. Value is what a thing is worth, while price is what it can be sold or bought for in the market. What a thing is worth no one really can tell. Political economists generally claim that the value of a commodity is the amount of labor required to produce it, of socially necessary labor, as Marx says. But evidently it is not a just standard of measurement. Suppose the carpenter worked 3 hours to make a kitchen chair, while the surgeon took only half an hour to perform an operation that saved your life. If the amount of labor used determines value, then the chair is worth more than your life. Obvious nonsense, of course. Even if you should count in the years of study and practice the surgeon needed to make him capable of performing the operation, how are you going to decide what an hour of operating is worth? The carpenter and mason also had to be trained before they could do their work properly, but you don't figure in those years of apprenticeship when you contract for some work with them. Besides, there is also to be considered the particular ability and aptitude that every worker, writer, artist, or physician must exercise in his labors. That is a purely individual personal factor. How are you going to estimate its value? That is why value cannot be determined. The same thing may be worth a lot to one person while it is worth nothing or very little to another. It may be worth much or little even to the same person, at different times. A diamond, a painting, a book may be worth a great deal to one man and very little to another. A loaf of bread will be worth a great deal to you when you are hungry, and much less when you are not. Therefore the real value of a thing cannot be ascertained if it is an unknown quantity. But the price is easily found out. If there are 5 loaves of bread to be had and 10 persons want to get a loaf each, the price of bread will rise. If there are 10 loaves and only 5 buyers, then it will fall. Price depends on supply and demand. The exchange of commodities by means of prices leads to profit making, to taking advantage and exploitation, in short, to some form of capitalism. If you do away with profits, you cannot have any price system, nor any system of wages or payment. That means that exchange must be according to value. But as value is uncertain or not ascertainable, exchange must consequently be free, without equal value, since such does not exist. In other words, labor and its products must be exchanged without price, without profit, freely according to necessity. This logically leads to ownership in common and to joint use, which is a sensible, just, and equitable system, and is known as communism. But is it just that all should share alike, you demand? The man of brains and the dullard, the efficient and the inefficient, all the same? Should there be no distinction, no special recognition for those of ability? Let me in turn ask you, my friend, shall we punish the man whom nature has not endowed as generously as his stronger and more talented neighbor? Shall we add injustice to the handicap nature has put upon him? All we can reasonably expect from any man is that he do his best. Can anyone do more? And if John's best is not as good as his brother Jim's, it is his misfortune, but in no case a fault to be punished. There is nothing more dangerous than discrimination. The moment you begin discriminating against the less capable, you establish conditions that breed dissatisfaction and resentment, you invite envy, discord, and strife. You would think it brutal to withhold from the less capable the air or water they need. Should not the same principle apply to the other wants of man? After all, the matter of food, clothing, and shelter is the smallest item in the world's economy. The surest way to get one to do his best is not by discriminating against him, but by treating him on an equal footing with others. That is the most effective encouragement and stimulus. It is just and human. But what will you do with the lazy man, the man who does not want to work, inquires your friend. That is an interesting question, and you will probably be very much surprised when I say that there is really no such thing as laziness. What we call a lazy man is generally a square peg in a round hole. That is, the right man in the wrong place. And you will always find that when a fellow is in the wrong place, he will be inefficient or shiftless. For so-called laziness and a good deal of inefficiency are merely unfitness, misplacement. If you are compelled to do the thing you are unfit for by your inclinations or temperament, you will be inefficient at it. If you are forced to do work you are not interested in, you will be lazy at it. Everyone who has managed affairs in which large numbers of men were employed can substantiate this. Life in prison is a particularly convincing proof of the truth of it, and, after all, present-day existence for most people is but that of a larger jail. Every prison warder will tell you that inmates put to tasks for which they have no ability or interest are always lazy and subject to continuous punishment. But as soon as these refractory convicts are assigned to work that appeals to their leanings, they become model men, as the jailers term them. Russia has also signally demonstrated the verity of it. It has shown how little we know of human potentialities and of the effect of environment upon them, how we mistake wrong conditions for bad conduct. Russian refugees leading a miserable and insignificant life in foreign lands, on returning home and finding in the revolution a proper field for their activities, have accomplished most wonderful work in their right sphere, have developed into brilliant organizers, builders of railroads and creators of industry. Among the Russian names best known abroad today are those of men considered shiftless and inefficient under conditions where their ability and energies could not find proper application. That is human nature. Efficiency in a certain direction means inclination and capability for it. Industry and application signify interest. That is why there is so much inefficiency and laziness in the world today. For who indeed is nowadays in his right place? Who works at what he really likes and is interested in? Under present conditions there is little choice given the average man to devote himself to the tasks that appeal to his leanings and preferences. The accident of your birth and social station generally predetermines your trade or profession. The son of the financier does not, as a rule, become a wood chopper, though he may be more fit to handle logs than bank accounts. The middle classes send their children to colleges which turn them into doctors, lawyers, or engineers. But if your parents were workers who could not afford to let you study, the chances are that you will take any job which is offered you, or enter some trade that happens to afford you an apprenticeship. Your particular situation will decide your work or profession, not your natural preferences, inclinations, or abilities. Is it any wonder, then, that most people, the overwhelming majority, in fact, are misplaced? Ask the first 100 men you meet whether they would have selected the work they are doing, or whether they would continue in it, if they were free to choose, and 99 of them will admit that they would prefer some other occupation. Necessity and material advantages, or the hope of them, keep most people in the wrong place. It stands to reason that a person can give the best of himself only when his interest is in his work, when he feels a natural attraction to it, when he likes it. Then he will be industrious and efficient. The things the craftsman produced in the days before modern capitalism were objects of joy and beauty, because the artisan loved his work. Can you expect the modern drudge in the modern factory to make beautiful things? He is part of the machine, a cog in the soulless industry, his labor mechanical, forced. Add to this his feeling that he is not working for himself but for the benefit of someone else, and that he hates his job or at best has no interest in it except that it secures his weekly wage. The result is shirking, inefficiency, laziness. The need of activity is one of the most fundamental urges of man. Watch the child and see how strong is his instinct for action, for movement, for doing something. Strong and continuous. It is the same with the healthy man. His energy and vitality demand expression. Permit him to do the work of his choice, the thing he loves, and his application will know neither weariness nor shirking. You can observe this in the factory worker when he is lucky enough to own a garden or a patch of ground to raise some flowers or vegetables on. Tired from his toil as he is, he enjoys the hardest labor for his own benefit, done from free choice. Under anarchism each will have the opportunity for following whatever occupation will appeal to his natural inclinations and aptitude. Work will become a pleasure instead of the deadening drudgery it is today. Laziness will be unknown, and the things created by interest and love will be objects of beauty and joy. But can labor ever become a pleasure, you demand? Labor is toil today, unpleasant, exhausting, and wearisome. But usually it is not the work that is so hard, it is the conditions under which you are compelled to labor that make it so. Particularly the long hours, insanitary workshops, bad treatment, insufficient pay, and so on. Yet the most unpleasant work could be made lighter by improving the environment. Take gutter cleaning, for instance. It is dirty work and poorly paid for. But suppose, for example, that you should get $20 a day instead of $5 for such work. You will immediately find your job much lighter and pleasanter. The number of applicants for the work would increase at once. Which means that men are not lazy, not afraid of hard and unpleasant labor if it is properly rewarded. But such work is considered mental and is looked down upon. Why is it considered menial? Is it not most useful and absolutely necessary? Would not epidemics sweep our city but for the street and gutter cleaners? Surely, the men who keep our town clean and sanitary are real benefactors, more vital to our health and welfare than the family physician. From the viewpoint of social usefulness, the street cleaner is the professional colleague of the doctor. The latter treats us when we are ill, but the former helps us to keep well. Yet the physician is looked up to and respected, while the street cleaner is slighted. Why? Is it because the street cleaner's work is dirty? But the surgeon often has much dirtier jobs to perform. Then why is the street cleaner scorned? Because he earns little. In our perverse civilization, things are valued according to money standards. Persons doing the most useful work are lowest in the social scale when their employment is ill-paid. Should something happen, however, that would cause the street cleaner to get $100 a day, while the physician earns $50, the dirty street cleaner would immediately rise in estimation and social station, and from the filthy laborer he would become the much sought man of good income. You see that it is pay, remuneration, the wage scale, not worth or merit, that today under our system of profit determines the value of work as well as the worth of a man. A sensible society under anarchist conditions would have entirely different standards of judging such matters. People will then be appreciated according to their willingness to be socially useful. Can you perceive what great changes such a new attitude would produce? Everyone yearns for the respect and admiration of his fellow men. It is a tonic we cannot live without. Even in prison I have seen how the clever pickpocket or safe blower longs for the appreciation of his friends and how hard he tries to earn their good estimate of him. The opinions of our circle rule our behavior. The social atmosphere to a profound degree determines our values and our attitude. Your personal experience will tell you how true this is. And therefore you will not be surprised when I say that, in an anarchist society it will be the most useful and difficult toil that men will seek rather than the lighter job. If you consider this, you will have no more fear of laziness or shirking. But the hardest and most onerous task could be made easier and cleaner than is the case today. The capitalist employer does not care to spend money, if he can help it, to make the toil of his employees pleasanter and brighter. He will introduce improvements only when he hopes to gain larger profits thereby, but he will not go to extra expense out of purely humanitarian reasons. Though here I must remind you that the more intelligent employers are beginning to see that it pays to improve their factories, make them more sanitary and hygienic, and generally better the conditions of labor. They realize it is a good investment, it results in the increased contentment and consequent greater efficiency of their workers. The principle is sound. Today, of course, it is being exploited for the sole purpose of bigger profits. But under anarchism it would be applied not for the sake of personal gain, but in the interest of the workers' health, for the lightening of labor. Our progress in mechanics is so great and continually advancing that most of the hard toil could be eliminated by the use of modern machinery and labor-saving devices. In many industries, as in coal mining, for instance, new safety and sanitary appliances are not introduced because of the master's indifference to the welfare of their employees and on account of the expenditure involved. But in a non-profit system, technical science would work exclusively with the aim of making labor safer, healthier, lighter, and more pleasant. But however light you'll make work, 8 hours a day of it is no pleasure, objects your friend. You are perfectly right. But did you ever stop to consider why we have to work 8 hours a day? Do you know that not so long ago people used to slave 12 to 14 hours and that it is still the case in backward countries like China and India? It can be statistically proved that 3 hours work a day, at most, is sufficient to feed, shelter, and clothe the world and supply it not only with necessities but also with all modern comforts of life. The point is that not 1 man in 5 is today doing any productive work. The entire world is supported by a small minority of toilers. First of all, consider the amount of work done in present-day society that would become unnecessary under anarchist conditions. Take the armies and navies of the world, and think how many millions of men would be released for useful and productive effort once war is abolished, as would of course be the case under anarchy. In every country today labor supports the millions who contribute nothing to the welfare of the country, who create nothing, and perform no useful work whatever. Those millions are only consumers, without being producers. In the United States, for instance, out of a population of 120 millions there are less than 30 million workers, farmers included. A similar situation is the rule in every land. Is it any wonder that labor has to toil long hours, since there are only 30 workers to every 120 persons? The large business classes with their clerks, assistants, agents, and commercial travelers, the courts with their judges, record keepers, bailiffs, etc., the legion of attorneys with their staffs, the militia and police forces, the churches and monasteries, the charity institutions and poorhouses, the prisons with their wardens, officers, and the non-productive convict population, the army of advertisers and their helpers, whose business it is to persuade you to buy what you don't want or need. Not to speak of the numerous elements that live luxuriously in entire idleness. All these mount into the millions in every country. Now, if all these millions would apply themselves to useful labor, would the worker have to drudge 8 hours a day? If 30 men have to put in 8 hours to perform a certain task, how much less time would it take 120 men to accomplish the same thing? I don't want to burden you with statistics, but there are enough data to prove that less than 3 hours of daily physical effort would be sufficient to do the world's work. Can you doubt that even the hardest toil would become a pleasure instead of the cursed slavery it is at present, if only 3 hours a day were required, and that under the most sanitary and hygienic conditions, in an atmosphere of brotherhood and respect for labor? But it is not difficult to foresee the day when even those short hours would be still further reduced. For we are constantly improving our technical methods, and new labor-saving machinery is being invented all the time. Mechanical progress means less work and greater comforts, as you can see by comparing life in the United States with that in China or India. In the latter countries they toil long hours to secure the barest necessities of existence, while in America even the average laborer enjoys a much higher standard of living with fewer hours of work. The advance of science and invention signifies more leisure for the pursuits we love. I have sketched in large, broad outline the possibilities of life under a sensible system where profit is abolished. It is not necessary to go into the minute details of such a social condition. Sufficient has been said to show that communist anarchism means the greatest material welfare with a life of liberty for each and all. We can visualize the time when labor will have become a pleasant exercise, a joyous application of physical effort to the needs of the world. Man will then look back at our present day and wonder that work could ever have been slavery, and question the sanity of a generation that suffered less than 1/5 of its population to earn the bread for the rest by the sweat of their brow while those others idled and wasted their time, their health, and the people's wealth. They will wonder that the freest satisfaction of man's needs could have even been considered as anything but self-evident, or that people naturally seeking the same objects insisted on making life hard and miserable by mutual strife. They will refuse to believe that the whole existence of man was a continuous struggle for food in a world rich with luxuries, a struggle that left the great majority neither time nor strength for the higher quest of the heart and mind. But will not life under anarchy, in economic and social equality, mean general leveling, you ask? No, my dear friend, quite the contrary. Because equality does not mean an equal amount but equal opportunity. It does not mean, for instance, that if Smith needs 5 meals a day, Johnson also must have as many. If Johnson wants only 3 meals while Smith requires 5, the quantity each consumes may be unequal, but both men are perfectly equal in the opportunity each has to consume as much as he needs, as much as his particular nature demands. Do not make the mistake of identifying equality in liberty with the forced equality of the convict camp. True anarchist equality implies freedom, not quantity. It does not mean that everyone must eat, drink, or wear the same things, do the same work, or live in the same manner. Far from it, the very reverse, in fact. Individual needs and tastes differ, as appetites differ. It is equal opportunity to satisfy them that constitutes true equality. Far from leveling, such equality opens the door for the greatest possible variety of activity and development. For human character is diverse, and only the repression of this diversity results in leveling, in uniformity and sameness. Free opportunity of expressing and acting out your individuality means development of natural dissimilarities and variations. It is said that no 2 blades of grass are alike. Much less so are human beings. In the whole wide world no 2 persons are exactly similar even in physical appearance, still more dissimilar are they in their physiological, mental, and physical makeup. Yet in spite of this diversity and of 1,001 differentiations of character we compel people to be alike today. Our lives and habits, our behavior and manners, even our thoughts and feelings are pressed into a uniform mold and fashioned into sameness. The spirit of authority, law, written and unwritten, tradition and custom force us into a common groove and make a man a will-less automaton without independence or individuality. This moral and intellectual bondage is more compelling than any physical coercion, more devastating to our manhood and development. All of us are its victims, and only the exceptionally strong succeed in breaking its chains, and that only partly. The authority of the past and of the present dictates not only our behavior but dominates our very minds and souls, and is continually at work to stifle every symptom of nonconformity, of independent attitude and unorthodox opinion. The whole weight of social condemnation comes down upon the head of the man or woman who dares defy conventional codes. Ruthless vengeance is wreaked upon the Protestant who refuses to follow the beaten track, or upon the heretic who disbelieves in the accepted formulas. In science and art, in literature, poetry, and in painting the spirit compels adaptation and adjustment, resulting in imitation of the established and approved, in uniformity and sameness, in stereotyped expression. But more terrible still is punished nonconformity in actual life, in our everyday relationships and behavior. The painter and writer may occasionally be forgiven for defiance of custom and precedents, because, after all, their rebellion is limited to paper or canvas, it affects only a comparatively small circle. They may be disregarded or labeled cranks who can do little harm, but not so with the man of action who carries his challenge of accepted standards into social life. Not harmless he is dangerous by the power of example, by his very presence. His infraction of social canons can be neither ignored nor forgiven. He will be denounced as an enemy of society. It is for this reason that revolutionary feeling or thought in exotic poetry or marked in highbrow philosophical dissertations may be condoned, may pass the official and unofficial censor, because it is neither accessible to nor understood by the public at large. But give voice to the same dissenting attitude in a popular manner and immediately you will face the frothing denunciation of all the forces that stand for the preservation of the established. More vicious and deadening is compulsory compliance than the most virulent poison. Throughout the ages it has been the greatest impediment to man's advance, hedging him in with 1,000 prohibitions and taboos, weighing his mind and heart down with outlived canons and codes, thwarting his will with imperatives of thought and feeling, with thou shalt and thou shalt not of behavior and action. Life, the art of living, has become a dull formula, flat and inert. Yet so strong is the innate diversity of man's nature that centuries of this stultification have not succeeded in entirely eradicating his originality and uniqueness. True, the great majority have fallen into ruts so deepened by countless feet that they cannot get back to the broad spaces. But some do break away from the beaten track and find the open road where new vistas of beauty and inspiration beckon to heart and spirit. These the world condemns, but little by little it follows their example and lead, and finally it comes up abreast of them. In the meantime those pathfinders have gone much further or died, and then we build monuments to them and glorify the men we have vilified and crucified as we go on crucifying their brothers in spirit, the pioneers of our own day. Beneath this spirit of intolerance and persecution is the habit of authority, coercion to conform to dominant standards, compulsion moral and legal to be and act as others, according to precedent and rule. But the general view that conformity is a natural trait is entirely false. On the contrary, given the least chance, unimpeded by the mental habits instilled from the very cradle, man evidences uniqueness and originality. Observe children, for instance, and you will see most varied differentiation in manner and attitude, in mental and psychic expression. You will discover an instinctive tendency to individuality and independence, to nonconformity, manifested in open and secret defiance of the will imposed from the outside in rebellion against the authority of parent and teacher. The whole training and education of the child is a continuous process of stifling and crushing this tendency, the eradication of his distinctive characteristics, of his unlikeness to others, of his personality and originality. Yet even in spite of year-long repression, suppression, and molding, some originality persists in the child when it reaches maturity, which shows how deep are the springs of individuality. Take any two persons, for example, who have witnessed some tragedy, a big fire, let us say, at the same time and place. Each will tell the story in a different manner, each will be original in his way of relating it and in the impression he will produce, because of his naturally different psychology. But talk to the same two persons on some fundamental social matter, about life and government, for instance, and immediately you hear expressed an exactly similar attitude, the accepted view, the dominant mentality. Why? Because where man is left free to think and feel for himself, unhindered by precept and rule, and not restrained by the fear of being different and unorthodox, with the unpleasant consequences it involves, he will be independent and free. But the moment the conversation touches matters within the sphere of our social imperatives, one is in the clutches of the taboos and becomes a copy and a parrot. Life in freedom, in anarchy, will do more than liberate man merely from his present political and economic bondage. That will be only the first step, the preliminary to a truly human existence. Far greater and more significant will be the results of such liberty, its effects upon man's mind, upon his personality. The abolition of the coercive external will, and with it of the fear of authority, will loosen the bonds of moral compulsion no less than of economic and physical. Man's spirit will breathe freely, and that mental emancipation will be the birth of a new culture, of a new humanity. Imperatives and taboos will disappear, and man will begin to be himself, to develop and express his individual tendencies and uniqueness. Instead of thou shalt not, the public conscience will say thou mayest, taking full responsibility. That will be a training in human dignity and self-reliance, beginning at home and in school, which will produce a new race with a new attitude to life. The man of the coming day will see and feel existence on an entirely different plane. Living to him will be an art and a joy. He will cease to consider it as a race where everyone must try to become as good a runner as the fastest. He will regard leisure as more important than work, and work will fall into its proper, subordinate place as the means to leisure, to the enjoyment of life. Life will mean the striving for finer cultural values, the penetration of nature's mysteries, the attainment of higher truth. Free to exercise the limitless possibilities of his mind, to pursue his love of knowledge, to apply his inventive genius, to create, and to soar on the wings of imagination, man will reach his full stature and become man indeed. He will grow and develop according to his nature. He will scorn uniformity, and human diversity will give him increased interest in, and a more satisfying sense of, the richness of being. Life to him will not consist of functioning but in living, and he will attain the greatest kind of freedom man is capable of, freedom enjoyed. That day lies far in the future, you say, how shall we bring it about? Far in the future, maybe, yet perhaps not so far, one cannot tell. At any rate, we should always hold our ultimate object in view if we are to remain on the right road. The change I have described will not come overnight, nothing ever does. It will be a gradual development, as everything in nature and social life is. But a logical, necessary, and, I dare say, an inevitable development. Inevitable, because the whole trend of man's growth has been in that direction, even if in zigzags, often losing its way, yet always returning to the right path. How, then, might it be brought about? 6. Non-communist anarchists. Before we proceed, let me make a short explanation. I owe it to those anarchists who are not communists. Because you should know that not all anarchists are communists, not all of them believe that communism, social ownership and sharing according to need, would be the best and justest economic arrangement. I have first explained to you communist anarchism because it is, in my estimation, the most desirable and practical form of society. The communist anarchists hold that only under communist conditions could anarchy prosper, and equal liberty, justice, and well-being be assured to everyone without discrimination. But there are anarchists who do not believe in communism. They can be generally classed as individualists and mutualists. Point 51. All anarchists agree on this fundamental position, that government means injustice and oppression, that it is invasive, enslaving, and the greatest hindrance to man's development and growth. They all believe that freedom can exist only in a society where there is no compulsion of any kind. All anarchists are therefore at one on the basic principle of abolishing government. They disagree mostly on the following points. First, the manner in which anarchy will come about. The communist anarchists say that only a social revolution can abolish government and establish anarchy, while individualist anarchists and mutualists do not believe in revolution. They think that present society will gradually develop out of government into a non-governmental condition. Second, individualist anarchists and mutualists believe in individual ownership as against the communist anarchists who see in the institution of private property one of the main sources of injustice and inequality, of poverty and misery. The individualists and mutualists maintain that liberty means the right of everyone to the product of his toil, which is true, of course. Liberty does mean that. But the question is not whether one has a right to his product, but whether there is such a thing as an individual product. I have pointed out in preceding chapters that there is no such thing in modern history. All labor and the products of labor are social. The argument, therefore, about the right of the individual to his product has no practical merit. I have also shown that exchange of products or commodities cannot be individual or private, unless the profit system is employed. Since the value of a commodity cannot be adequately determined, no barter is equitable. This fact leads, in my opinion, to social ownership and use, that is, to communism, as the most practical and just economic system. But, as stated, individualist anarchists and mutualists disagree with the communist anarchist on this point. They assert that the source of economic inequality is monopoly, and they argue that monopoly will disappear with the abolition of government, because it is special privilege given and protected by government which makes monopoly possible. Free competition, they claim, would do away with monopoly and its evils. Individualist anarchists, followers of Stirner and Tucker, as well as Tolstoyan anarchists who believe in non-resistance, have no very clear plan of economic life under anarchy. The mutualists, on the other hand, propose a definite new economic system. They believe with their teacher, the French philosopher Proudhon, that mutual banking and credit without interest would be the best economic form of a non-government society. According to their theory, free credit, affording everyone opportunity to borrow money without interest, would tend to equalize incomes and reduce profits to a minimum, and would thus eliminate riches as well as poverty. Free credit and competition in the open market, they say, would result in economic equality, while the abolition of government would secure equal freedom. The social life of the mutualist community, as well as of the individualist society, would be based on the sanctity of voluntary agreement, of free contract. I have given here but the briefest outline of the attitude of individualist anarchists and mutualists. It is not the purpose of this work to treat in detail those anarchist ideas which the author thinks erroneous and impracticable. Being a communist anarchist, I am interested in submitting to the reader the views that I consider best and soundest. I thought it fair, however, not to leave you in ignorance about the existence of other, non-communist anarchist theories. 7. Why revolution? Let us return to your question, how will anarchy come? Can we help bring it about? This is a most important point, because in every problem there are two vital things: first, to know clearly just what you want; second, how to attain it. We already know what we want. We want social conditions wherein all will be free and where each shall have the fullest opportunity to satisfy his needs and aspirations, on the basis of equal liberty for all. In other words, we are striving for the free cooperative commonwealth of communist anarchism. How will it come about? We are not prophets, and no one can tell just how a thing will happen. But the world does not exist since yesterday, and man, as a reasonable being, must benefit by the experience of the past. Now, what is that experience? If you glance over history, you will see that the whole life of man has been a struggle for existence. In his primitive state, man fought single-handed the wild beasts of the forest, and helplessly he faced hunger, cold, darkness and storm. Because of his ignorance, all the forces of nature were his enemies, they worked evil and destruction to him, and he, alone, was powerless to combat them. But little by little man learned to come together with others of his kind, together they sought safety and security. By joint effort they presently began to turn the energies of nature to their service. Mutual help and cooperation gradually multiplied man's strength and ability till he has succeeded in conquering nature, in applying her forces to his use, in chaining the lightning, bridging oceans, and mastering even the air. Similarly, the primitive man's ignorance and fear made life a continuous struggle of man against man, of family against family, of tribe against tribe, until men realized that by getting together, by joint effort and mutual aid, they could accomplish more than by strife and enmity. Modern science shows that even animals had learned that much in the struggle for existence. Certain kinds survived because they quit fighting each other and lived in herds, and in that way were better able to protect themselves against other beasts. In proportion as men substituted joint effort and cooperation in place of mutual struggle, they advanced, grew out of barbarism and became civilized. Families which had formerly fought each other to the death combined and formed one common group, groups joined and became tribes, and tribes federated into nations. The nations will stupidly keep on fighting each other, but gradually they are also learning the same lesson, and now they are beginning to look for a way to stop the international slaughter known as war. Unfortunately, in our social life we are yet in a condition of barbarism, destructive and fratricidal, group still combats group, class fights against class. But here also men are beginning to see that it is a senseless and ruinous warfare, that the world is big and rich enough to be enjoyed by all, like the sunshine, and that a united mankind would accomplish more than one divided against itself. What is called progress is just the realization of this, a step in that direction. The whole advance of man consists in striving for greater safety and peace, for more security and welfare. Man's natural impulse is towards mutual help and joint effort, his most instinctive longing is for liberty and joy. These tendencies seek to express and assert themselves in spite of all obstacles and difficulties. The lesson of the entire history of man is that neither hostile natural forces nor human opposition can hold back his onward march. If I were asked to define civilization in a single phrase, I should say that it is the triumph of man over the powers of darkness, natural and human. The inimical forces of nature we have conquered, but we still have to fight the dark powers of men. History fails to show a single important social improvement made without meeting the opposition of the dominant powers, the church, government, and capital. Not a step forward, but was achieved by breaking down the resistance of the masters. Every advance has cost a bitter struggle. It took many long fights to destroy slavery, it required revolts and uprisings to secure the most fundamental rights for the people, it necessitated rebellions and revolutions to abolish feudalism and serfdom. It needed civil warfare to do away with the absolute power of kings and establish democracies, to conquer more freedom and well-being for the masses. There is not a country on earth, not an epoch in history, where any great social evil was eliminated without a bitter struggle with the powers that be. In recent days it again took revolutions to get rid of Tsardom in Russia, of the Kaiser in Germany, the Sultan in Turkey, the monarchy in China, and so on, in various lands. There is no record of any government or authority, of any group or class in power having given up its mastery voluntarily. In every instance it required the use of force, or at least the threat of it. Is it reasonable to assume that authority and wealth will experience a sudden change of heart, and that they will behave differently in the future than they had in the past? Your common sense will tell you that it is a vain and foolish hope. Government and capital will fight to retain power. They do it even today at the least menace to their privileges. They will fight to the death for their existence. That is why it is no prophecy to foresee that someday it must come to a decisive struggle between the masters of life and the dispossessed classes. As a matter of fact, that struggle is going on all the time. There is a continuous warfare between capital and labor. That warfare generally proceeds within so-called legal forms. But even these erupt now and then in violence, as during strikes and lockouts, because the armed fist of government is always at the service of the masters, and that fist gets into action the moment capital feels its profits threatened, then it drops the mask of mutual interests and partnership with labor and resorts to the final argument of every master, to coercion and force. It is therefore certain that government and capital will not allow themselves to be quietly abolished if they can help it, nor will they miraculously disappear of themselves, as some people pretend to believe. It will require a revolution to get rid of them. There are those who smile incredulously at the mention of revolution. Impossible, they say confidently. So did Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette of France think only a few weeks before they lost their throne together with their heads. So did the nobility at the court of Tsar Nicholas II believe on the very eve of the upheaval that swept them away. It doesn't look like revolution, the superficial observer argues. But revolutions have a way of breaking out when it doesn't look like it. The more far-seeing modern capitalists, however, do not seem willing to take any chances. They know that uprisings and revolutions are possible at any time. That is why the great corporations and big employers of labor, particularly in America, are beginning to introduce new methods calculated to serve as lightning rods against popular disaffection and revolt. They initiate bonuses for their employees, profit sharing, and similar methods designed to make the worker more satisfied and financially interested in the prosperity of his industry. These means may temporarily blind the proletarian to his true interests, but do not believe that the worker will forever remain content with his wage slavery even if his cage be slightly gilded from time to time. Improving material conditions is no insurance against revolution. On the contrary, the satisfaction of our wants creates new needs, gives birth to new desires and aspirations. That is human nature, and that's what makes improvement and progress possible. Labor's discontent is not to be choked down with an extra piece of bread, even if it be buttered. That is why there is more conscious and active revolt in the industrial centers of better situated Europe than in backward Asia and Africa. The spirit of man forever yearns for greater comfort and freedom, and it is the masses who are the truest bearers of this incentive to further advancement. The hope of modern plutocracy to forestall revolution by throwing a fatter bone to the toiler now and then is illusory and baseless. The new policies of capital may seem to appease labor for a while, but its onward march cannot be stopped by such makeshifts. The abolition of capitalism is inevitable, in spite of all schemes and resistance, and it will be accomplished only by revolution. Can the individual worker accomplish anything against the big corporation? Can a small labor union compel the large employer to grant its demands? The capitalist class is organized to fight against labor. It stands to reason that a revolution can be fought successfully only when the workers are united, when they are organized throughout the land, when the proletariat of all countries will make a joint effort, for capital is international and the masters always combine against labor in every big issue. That is why, for instance, the plutocracy of the whole world turned against the Russian Revolution. As long as the people of Russia meant only to abolish the Tsar, international capital did not interfere, it did not care what political form Russia would have, as long as the government would be bourgeois and capitalistic. But as soon as the revolution attempted to do away with the system of capitalism, the governments and the bourgeoisie of every land combined to crush it. They saw in it a menace to the continuance of their own mastery. Keep that well in mind, my friend. Because there are revolutions and revolutions. Some revolutions change only the governmental form by putting in a new set of rulers in place of the old. These are political revolutions, and as such they often meet with little resistance. But a revolution that aims to abolish the entire system of wage slavery must also do away with the power of one class to oppress another. That is, it is not any more a mere change of rulers, of government, not a political revolution, but one that seeks to alter the whole character of society. That would be a social revolution. As such it would have to fight not only government and capitalism, but it would also meet with the opposition of popular ignorance and prejudice, of those who believe in government and capitalism. How is it then to come about? 8. The idea is the thing. Did you ever ask yourself how it happens that government and capitalism continue to exist in spite of all the evil and trouble they are causing in the world? If you did, then your answer must have been that it is because the people support those institutions, and that they support them because they believe in them. That is the crux of the whole matter. Present-day society rests on the belief of the people that it is good and useful. It is founded on the idea of authority and private ownership. It is ideas that maintain conditions. Government and capitalism are the forms in which the popular ideas express themselves. Ideas are the foundation, the institutions are the house built upon it. A new social structure must have a new foundation, new ideas at its base. However you may change the form of an institution, its character and meaning will remain the same as the foundation on which it is built. Look closely at life and you will perceive the truth of this. There are all kinds and forms of government in the world, but their real nature is the same everywhere, as their effects are the same. It always means authority and obedience. Now, what makes governments exist? The armies and navies? Yes, but only apparently so. What supports the armies and navies? It is the belief of the people, of the masses, that government is necessary. It is the generally accepted idea of the need of government. That is its real and solid foundation. Take that idea or belief away, and no government could last another day. The same applies to private ownership. The idea that it is right and necessary is the pillar that supports it and gives it security. Not a single institution exists today but is founded on the popular belief that it is good and beneficial. Let us take an illustration, the United States, for instance. Ask yourself why revolutionary propaganda has been of so little effect in that country in spite of 50 years of socialist and anarchist effort. Is the American worker not exploited more intensely than labor in other countries? Is political corruption as rampant in any other land? Is the capitalist class in America not the most arbitrary and despotic in the world? True, the worker in the United States is better situated materially than in Europe, but is he not at the same time treated with the utmost brutality and terrorism the moment he shows the least dissatisfaction? Yet the American worker remains loyal to the government and is the first to defend it against criticism. He is still the most devoted champion of the grand and noble institutions of the greatest country on earth. Why? Because he believes that they are his institutions, that he, as sovereign and free citizen, is running them and that he could change them if he so wished. It is his faith in the existing order that constitutes its greatest security against revolution. His faith is stupid and unjustified, and someday it will break down, and with it American capitalism and despotism. But as long as that faith persists, American plutocracy is safe against revolution. As men's minds broaden and develop, as they advance to new ideas and lose faith in their former beliefs, institutions begin to change and are ultimately done away with. The people grow to understand that their former views were false, that they were not truth but prejudice and superstition. In this way many ideas, once held to be true, have come to be regarded as wrong and evil. Thus the idea of the divine right of kings, of slavery and serfdom. There was a time when the whole world believed those institutions to be right, just, and unchangeable. In the measure that these superstitions and false beliefs were fought by advanced thinkers, they became discredited and lost their hold upon the people, and finally the institutions that incorporated those ideas were abolished. Highbrows will tell you that they had outlived their usefulness and that therefore they died. But how did they outlive their usefulness? To whom were they useful, and how did they die? We know already that they were useful only to the master class, and that they were done away with by popular uprisings and revolutions. Why did not old and effete institutions disappear and die off in a peaceful manner? For two reasons. First, because some people think faster than others. So that it happens that a minority in a given place advance in their views quicker than the rest. The more that minority will become imbued with the new ideas, the more convinced of their truth, and the stronger they will feel themselves, the sooner they will try to realize their ideas, and that is usually before the majority have come to see the new light. So that the minority have to struggle against the majority who still cling to the old views and conditions. Second, the resistance of those who hold power. It makes no difference whether it is the church, the king, or Kaiser, a democratic government or a dictatorship, a republic, or an autocracy. Those in authority will fight desperately to retain it as long as they can hope for the least chance of success. And the more aid they get from the slower thinking majority, the better the fight they can put up. Hence the fury of revolt and revolution. The desperation of the masses, their hatred of those responsible for their misery, and the determination of the lords of life to hold on to their privileges and rule combine to produce the violence of popular uprisings and rebellions. But blind rebellion without definite object and purpose is not revolution. Revolution is rebellion become conscious of its aims. Revolution is social when it strives for a fundamental change. As the foundation of life is economics, the social revolution means the reorganization of the industrial, economic life of the country and consequently also of the entire structure of society. But we have seen that the social structure rests on the basis of ideas, which implies that changing of the structure presupposes changed ideas. In other words, social ideas must change first before a new social structure can be built. The social revolution, therefore, is not an accident, not a sudden happening. There is nothing sudden about it, for ideas don't change suddenly. They grow slowly, gradually, like the plant or flower. Hence the social revolution is a result, a development, which means that it is revolutionary. It develops to the point when considerable numbers of people have embraced the new ideas and are determined to put them into practice. When they attempt to do so and meet with opposition, then the slow, quiet, and peaceful social evolution becomes quick, militant, and violent. Evolution becomes revolution. Bear in mind, then, that evolution and revolution are not two separate and distinct things. Still less are they opposites as some people wrongly believe. Revolution is merely the boiling point of evolution. Because revolution is evolution at its boiling point, you cannot make a real revolution any more than you can hasten the boiling of a tea kettle. It is the fire underneath that makes it boil. How quickly it will come to the boiling point will depend on how strong the fire is. The economic and political conditions of a country are the fire under the evolutionary pot. The worse the oppression, the greater the dissatisfaction of the people, the stronger the flame. This explains why the fires of social revolution swept Russia, the most tyrannous and backward country, instead of America, where industrial development has almost reached its highest point, and that in spite of all the learned demonstration of Karl Marx to the contrary. We see, then, that revolutions, though they cannot be made, can be hastened by certain factors, namely, by pressure from above, by more intense political and economical oppression, and by pressure from below, by greater enlightenment and agitation. These spread the ideas, they further the evolution and thereby also the coming of revolution. But pressure from above, though hastening revolution, may also cause its failure, because such revolution is apt to break out before the evolutionary process has been sufficiently advanced. Coming prematurely, as it were, it will fizzle out in mere rebelling, that is, without clear, conscious aim and purpose. At best, rebellion can secure only some temporary alleviation, the real causes of the strife, however, remain intact and continue to operate to the same effect, to cause further dissatisfaction and rebellion. Summing up what I have said about revolution, we must come to the conclusion that, 1. A social revolution is one that entirely changes the foundation of society, its political, economic, and social character. 2. Such a change must first take place in the ideas and opinions of the people, in the minds of men. 3. Oppression and misery may hasten revolution, but may thereby also turn it into failure, because lack of evolutionary preparation will make real accomplishment impossible. 4. Only that revolution can be fundamental, social, and successful which will be the expression of a basic change of ideas and opinions. From this it obviously follows that the social revolution must be prepared. Prepared in the sense of furthering the evolutionary process, of enlightening the people about the evils of present-day society and convincing them of the desirability and possibility, of the justice and practicability of a social life based on liberty, prepared, moreover, by making the masses realize very clearly just what they need and how to bring it about. Such preparation is not only an absolutely necessary preliminary step. Therein lies also the safety of the revolution, the only guarantee of its accomplishing its objects. It has been the fate of most revolutions as a result of lack of preparation to be sidetracked from their main purpose, to be misused and led into blind alleys. Russia is the best recent illustration of it. The February Revolution, which sought to do away with autocracy, was entirely successful. The people knew exactly what they wanted, namely, the abolition of tsardom. All the machinations of politicians, all the oratory and schemes of the Lvovs and Miliukovs, the liberal leaders of those days, could not save the Romanov regime in the face of the intelligent and conscious will of the people. It was this clear understanding of its aims which made the February Revolution a complete success, with, mind you, almost no bloodshed. Furthermore, neither appeals nor threats by the provisional government could avail against the determination of the people to end the war. The armies left the fronts and thus terminated the matter by their own direct action. The will of a people conscious of their objects always conquers. It was the will of the people again, their resolute aim to get hold of the soil, which secured for the peasant the land he needed. Similarly, the city workers, as repeatedly mentioned before, possessed themselves of the factories and the machinery of production. So far the Russian Revolution was a complete success. But at the point where the masses lacked the consciousness of definite purpose, defeat began. That is always the moment when politicians and political parties step in to exploit the revolution for their own uses or to experiment their theories upon it. This happened in the Russian as in many previous revolutions. The people fought the good fight, the political parties fought over the spoils to the detriment of the revolution and to the ruin of the people. This is, then, what took place in Russia. The peasant, having secured the land, did not have the tools and machinery he needed. The worker, having taken possession of the machinery and factories, did not know how to handle them to accomplish his aim. In other words, he did not have the experience necessary to organize production, and he could not manage the distribution of the things he was producing. His own efforts, the workers, the peasants, the soldiers, had done away with tsardom, paralyzed the government, stopped the war, and abolished private ownership of land and machinery. For that he was prepared by years of revolutionary education and agitation. But for no more than that. And because he was prepared for no more, where his knowledge ceased and definite purpose was lacking, there stepped in the political party and took affairs out of the hands of the masses who had made the revolution. Politics replaced economic reconstruction and thereby sounded the death knell of the social revolution, for people live by bread, by economics, not by politics. Food and supplies are not created by decree of party or government. Legislative edicts don't till the soil, laws can't turn the wheels of industry. Dissatisfaction, strife, and famine came upon the heels of government coercion and dictatorship. Again, as always, politics and authority proved the swamp in which the revolutionary fires became extinguished. Let us learn this most vital lesson: thorough understanding by the masses of the true aim of revolution means success. Carrying out their conscious will by their own efforts guarantees the right development of the new life. On the other hand, lack of this understanding and of preparation means certain defeat, either at the hands of reaction or by the experimental theories of would-be political party friends. Let us prepare, then. What and how? 9. Preparation. Prepare for revolution, exclaims your friend. Is that possible? Yes. Not only is it possible but absolutely necessary. Do you refer to secret preparations, armed bands, and men to lead the fight, you ask? No, my friend, not that at all. If the social revolution meant only street battles and barricades, then the preparations you have in mind would be the thing. But revolution does not signify that, at least the fighting phase of it is the smallest and least important part. The truth is, in modern times revolution does not mean barricades anymore. These belong to the past. The social revolution is a far different and more essential matter. It involves the reorganization of the entire life of society. You will agree that this is certainly not to be accomplished by mere fighting. Of course, the obstacles in the path of social reconstruction have to be removed. That is to say, the means of that reconstruction must be secured by the masses. Those means are at present in the hands of government and capitalism, and these will resist every effort to deprive them of their power and possessions. That resistance will involve a fight. But remember that the fight is not the main thing, is not the object, nor the revolution. It is only the preface, the preliminary to it. It is very necessary that you get this straight. Most people have very confused notions about revolution. To them it means just fighting, smashing things, destroying. It is the same as if rolling up your sleeves for work should be considered as the work itself that you have to do. The fighting part of revolution is merely the rolling up of your sleeves. The real, actual task is ahead. What is that task? The destruction of the existing conditions, you reply. True. But conditions are not destroyed breaking and smashing things. You can't destroy wage slavery by wrecking the machinery in the mills and factories, can you? You won't destroy government by setting fire to the White House. To think of revolution in terms of violence and destruction is to misinterpret and falsify the whole idea of it. In practical application, such a conception is bound to lead to disastrous results. When a great thinker, like the famous anarchist Berkman, speaks of revolution as destruction, he has in mind the idea of authority and obedience which are to be destroyed. It is for this reason that he said that destruction means construction, for to destroy a false belief is indeed most constructive work. But the average man, and too often even the revolutionist, thoughtlessly talks of revolution as being exclusively destructive in the physical sense of the word. That is a wrong and dangerous view. The sooner we get rid of it the better. Revolution, and particularly the social revolution, is not destruction but construction. This cannot be sufficiently emphasized, and unless we clearly realize it, revolution will remain only destructive and thereby always a failure. Naturally, revolution is accompanied by violence, but you might as well say that building a new house in place of an old one is destructive because you have first to tear down the old one. Revolution is the culminating point of a certain evolutionary process. It begins with a violent upheaval. It is the rolling up of your sleeves preparatory to starting the actual work. Indeed, consider what the social revolution is to do. what it is to accomplish, and you will perceive that it comes not to destroy but to build. What, really, is there to destroy? The wealth of the rich? Nay, that is something we want the whole of society to enjoy. The land, the fields, the coal mines, the railroads, factories, mills, and shops. These we want not to destroy but to make useful to the entire people. The telegraphs, telephones, the means of communication and distribution, do we want to destroy them? No, we want them to serve the needs of all. What, then, is the social revolution to destroy? It is to take over things for the general benefit, not to destroy them. It is to reorganize conditions for the public welfare. Not to destroy is the aim of the revolution, but to reconstruct and rebuild. It is for this that preparation is needed, because the social revolutionary is not the biblical Messiah who is to accomplish his mission by simple edict or order. Revolution works with the hands and brains of men. And these have to understand the objects of the revolution so as to be able to carry them out. They will have to know what they want and how to achieve it. The way to achieve it will be pointed out by the objects to be attained. For the end determines the means, just as you have to sow a particular seed to grow the thing you need. What, then, must the preparation for the social revolution be? If your object is to secure liberty, you must learn to do without authority and compulsion. If you intend to live in peace and harmony with your fellow men, you and they should cultivate brotherhood and respect for each other. If you want to work together with them for your mutual benefit, you must practice cooperation. The social revolution means much more than the reorganization of conditions only. It means the establishment of new human values and social relationships, a changed attitude of man to man, as of one free and independent to his equal. It means a different spirit in individual and collective life, and that spirit cannot be born overnight. It is a spirit to be cultivated, to be nurtured and reared, as the most delicate flower is, for indeed it is the flower of a new and beautiful existence. Do not dupe yourself with the silly notion that things will arrange themselves. Nothing ever arranges itself, least of all in human relations. It is men who do the arranging, and they do it according to their attitude and understanding of things. New situations and changed conditions make us feel, think, and act in a different manner. But the new conditions themselves come about only as a result of new feelings and ideas. The social revolution is such a new condition. We must learn to think differently before the revolution can come. That alone can bring the revolution. We must learn to think differently about government and authority, for as long as we think and act as we do today, there will be intolerance, persecution, and oppression, even when organized government is abolished. We must learn to respect the humanity of our fellow man, not to invade him or coerce him, to consider his liberty as sacred as our own, to respect his freedom and his personality, to forswear compulsion in any form, to understand that the cure for the evils of liberty is more liberty, that liberty is the mother of order. And furthermore, we must learn that equality means equal opportunity, that monopoly is the denial of it, and that only brotherhood secures equality. We can learn this only by freeing ourselves from the false idea of capitalism and of property, of mine and thine, of the narrow conception of ownership. By learning this we shall grow into the spirit of true liberty and solidarity, and know that free association is the soul of every achievement. We shall then realize that the social revolution is the work of cooperation, of solidaric purpose, of mutual effort. Maybe you think this too slow a process, a work that will take too long. Yes, I admit that it is a difficult task. But ask yourself if it is better to build your new house quickly and badly and have it break down over your head, rather than do it efficiently, even if it requires longer and harder work. Remember that the social revolution represents the liberty and welfare of the whole of mankind, that the complete and final emancipation of labor depends upon it. Consider also that if the work is badly done, all the effort and suffering involved in it will be for nothing, and perhaps even worse than for nothing, because making a botched job of revolution means putting a new tyranny in place of the old, and new tyrannies, because they are new, have a new lease of life. It means forging new chains which are stronger than the old. Consider also that the social revolution we have in mind is to accomplish the work that many generations of men have been laboring to achieve, for the whole history of man has been a struggle of liberty against servitude, of social well-being against poverty and wretchedness, of justice against iniquity. What we call progress has been a painful but continuous march in the direction of limited authority and the power of government and increasing the rights and liberties of the individual, of the masses. It has been a struggle that has taken thousands of years. The reason that it took such a long time and is not ended yet is because people did not know what the real trouble was. They fought against this and for that, they changed kings and formed new governments, they put out one ruler only to set up another, they drove away a foreign oppressor only to suffer the yoke of a native one, they abolished one form of tyranny, such as the Tsars, and submitted to that of a party dictatorship, and always and ever they shed their blood and heroically sacrificed their lives in the hope of securing liberty and welfare. But they secured only new masters, because however desperately and nobly they fought, they never touched the real source of trouble, the principle of authority and government. They did not know that that was the fountainhead of enslavement and oppression, and therefore they never succeeded in gaining liberty. But now we understand that true liberty is not a matter of changing kings or rulers. We know that the whole system of master and slave must go, that the entire social scheme is wrong, that government and compulsion must be abolished, that the very foundations of authority and monopoly must be uprooted. Do you still think any kind of preparation for such a great task can be too difficult? Let us, then, fully realize how important it is to prepare for the social revolution, and to prepare for it in the right way. But what is the right way, you demand? And who is to prepare? Who is to prepare? First of all, you and I, those who are interested in the success of the revolution, those who want to help bring it about. And you and I means every man and woman, at least every decent man and woman, everyone who hates oppression and loves liberty, everyone who cannot endure the misery and injustice which fill the world today. And above all it is those who suffer most from existing conditions, from wage slavery, subjection, and indignity. The workers, of course, you say. Yes, the workers. As the worst victims of present institutions, it is to their own interest to abolish them. It has been truly said that the emancipation of the workers must be accomplished by the workers themselves, for no other social class will do it for them. Yet labor's emancipation means at the same time the redemption of the whole of society, and that is why some people speak of labor's historic mission to bring about the better day. But mission is the wrong word. It suggests a duty or task imposed on one from the outside, by some external power. It is a false and misleading conception, essentially a religious, metaphysical sentiment. Indeed, if the emancipation of labor is a historic mission, then history will see to it that it is carried out no matter what we may think, feel, or do about it. The attitude makes human effort unnecessary, superfluous, because what must be will be. Such a fantastic notion is destructive to all initiative and the exercise of one's mind and will. It is a dangerous and harmful idea. There is no power outside of man which can free him, none which can charge him with any mission. Neither heaven nor history can do it. History is the story of what has happened. It can teach a lesson but not impose a task. It is not the mission but the interest of the proletariat to emancipate itself from bondage. If labor does not consciously and actively strive for it, it will never happen. It is necessary to free ourselves from the stupid and false notion of historic missions. It is only by growing to true realization of their present position, by visualizing their possibilities and powers, by learning unity and cooperation, and practicing them, that the masses can attain freedom. In achieving that they will also have liberated the rest of mankind. Because of this the proletarian struggle is the concern of everyone, and all sincere men and women should therefore be at the service of labor in its great task. Indeed, though only the toilers can accomplish the work of emancipation, they need the aid of other social groups. For you must remember that the revolution faces the difficult problem of reorganizing the world and building a new civilization, a work that will require the greatest revolutionary integrity and the intelligent cooperation of all well-meaning and liberty-loving elements. We already know that the social revolution is not a matter of abolishing capitalism only. We might turn out capitalism as feudalism was got rid of, and still remain slaves as before. Instead of being, as now, the bondmen of private monopoly, we might become the servants of state capitalism, as has happened to the people in Russia, for instance, and as conditions are developing in Italy and other lands. The social revolution, it must never be forgotten, is not to alter one form of subjection for another, but is to do away with everything that can enslave and oppress you. A political revolution may be carried to a successful issue by a conspirative monopoly, putting one ruling faction in place of another. But the social revolution is not a mere political change, it is a fundamental economic, ethical, and cultural transformation. A conspirative minority or political party undertaking such a work must meet with the active and passive opposition of the great majority and therefore degenerate into a system of dictatorship and terror. In the face of a hostile majority, the social revolution is doomed to failure from its very beginning. It means, then, that the first preparatory work of the revolution consists in winning over the masses at large in favor of the revolution and its objects, winning them over, at least, to the extent of neutralizing them, of turning them from active enemies to passive sympathizers, so that they may not fight against the revolution even if they do not fight for it. The actual, positive work of the social revolution must, of course, be carried on by the toilers themselves, by the laboring people. And here let us bear in mind that it is not only the factory hand who belongs to labor but the farm worker as well. Some radicals are inclined to lay too much stress on the industrial proletariat, almost ignoring the existence of the agricultural toiler. Yet what could the factory worker accomplish without the farmer? Agriculture is the primal source of life, and the city would starve but for the country. It is idle to compare the industrial worker with the farm laborer or discuss their relative value. Neither can do without the other, both are equally important in the scheme of life and equally so in the revolution and the building of a new society. It is true that revolution first breaks out in industrial localities rather than in agricultural. This is natural, since there are greater centers of laboring population and therefore also of popular dissatisfaction. But if the industrial proletariat is the advance guard of revolution, then the farm laborer is its backbone. If the latter is weak or broken, the advance guard, the revolution itself, is lost. Therefore, the work of the social revolution lies in the hands of both the industrial worker and the farm laborer. Unfortunately, it must be admitted that there is too little understanding and almost no friendship or direct cooperation between the two. Worse than that, and no doubt the result of it, there is a certain dislike and antagonism between the proletarians of field and factory. The city man has too little appreciation of the hard and exhausting toil of the farmer. The latter instinctively resents it. Moreover, unfamiliar with the strenuous and often dangerous labor of the factory, the farmer is apt to look upon the city worker as an idler. A closer approach and better understanding between the two is absolutely vital. Capitalism thrives not so much on division of work as on division of the workers. It seeks to incite race against race, the factory hand against the farmer, the laborer against the skilled man, the workers of one country against those of another. The strength of the exploiting class lies in disunited, divided labor. But the social revolution requires the unity of toiling masses, and first of all the cooperation of the factory proletarian with his brother in the field. A nearer approach between the two is an important step in preparation for the social revolution. Actual contact between them is of prime necessity. Joint councils, exchange of delegates, a system of cooperatives, and other similar methods, would tend to form a closer bond and better understanding between the worker and farmer. But it is not only the cooperation of the factory proletarian with the farm laborer which is necessary for the revolution. There is another element absolutely needed in its constructive work. It is the trained mind of the professional man. Do not make the mistake of thinking that the world has been built with hands only. It has also required brains. Similarly does the revolution need both the man of brawn and the man of brain. Many people imagine that the manual worker alone can do the entire work of society. It is a false idea, a very grave error that can bring no end of harm. In fact, this conception has worked great evil on previous occasions, and there is good reason to fear that it may defeat the best efforts of the revolution. The working class consists of the industrial wage earners and the agricultural toilers. But the workers require the services of the professional elements, of the industrial organizer, the electrical and mechanical engineer, the technical specialist, the scientist, inventor, chemist, the educator, doctor, and surgeon. In short, the proletariat absolutely needs the aid of certain professional elements without whose cooperation no productive labor is possible. Most of those professional men in reality also belong to the proletariat. They are the intellectual proletariat, the proletariat of brain. It is clear that it makes no difference whether one earns his living with his hands or with his head. As a matter of fact, no work is done only with the hands or only with the brain. The application of both is required in every kind of effort. The carpenter, for instance, must estimate, measure, and figure in the course of his task. He must use both hand and brain. Similarly, the architect must think out his plan before it can be drawn on paper and put to practical use. But only labor can produce, your friend, objects. Brain work is not productive. Wrong, my friend. Neither manual labor nor brain work can produce anything alone. It requires both, working together, to create something. The bricklayer and mason cannot build the factory without the architect's plans, nor can the architect erect a bridge without iron and steel. Neither can produce alone. But both together can accomplish wonders. Furthermore, do not fall into the error of believing that only productive labor counts. There is much work that is not directly productive, but which is useful, and even absolutely necessary to our existence and comfort, and therefore just as important as productive labor. Take the railroad engineer and conductor, for instance. They are not producers, but they are essential factors in the system of production. Without the railroads and other means of transport and communication, we could manage neither production nor distribution. Production and distribution are the 2 points of the same life pole. The labor required for the one is as important as that needed for the other. What I said above applies to numerous phases of human effort which, though themselves not directly productive, play a vital part in the manifold processes of our economic and social life. The man of science, the educator, the physician, and surgeon are not productive in the industrial sense of the word. But their work is absolutely necessary to our life and welfare. Civilized society could not exist without them. It is therefore evident that useful work is equally important whether it be that of brain or of brawn, manual or mental. Nor does it matter whether it is a salary or wages which one receives, whether he is paid much or little, or what his political or other opinions might be. All the elements that can contribute useful work to the general welfare are needed in the revolution for the building of new life. No revolution can succeed without their solidaric cooperation, and the sooner we understand this the better. The reconstruction of society involves the reorganization of industry, the proper functioning of production, the management of distribution, and numerous other social, educational, and cultural efforts to transform present-day wage slavery and servitude into a life of liberty and well-being. Only by working hand in hand will the proletariat of brawn be able to solve those problems. It is most regrettable that there exists a spirit of unfriendliness, even of enmity, between the manual and intellectual workers. That feeling is rooted in lack of understanding, in prejudice, and narrow-mindedness on both sides. It is sad to admit that there is a tendency in certain labor circles, even among some socialists and anarchists, to antagonize the workers against the members of the intellectual proletariat. Such an attitude is stupid and criminal, because it can only work evil to the growth and development of the social revolution. It was one of the fatal mistakes of the Bolsheviks during the first phases of the Russian Revolution that they deliberately set the wage earners against the professional classes, to such an extent indeed that friendly cooperation became impossible. A direct result of that policy was the breaking down of industry for lack of intelligent direction, as well as the almost total suspension of railroad communication because there was no trained management. Seeing Russia facing economic shipwreck, Lenin decided that the factory worker and farmer alone could not carry on the industrial and agricultural life of the country, and that the aid of the professional elements was necessary. He introduced a new system to induce the technical men to help in the work of reconstruction. But almost too late came the change, for the years of mutual hating and hounding had created such a gulf between the manual worker and his intellectual brother that common understanding and cooperation were made exceptionally difficult. It has taken Russia years of heroic effort to undo, to some extent, the effects of that fratricidal war. Let us learn this valuable lesson from the Russian experiment. But professional men belong to the middle classes, you object, and they are bourgeois-minded. True, men of the professions generally have a bourgeois attitude towards things, but are not most working men also bourgeois-minded? It merely means that both are steeped in authoritarian and capitalistic prejudices. It is just these that must be eradicated by enlightening and educating the people, be they manual or brain workers. That is the first step in preparation for the social revolution. But it is not true that professional men, as such, necessarily belong to the middle classes. The real interests of the so-called intellectuals are with the workers rather than with the masters. To be sure, most of them do not realize that. But no more does the comparatively highly paid railroad conductor or locomotive engineer feel himself a member of the working class. By his income and attitude he also belongs to the bourgeoisie. But it is not income or feeling that determines to what social class a person belongs. If the street beggar should fancy himself a millionaire, would he thereby be one? What one imagines himself to be does not alter his actual situation. And the actual situation is that whoever has to sell his labor is an employee, a salaried dependent, a wage earner, and as such his true interests are those of employees and he belongs to the working class. As a matter of fact, the intellectual proletarian is even more subject to his capitalistic master than the man with pick and shovel. The latter can easily change his place of employment. If he does not care to work for a certain boss, he can look for another. The intellectual proletarian, on the other hand, is much more dependent on his particular job. His sphere of exertion is more limited. Not skilled in any trade and physically incapable of serving as a day laborer, he is, as a rule, confined to the comparatively narrow field of architecture, engineering, journalism, or similar work. This puts him more at the mercy of his employer and therefore also inclines him to side with the latter as against his more independent fellow worker at the bench. But whatever the attitude of the salaried and dependent intellectual, he belongs to the proletarian class. Yet it is entirely false to maintain that the intellectuals always side with the masters as against the workers. Generally they do, I hear some radical fanatic interject. And the workers? Do they not, generally, support the masters and the system of capitalism? Could that system continue but for their support? It would be wrong to argue from that, however, that the workers consciously join hands with their exploiters. No more is it true of the intellectuals. If the majority of the latter stand by the ruling class, it is because of social ignorance, because they do not understand their own best interests, for all their intellectuality. Just so the great masses of labor, similarly unaware of their true interests, aid the masters against their fellow workers, sometimes even in the same trade and factory, not to speak of their lack of national and international solidarity. It merely proves that the one as the other, the manual worker no less than the brain proletarian, needs enlightenment. In justice to the intellectuals, let us not forget that their best representatives have always sided with the oppressed. They have advocated liberty and emancipation, and often they were the first to voice the deepest aspirations of the toiling masses. In the struggle for freedom they have frequently fought on the barricades shoulder to shoulder with the workers and died championing their cause. We need not look far for proof of this. It is a familiar fact that every progressive, radical, and revolutionary movement within the past 100 years has been inspired, mentally and spiritually, by the efforts of the finest elements of the intellectual classes. The initiators and organizers of the revolutionary movement in Russia, for instance, dating back a century, were intellectuals, men and women of non-proletarian origin and station. Nor was their love of freedom merely theoretical. Literally thousands of them consecrated their knowledge and experience, and dedicated their lives, to the service of the masses. Not a land exists but where such noble men and women have testified to their solidarity with the disinherited by exposing themselves to the wrath and persecution of their own class by joining hands with the downtrodden. Recent history, as well as the past, is full of such examples. Who were the Garibaldis, the Kossuths, the Liebknechts, Rosa Luxemburgs, the Landauers, the Lenins, and Trotskys but intellectuals of the middle class who gave themselves to the proletariat? The history of every country and of every revolution shines with their unselfish devotion to liberty and labor. Let us bear these facts in mind and not be blinded by fanatical prejudice and baseless antagonism. The intellectual has done labor great service in the past. It will depend on the attitude of the workers towards him as to what share he will be able and willing to contribute to the preparation and realization of the social revolution. 10. Organization of labor for the social revolution. Proper preparation, as suggested in the preceding pages, will greatly lighten the task of the social revolution and assure its healthy development and functioning. Now, what will be the main functions of the revolution? Every country has its specific conditions, its own psychology, habits, and traditions, and the process of revolution will naturally reflect the peculiarities of every land and its people. But fundamentally all countries are alike in their social, rather antisocial, character. Whatever the political forms of economic conditions, they are all built on invasive authority, on monopoly, on the exploitation of labor. The main task of the social revolution is therefore essentially the same everywhere: the abolition of government and of economic inequality, and the socialization of the means of production and distribution. Production, distribution, and communication are the basic sources of existence. Upon them rests the power of coercive authority and capital. Deprived of that power, governors and rulers become just ordinary men, like you and me, common citizens among millions of others. To accomplish that is consequently the primal and most vital function of the social revolution. We know that revolution begins with street disturbances and outbreaks. It is the initial phase which involves force and violence. But that is merely the spectacular prologue of the real revolution. The age-long misery and indignity suffered by the masses burst into disorder and tumult. The humiliation and injustice meekly borne for decades find vent in acts of fury and destruction. That is inevitable, and it is solely the master class which is responsible for this preliminary character of revolution. For it is even more true socially than individually that whoever sows the wind will reap the whirlwind. The greater the oppression and wretchedness to which the masses had been made to submit, the fiercer will rage the social storm. All history proves it, but the lords of life have never hearkened to its warning voice. This phase of the revolution is of short duration. It is usually followed by the more conscious, yet still spontaneous, destruction of the citadels of authority, the visible symbols of organized violence and brutality. Jails, police stations, and other government buildings are attacked, the prisoners liberated, legal documents destroyed. It is the manifestation of instinctive popular justice. Thus one of the first gestures of the French Revolution was the demolition of the Bastille. Similarly in Russia prisons were stormed and the prisoners released at the very outset of the revolution. The wholesome intuition of the people justly sees in prisoners social unfortunates, victims of conditions, and sympathizes with them as such. The masses regard the courts and their records as instruments of class injustice, and these are destroyed at the beginning of the revolution, and quite properly so. But this stage passes quickly, the people's ire is soon spent. Simultaneously the revolution begins its constructive work. Do you really think that reconstruction could start so soon, you ask? My friend, It must begin immediately. In fact, the more enlightened the masses have become, the clearer the workers realize their aims, and the better they are prepared to carry them out, the less destructive the revolution will be, and the quicker and more effectively will begin the work of reconstruction. Are you not too hopeful? No, I don't think so. I am convinced that the social revolution will not just happen. It will have to be prepared, organized. Yes, indeed, organized just as a strike is organized. In truth, it will be a strike, the strike of the united workers of an entire country, a general strike. Let us pause and consider this. How do you imagine a revolution could be fought in these days of armored tanks, poison gas, and military planes? Do you believe that the unarmed masses and their barricades could withstand high-power artillery and bombs thrown upon them from flying machines? Could labor fight the military forces of government and capital? It's ridiculous on the face of it, isn't it? And no less ridiculous is the suggestion that the workers should form their own regiments, shock troops, or a Red Front, as the communist parties advise you to do. Will such proletarian bodies ever be able to stand up against the trained armies of the government and the private troops of capital? Will they have the least chance? Such a proposition needs only to be stated to be seen in all its impossible folly. It would simply mean sending thousands of workers to certain death. It is time to have done with this obsolete idea of revolution. Nowadays government and capital are too well organized in a military way for the workers ever to be able to cope with them. It would be criminal to attempt it, insanity even to think of it. The strength of labor is not on the field of battle. It is in the shop, in the mine and factory. There lies its power that no army in the world can defeat, no human agency conquer. In other words, the social revolution can take place only by means of the general strike. The general strike, rightly understood and thoroughly carried out, is the social revolution. Of this the British government became aware much quicker than the workers when the general strike was declared in England in May, 1926. It means revolution, the government said, in effect, to the strike leaders. With all their armies and navies, the authorities were powerless in the face of the situation. You can shoot people to death, but you can't shoot them to work. The labor leaders themselves were frightened at the thought that the general strike actually implied revolution. British capital and government won the strike not by the strength of arms, but because of the lack of intelligence and courage on the part of the labor leaders, and because the English workers were not prepared for the consequences of the general strike. As a matter of fact, the idea was quite new to them. They had never before been interested in it, never studied its significance and potentialities. It is safe to say that a similar situation in France would have developed quite differently, because in that country the toilers have for years been familiar with the general strike as a revolutionary proletarian weapon. It is most important that we realize that the general strike is the only possibility of social revolution. In the past the general strike has been propagated in various countries without sufficient emphasis that its real meaning is revolution, that it is the only practical way to it. It is time for us to learn this, and when we do so the social revolution will cease to be a vague, unknown quantity. It will become an actuality, a definite method and aim, a program whose first step is the taking over of the industries by organized labor. I understand now why you said that the social revolution means construction rather than destruction, your friend remarks. I am glad you do. And if you have followed me so far, you will agree that the matter of taking over the industries is not something that can be left to chance, nor can it be carried out in a haphazard manner. It can be accomplished only in a well-planned, systematic, and organized way. You alone can't do it, nor I, nor any other man, be he worker, Ford, or the Pope of Rome. There is no man nor any body of men that can manage it except the workers themselves, for it takes the workers to operate the industries. But even the workers can't do it unless they are organized, and organized just for such an undertaking. But I thought you were an anarchist, interrupts your friend. I've heard that anarchists don't believe in organization. I imagine you have, but that's an old argument. Anyone who tells you that anarchists don't believe in organization is talking nonsense. Organization is everything and everything is organization. The whole of life is organization, conscious or unconscious. Every nation, every family, why, even every individual is an organization or organism. Every part of every living thing is organized in such a manner that the whole works in harmony. Otherwise the different organs could not function properly and life could not exist. But there is organization and organization. Capitalist society is so badly organized that its various members suffer, just as when you have pain in some part of you, your whole body aches and you are ill. There is organization that is painful because it is ill, and organization that is joyous because it means health and strength. An organization is ill or evil when it neglects or suppresses any of its organs or members. In the healthy organism all parts are equally valuable and none is discriminated against. The organization built on compulsion, which coerces and forces, is bad and unhealthy. The libertarian organization, formed voluntarily and in which every member is free and equal, is a sound body and can work well. Such an organization is a free union of equal parts. It is the kind of organization the anarchists believe in. Such must be the organization of the workers if labor is to have a healthy body, one that can operate effectively. It means, first of all, that not a single member of the organization or union may with impunity be discriminated against, suppressed or ignored. To do so would be the same as to ignore an aching tooth, you would be sick all over. In other words, the labor union must be built on the principle of the equal liberty of all its members. Only when each is a free and independent unit, cooperating with the others from his own choice because of mutual interests, can the whole work successfully and become powerful. This equality means that it makes no difference what or who the particular worker is, whether he is skilled or unskilled, whether he is mason, carpenter, engineer, or day laborer, whether he earn much or little. The interests of all are the same, all belong together, and only by standing together can they accomplish their purpose. It means that the workers in the factory, mill, or mine must be organized as one body, for it is not a question of what particular jobs they hold, what craft or trade they follow, but what their interests are. And their interests are identical, as against the employer and the system of exploitation. Consider yourself how foolish and inefficient is the present form of labor organization in which one trade or craft may be on strike while the other branches of the same industry continue to work. Is it not ridiculous that when the streetcar workers of New York, for instance, quit work, the employees of the subway, the cab, and omnibus drivers remain on the job? The main purpose of a strike is to bring about a situation that will compel the employer to give in to the demands of labor. Such a situation can be created only by a complete tie-up of the industry in question, so that a partial strike is merely a waste of labor's time and energy, not to speak of the harmful moral effect of the inevitable defeat. Think over the strikes in which you yourself have taken part and of others you know of. Did your union ever win a fight unless it was able to compel the employer to give in? But when was it able to do so? Only when the boss knew that the workers meant business, that there was no dissent among them, that there was no hesitation or dallying, that they were determined to win, at whatever cost. But particularly when the employer felt himself at the mercy of the union, when he could not operate his factory or mine in the face of the workers' resolute stand, when he could not get scabs or strike breakers, and when he saw that his interests would suffer more by defying his employees than by granting their demands. It is clear, then, that you can compel compliance only when you are determined, when your union is strong, when you are well organized, when you are united in such a manner that the boss cannot run his factory against your will. But the employer is usually some big manufacturer or a company that has mills or mines in various places. Suppose it is a coal combine. If it cannot operate its mines in Pennsylvania because of a strike, it will try to make good its losses by continuing mining in Virginia or Colorado and increasing production there. Now, if the miners in those states keep on working while you in Pennsylvania are on strike, the company loses nothing. It may even welcome the strike in order to raise the price of coal on the ground that the supply is short because of your strike. In that way the company not only breaks the strike, but it also influences public opinion against you, because the people foolishly believe that the higher price of coal is really the result of your strike, while in fact it is due to the greed of the mine owners. You will lose your strike, and for some time to come you and the workers everywhere will have to pay more for coal, and not only for coal but for all the other necessities of life, because together with the price of coal the general cost of living will go up. Reflect, then, how stupid is the present union policy to permit the other mines to operate while your mine is on strike. The others remain at work and give financial support to your strike, but don't you see that their aid only helps to break your strike, because they have to keep on working, really scabbing on you, in order to contribute to your strike fund? Can anything be more senseless and criminal? This holds true of every industry and every strike. Can you wonder that most strikes are lost? That is the case in America as well as in other countries. I have before me the Blue Book just published in England under the title of Labor Statistics. The data proves that strikes do not lead to labor victories. The figures for the last 8 years are as follows. Actually, then, almost 60% of the strikes were lost. Incidentally, consider also the loss of working days resulting from strikes, which means no wages. The total number of workdays lost by English labor in 1912 was 40,890,000, which is almost equal to the lives of 2,000 men, allotting to each 60 years. In 1919 the number of workdays lost was 34,969,000, in 1920, 26,568,000, in 1921, 85,872,000, in 1926, as a result of the general strike, 162,233,000 days. These figures do not include time and wages lost through unemployment. It doesn't take much arithmetic to see that strikes as at present conducted don't pay, that the labor unions are not the winners in industrial disputes. This does not mean, however, that strikes serve no purpose. On the contrary, they are of great value. They teach the worker the vital need of cooperation, of standing shoulder to shoulder with his fellows and unitedly fighting in the common cause. Strikes train him in the class struggle and develop his spirit of joint effort, of resistance to the masters, of solidarity and responsibility. In this sense even an unsuccessful strike is not a complete loss. Through it the toilers learn that an injury to one is the concern of all, the practical wisdom that embodies the deepest meaning of the proletarian struggle. This does not relate only to the daily battle for material betterment, but equally so to everything pertaining to the worker and his existence, and particularly to matters where justice and liberty are involved. It is one of the most inspiring things to see the masses roused on behalf of social justice, whomever the case at issue may concern. For, indeed, it is the concern of all of us, in the truest and deepest sense. The more labor becomes enlightened and aware of its larger interests, the broader and more universal grow its sympathies, the more worldwide its defense of justice and liberty. It was a manifestation of this understanding when the workers in every country protested against the judicial murder of Sacco and Vanzetti in Massachusetts. Instinctively and consciously the masses throughout the world felt, as did all decent men and women, that it is their concern when such a crime is being perpetrated. Unfortunately that protest, as many similar ones, contented itself with mere resolutions. Had organized labor resorted to action, such as a general strike, its demands would not have been ignored, and two of the workers' best friends and noblest of men would not have been sacrificed to the forces of reaction. Equally important, it would have served as a valuable demonstration of the tremendous power of the proletariat, the power that always conquers when it is unified and resolute. This has been proven on numerous occasions in the past when the determined stand of labor prevented planned legal outrages, as in the case of Haywood, Moyer, and Pettibone, officials of the Western Federation of Miners, whom the coal barons of the state of Idaho had conspired to send to the gallows during the miners' strike of 1905. Again, in 1917, it was the solidarity of the toilers which thwarted the execution of Tom Mooney in California. The sympathetic attitude of organized labor in America towards Mexico has also till now been an obstacle to the military occupation of that country by the United States government on behalf of the American oil interests. Similarly, in Europe, united action by the workers has been successful in repeatedly forcing the authorities to grant amnesty to political prisoners. The government of England so feared the expressed sympathy of British Labour for the Russian Revolution that it was compelled to pretend neutrality. It did not dare openly to aid the counter-revolution in Russia. When the dock workers refused to load food and ammunition intended for the White Armies, the English government resorted to deception. It solemnly assured the workers that the shipments were intended for France. In the course of my work collecting historic material in Russia, in 1920 and 1921, I came into possession of official British documents proving that the shipments had been immediately forwarded from France, by direct orders of the British government, to the counter-revolutionary generals in the north of Russia who had established there the so-called Tchaikovsky-Miller government. This incident, one of many, demonstrates the wholesome fear the powers that be have of the awakening class consciousness and solidarity of the international proletariat. The stronger the workers grow in this spirit, the more effective will be their struggle for emancipation. Class consciousness and solidarity must assume national and international proportions before labor can attain its full strength. Wherever there is injustice, wherever persecution and suppression, be it the subjugation of the Philippines, the invasion of Nicaragua, the enslavement of the toilers in the Congo by Belgian exploiters, the oppression of the masses in Egypt, China, Morocco, or India, it is the business of the workers everywhere to raise their voice against all such outrages and demonstrate their solidarity in the common cause of the despoiled and disinherited throughout the world. Labor is slowly advancing to this social consciousness. Strikes and other sympathetic expressions are a valuable manifestation of this spirit. If the greater number of strikes are lost at present, it is because the proletariat is not yet fully aware of its national and international interests, is not organized on the right principles, and does not sufficiently realize the need of worldwide cooperation. Your daily struggles for better conditions would quickly assume a different character if you were organized in such a manner that when your factory or mine goes on strike, the whole industry should quit work, not gradually but at once, all at the same time. Then the employer would be at your mercy, for what could he do when not a wheel turns in the whole industry? He can get enough strike breakers for one or a few mills, but an entire industry cannot be supplied with them, nor would he consider it safe or advisable. Moreover, suspension of work in any one industry would immediately affect a large number of others, because modern industry is interwoven. The situation would become the direct concern of the whole country. The public would be aroused and demand a settlement. At present, when your single factory strikes, no one cares and you may starve as long as you remain quiet. That settlement would again depend on yourself, on the strength of your organization. When the bosses would see that you know your power and that you are determined, they'd give in quickly enough or seek a compromise. They would be losing millions every day. The strikers might even sabotage the works and machinery, and the employers would be only too anxious to settle. While in a strike of one factory or district they usually welcome the situation, knowing as they do that the chances are all against you. Reflect, therefore, how important it is in what manner, on what principles your union is built, and how vital labor solidarity and cooperation are in your everyday struggle for better conditions. In unity is your strength, but that unity is non-existent and impossible as long as you are organized on craft lines instead of by industries. There is nothing more important and urgent than that you and your fellow workers see to it immediately that you change the form of your organization. But it is not only the form that must be changed. Your union must become clear about its aims and purposes. The worker should most earnestly consider what he really wants, how he means to achieve it, by what methods. He must learn what his union should be, how it should function, and what it should try to accomplish. Now, what is the union to accomplish? What should be the aims of a real labor union? First of all, the purpose of the union is to serve the interests of its members. That is its primary duty. There is no quarrel about that, every working man understands it. If some refuse to join a labor body, it is because they are too ignorant to appreciate its great value, in which case they must be enlightened. But generally they decline to belong to the union because they have no faith or are disappointed in it. Most of those who remain away from the union do so because they hear so much boasting about the strength of organized labor, while they know, often from bitter experience, that it is defeated in almost every important struggle. Oh, the union, they say scornfully, it don't amount to anything. To speak quite truthfully, to a certain extent they are right. They see organized capital proclaim the open shop policy and defeat the unions, they see labor leaders sell out strikes and betray the workers, they see the membership, the rank and file, helpless in the political machinations in and out of the union. To be sure, they don't understand why it is so, but they do see the facts, and they turn against the union. Some again refuse to have anything to do with the union because they had at one time belonged to it, and they know what an insignificant role the individual member, the average worker, plays in the affairs of the organization. The local leaders, the district and central bodies, the national and international officers, and the chiefs of the American Federation of Labor, in the United States, run the whole show. They will tell you, you have nothing to do but vote, and if you object you'll fly out. Unfortunately they are right. You know how the union is managed. The rank and file have little to say. They have delegated the whole power to the leaders, and these have become the boss, just as in the larger life of society the people are made to submit to the orders of those who were originally meant to serve them, the government and its agents. Once you do that, the power you have delegated will be used against you and your own interests every time. And then you complain that your leaders misuse their power. No, my friend, they don't misuse it, they only use it, for it is the use of power which is itself the worst misuse. All this has to be changed if you really want to achieve results. In society it has to be changed by taking political power away from your governors, abolishing it altogether. I have shown that political power means authority, oppression, and tyranny, and that it is not political government that we need but rational management of our collective affairs. Just so in your union you need sensible administration of your business. We know what tremendous power labor has as the creator of all wealth and the supporter of the world. If properly organized and united, the workers could control the situation, be the masters of it. But the strength of the worker is not in the union meeting hall, it is in the shop and factory, in the mill and mine. It is there that he must organize, there, on the job. There he knows what he wants, what his needs are, and it is there that he must concentrate his efforts and his will. Every shop and factory should have its special committee to attend to the wants and requirements of the men, not leaders, but members of the rank and file, from the bench and furnace, to look after the demands and complaints of their fellow employees. Such a committee, being on the spot, and constantly under the direction and supervision of the workers, wields no power, it merely carries out instructions. Its members are recalled at will and others selected in their place, according to the need of the moment and the ability required for the task in hand. It is the workers who decide the matters at issue and carry their decisions out through the shop committees. That is the character and form of organization that labor needs. Only this form can express its real purpose and will be its adequate spokesman, and serve its true interests. These shop and factory committees, combined with similar bodies in other mills and mines, associated locally, regionally and nationally, would constitute a new type of labor organization which would be the virile voice of toil and its effective agency. It would have the whole weight and energy of the united workers at the back of it and would represent a power tremendous in its scope and potentialities. In the daily struggle of the proletariat, such an organization would be able to achieve victories about which the conservative union, as at present built, cannot even dream. It would enjoy the respect and confidence of the masses, would attract the unorganized and unite the labor forces on the basis of the equality of all workers and their joint interests and aims. It would face the masters with the whole might of the working class back of it, in a new attitude of consciousness and strength. Only then would labor acquire dignity and the expression of it assume real significance. Such a union would soon become something more than a mere defender and protector of the worker. It would gain a vital realization of the meaning of unity and consequent power, of labor solidarity. The factory and shop would serve as a training camp to develop the worker's understanding of his proper role in life, to cultivate his self-reliance and independence, teach him mutual help and cooperation, and make him conscious of his responsibility. He will learn to decide and act on his own judgment, not leaving it to leaders or politicians to attend to his affairs and look out for his welfare. It will be he who will determine, together with his fellows at the bench, what they want and what methods will best serve their aims, and his committee on the spot would merely carry out instructions. The shop and factory would become the worker's school and college. There he will learn his place in society, his function in industry, and his purpose in life. He will mature as a working man and as a man, and the giant of labor will attain his full stature. He will know and be strong thereby. Not long will he then be satisfied to remain a wage slave, an employee, and dependent on the goodwill of his master whom his toil supports. He will grow to understand that present economic and social arrangements are wrong and criminal, and he will determine to change them. The shop committee and union will become the field of preparation for a new economic system, for a new social life. You see, then, how necessary it is that you and I, and every man and woman who has the interests of labor at heart, work toward these objects. And right here I want to emphasize that it is particularly urgent that the more advanced proletarian, the radical and the revolutionary, reflect upon this more earnestly, for to most of them, even to some anarchists, this is only a pious wish, a distant hope. They fail to realize the transcending importance of efforts in that direction. Yet it is no mere dream. Large numbers of progressive working men are coming to this understanding, the industrial workers of the world and the revolutionary anarchist syndicalists in every country are devoting themselves to this end. It is the most pressing need of the present. It cannot be stressed too much that only the right organization of the workers can accomplish what we are striving for. In it lies the salvation of labor and of the future. Organization from the bottom up, beginning with the shop and factory, on the foundation of the joint interests of the workers everywhere, irrespective of trade, race, or country, by means of mutual effort and united will, alone can solve the labor question and serve the true emancipation of man. You were speaking of the workers taking over the industries, your friend reminds you. How are they going to do it? Yes, I was on the subject when you made that remark about organization. But it is well that the matter was discussed, because there is nothing more vital in the problems we are examining. To return to the taking over of the industries. It means not only taking them over, but the running of them by labor. As concerns the taking over, you must consider that the workers are actually now in the industries. The taking over consists in the workers remaining where they are, yet remaining not as employees but as the rightful collective possessors. Grasp this point, my friend. The expropriation of the capitalist class during the social revolution, the taking over of the industries, requires tactics directly the reverse of those you now use in a strike. In the latter you quit work and leave the boss in full possession of the mill, factory, or mine. It is an idiotic proceeding, of course, for you give the master the entire advantage, he can put scabs in your place, and you remain out in the cold. In expropriating, on the contrary, you stay on the job and you put the boss out. He may remain only on equal terms with the rest, a worker among workers. The labor organizations of a given place take charge of the public utilities, of the means of communication, of production and distribution in their particular locality. That is, the telegraphers, the telephone and electrical workers, the railroad men, and so on, take possession, by means of their revolutionary shop committees, of the workshop, factory, or other establishment. The capitalistic foremen, overseers, and managers are removed from the premises if they resist the change and refuse to cooperate. If willing to participate, they are made to understand that henceforth they are neither masters nor owners, that the factory becomes public property in charge of the union of workers engaged in the industry, all equal partners in the general undertaking. It is to be expected that the higher officials of large industrial and manufacturing concerns will refuse to cooperate. Thus they eliminate themselves. Their place must be taken by workers previously prepared for the job. That is why I have emphasized the utmost importance of industrial preparation. This is a primal necessity in a situation that will inevitably develop, and on it will depend, more than on any other factor, the success of the social revolution. Industrial preparation is the most essential point, for without it the revolution is doomed to collapse. The engineers and other technical specialists are more likely to join hands with labor when the social revolution comes, particularly if a closer bond and better understanding have in the meantime been established between the manual and mental workers. Should they refuse, and should the workers have failed to prepare themselves industrially and technically, then production would depend on compelling the willfully obstinate to cooperate, an experiment tried in the Russian Revolution and proved a complete failure. The grave mistake of the Bolsheviks in this connection was their hostile treatment of the whole class of the intelligentsia on account of the opposition of some members of it. It was the spirit of intolerance, inherent in fanatical dogma, which caused them to persecute an entire social group because of the fault of a few. This manifested itself in the policy of wholesale vengeance upon the professional elements, the technical specialists, the cooperative organizations, and all cultured persons in general. Most of them, at first friendly to the revolution, some even enthusiastic in its favor, were alienated by these Bolshevik tactics, and their cooperation was made impossible. As a result of their dictatorial attitude, the communists were led to resort to increased oppression and tyranny till they finally introduced purely martial methods in the industrial life of the country. It was the era of compulsory labor, the militarization of factory and mill, which unavoidably ended in disaster, because forced labor is, by the very nature of coercion, bad and inefficient. Moreover, those so compelled react upon the situation by willful sabotage, by systematic delay and spoilage of work, which an intelligent enemy can practice in a way that cannot be detected in due time, and which results in greater harm to machinery and produce than direct refusal to work. In spite of the most drastic measures against this kind of sabotage, in spite even of the death penalty, the government was powerless to overcome the evil. The placing of a Bolshevik, of a political commissar, over every technician in the more responsible positions did not help matters. It merely created a legion of parasitic officials who, ignorant of industrial matters, only interfered with the work of those friendly to the revolution and willing to aid, while their unfamiliarity with the task in no way prevented continued sabotage. The system of forced labor finally developed in what practically became economic counter-revolution, and no efforts of the dictatorship could alter the situation. It was this that caused the Bolsheviks to change from compulsory labor to a policy of winning over the specialists and technicians by returning them to authority in the industries and rewarding them with high pay and special emoluments. It would be stupid and criminal to try again the methods which have so signally failed in the Russian Revolution, and which, by their very character, are bound to fail every time, both industrially and morally. The only solution of this problem is the already suggested preparation and training of the workers in the art of organizing and managing industry, as well as closer contact between the manual and technical men. Every factory, mine, and mill should have its special workers' council, separate from and independent of the shop committee, for the purpose of familiarizing the workers with the various phases of their particular industry, including the sources of raw material, the consecutive processes of manufacture, byproducts, and manner of distribution. This industrial council should be permanent, but its membership must rotate in such a manner as to take in practically all the employees of a given factory or mill. To illustrate, suppose the industrial council in a certain establishment consists of 5 members or of 25, as the case may be, according to the complexity of the industry and the size of the particular factory. The members of the council, after having thoroughly acquainted themselves with their industry, publish what they had learned for the information of their fellow workers, and new council members are chosen to continue the industrial studies. In this manner the whole factory or mill can consecutively acquire the necessary knowledge about the organization and management of their trade and keep step with its development. These councils would serve as industrial colleges where the workers would become familiar with the technique of their industry in all its phases. At the same time the larger organization, the union, must use every effort to compel capital to permit greater labor participation in the actual management. But this, even at best, can benefit only a small minority of the workers. The plan suggested above, on the other hand, opens the possibility of industrial training to practically every worker in shop, mill, and factory. It is true, of course, that there are certain kinds of work such as engineering, civil, electrical, mechanical which the industrial councils will not be able to acquire by actual practice. But what they will learn of the general processes of industry will be of inestimable value as preparation. For the rest, the closer bond of friendship and cooperation between worker and technician is a paramount necessity. The taking over of the industries is therefore the first great object of the social revolution. It is to be accomplished by the proletariat, by the part of it organized and prepared for the task. Considerable numbers of workers are already beginning to realize the importance of this and to understand the task before them. But understanding what is necessary to be done is not sufficient. Learning how to do it is the next step. It is up to the organized working class to enter at once upon this preparatory work. 11. Principles and practice. The main purpose of the social revolution must be the immediate betterment of conditions for the masses. The success of the revolution fundamentally depends on it. This can be achieved only by organizing consumption and production so as to be of real benefit to the populace. In that lies the greatest, in fact, the only security of the social revolution. It was not the Red Army which conquered counter-revolution in Russia, it was the peasants holding on for dear life to the land they had taken during the upheaval. The social revolution must be of material gain to the masses if it is to live and grow. The people at large must be sure of actual advantage from their efforts, or at least entertain the hope of such advantage in the near future. The revolution is doomed if it relies for its existence and defense on mechanical means, such as war and armies. The real safety of the revolution is organic, that is, it lies in industry and production. The object of revolution is to secure greater freedom, to increase the material welfare of the people. The aim of the social revolution, in particular, is to enable the masses by their own efforts to bring about conditions of material and social well-being, to rise to higher moral and spiritual levels. In other words, it is liberty which is to be established by the social revolution. For true liberty is based on economic opportunity. Without it all liberty is a sham and lie, a mask for exploitation and oppression. In the profoundest sense liberty is the daughter of economic equality. The main aim of the social revolution is therefore to establish equal liberty on the basis of equal opportunity. The revolutionary reorganization of life must immediately proceed to secure the equality of all, economically, politically, and socially. That reorganization will depend, first and foremost, on the thorough familiarity of labor with the economic situation of the country, on a complete inventory of the supply, on exact knowledge of the sources of raw material, and on the proper organization of the labor forces for efficient management. It means that statistics and intelligent workers' associations are vital needs of the revolution, on the day after the upheaval. The entire problem of production and distribution, the life of the revolution, is based on it. It is obvious, as pointed out before, that this knowledge must be acquired by the workers before the revolution if the latter is to accomplish its purposes. That is why the Shop and Factory Committee, dealt with in the previous chapter, are so important and will play such a decisive role in the revolutionary reconstruction. For a new society is not born suddenly, any more than a child is. New social life gestates in the body of the old just as new individual life does in the mother's womb. Time and certain processes are required to develop it till it becomes a complete organism capable of functioning. When that stage has been reached, birth takes place in agony and pain, socially as individually. Revolution, to use a trite but expressive saying, is the midwife of the new social being. That is true in the most literal sense. Capitalism is the parent of the new society, the shop and factory committee, the union of class-conscious labor and revolutionary aims, is the germ of the new life. In that shop committee and union the worker must acquire the knowledge of how to manage his affairs. In the process he will grow to the perception that social life is a matter of proper organization, of united effort, of solidarity. He will come to understand that it is not the bossing and ruling of men but free association and harmonious working together which accomplish things, that it is not government and laws which produce and create, make the wheat grow and the wheels turn, but concord and cooperation. Experience will teach him to substitute the management of things in place of the government of men. In the daily life and struggles of his shop committee the worker must learn how to conduct the revolution. Shop and factory committees, organized locally, by district, region, and state, and federated nationally, will be the bodies best suited to carry on revolutionary production. Local and state labor councils, federated nationally, will be the form of organization most adapted to manage distribution by means of the people's cooperatives. These committees, elected by the workers on the job, connect their shop and factory with other shops and factories of the same industry. The joint council of an entire industry links that industry with other industries, and thus is formed a federation of labor councils for the entire country. Cooperative associations are the mediums of exchange between the country and city. The farmers, organized locally and federated regionally and nationally, supply the needs of the cities by means of the cooperatives and receive through the latter in exchange the products of the city industries. Every revolution is accompanied by a great outburst of popular enthusiasm full of hope and aspiration. It is the springboard of revolution. The high tide, spontaneous and powerful, opens up the human sources of initiative and activity. The sense of equality liberates the best there is in man and makes him consciously creative. These are the great motors of the social revolution, its moving forces. Their free and unhindered expression signifies the development and deepening of the revolution. Their suppression means decay and death. The revolution is safe, it grows and becomes strong, as long as the masses feel that they are direct participants in it, that they are fashioning their own lives, that they are making the revolution, that they are the revolution. But the moment their activities are usurped by a political party or are centered in some special organization, revolutionary effort becomes limited to a comparatively small circle from which the large masses are practically excluded. The natural result of that popular enthusiasm is dampened, interest gradually weakens, initiative languishes, creativeness wanes, and the revolution becomes the monopoly of a clique which presently turns dictator. This is fatal to the revolution. The sole prevention of such a catastrophe lies in the continued active interest of the workers through their everyday participation in all matters pertaining to the revolution. The source of this interest and activity is the shop and the union. The interest of the masses and their loyalty to the revolution depend furthermore on their feeling that the revolution represents justice and fair play. This explains why revolutions have the power of rousing the people to acts of great heroism and devotion. As already pointed out, the masses instinctively see in revolution the enemy of wrong and iniquity and the harbinger of justice. In this sense revolution is a highly ethical factor and an inspiration. Fundamentally it is only great moral principles which can fire the masses and lift them to spiritual heights. All popular upheavals have shown this to be true, particularly so the Russian Revolution. It was because of that spirit that the Russian masses so strikingly triumphed over all obstacles in the days of February and October. No opposition could conquer their devotion inspired by a great and noble cause. But the revolution began to decline when it had become emasculated of its high moral values, when it was denuded of its elements of justice, equality, and liberty. Their loss was the doom of the revolution. It cannot be emphasized too strongly how essential spiritual values are to the social revolution. These and the consciousness of the masses that the revolution also means material betterment are dynamic influences in the life and growth of the new society. Of the two factors, the spiritual values are foremost. The history of previous revolutions proves that the masses were very willing to suffer and to sacrifice material well-being for the sake of greater liberty and justice. Thus in Russia neither cold nor starvation could induce the peasants and workers to aid counter-revolution. All privation and misery notwithstanding, they served heroically the interests of the great cause. It was only when they saw the revolution monopolized by a political party, the new won liberties curtailed, a dictatorship established and injustice and inequality dominant again that they became indifferent to the revolution, declined to participate in the sham, refused to cooperate and even turned against it. To forget ethical values, to introduce practices and methods inconsistent with or opposed to the high moral purposes of the revolution means to invite counter-revolution and disaster. It is therefore clear that the success of the social revolution primarily depends on liberty and equality. Any deviation from them can only be harmful, indeed, is sure to prove destructive. It follows that all the activities of the revolution must be based on freedom and equal rights. This applies to small things as to great. Any acts or methods tending to limit liberty, to create inequality and injustice, can result only in a popular attitude inimical to the revolution and its best interests. It is from this angle that all the problems of the revolutionary period must be considered and solved. Among those problems the most important are consumption and housing, production and exchange. 12. Consumption and exchange. Let us take up the organization of consumption first, because people have to eat before they can work and produce. What do you mean by the organization of consumption? Your friend asks. He means rationing, I suppose, you remark. I do. Of course, when the social revolution has become thoroughly organized and production is functioning normally, there will be enough for everybody. But in the first stages of the revolution, during the process of reconstruction, we must take care to supply the people as best we can, and equally, which means rationing. The Bolsheviks did not have equal rationing, your friend interrupts, they had different kinds of rations for different people. They did, and that was one of the greatest mistakes they made. It was resented by the people as a wrong and it provoked irritation and discontent. The Bolsheviks had one kind of ration for the sailor, another of lower quality and quantity for the soldier, a third for the skilled worker, a fourth for the unskilled one, another ration again for the average citizen, and yet another for the bourgeois. The best rations were for the Bolsheviks, the members of the party, and special rations for the communist officials and commissars. At one time they had as many as 14 different food rations. Your own common sense will tell you that it was all wrong. Was it fair to discriminate against people because they happened to be laborers, mechanics, or intellectuals rather than soldiers or sailors? Such methods were unjust and vicious. They immediately created material inequality and opened the door to misuse of position and opportunity to speculation, graft, and swindle. They also stimulated counter-revolution, for those indifferent or unfriendly to the revolution were embittered by the discrimination and therefore became an easy prey to counter-revolutionary influences. This initial discrimination and the many others which followed were not dictated by the needs of the situation but solely by political party considerations. Having usurped the reins of government and fearing the opposition of the people, the Bolsheviks sought to strengthen themselves in the government seat by currying favor with the sailors, soldiers, and workers. By these means they succeeded only in creating indignation and antagonizing the masses, for the injustice of the system was too crying and obvious. Furthermore, even the favored class, the proletariat, felt discriminated against because the soldiers were given better rations. Was the worker not as good as the soldier? Could the soldier fight for the revolution? The factory man argued, if the worker would not supply him with ammunition? The soldier, in his turn, protested against the sailor getting more. Was he not as valuable as the sailor? And all condemned the special rations and privileges bestowed on the Bolshevik members of the party, and particularly the comforts and even luxuries enjoyed by the higher officials and commissars, while the masses suffered privation. Popular resentment of such practices was strikingly expressed by the Kronstadt sailors. It was in the midst of an extremely severe and hungry winter, in March, 1921, that a public mass meeting of the sailors unanimously resolved voluntarily to give up their extra rations on behalf of the less favored population of Kronstadt, and to equalize the rations of the entire city. This truly ethical revolutionary action voiced the general feeling against discrimination and favoritism, and gave convincing proof of the deep sense of justice inherent in the masses. All experience teaches that the just and square thing is at the same time also the most sensible and practical in the long run. This holds equally true of the individual as of collective life. Discrimination and injustice are particularly destructive to revolution, because the very spirit of revolution is born of the hunger for equity and justice. I have already mentioned that when the social revolution attains the stage where it can produce sufficient for all, then is adopted the anarchist principle of to each according to his needs. In the more industrially developed and efficient countries, that stage would naturally be reached sooner than in backward lands. But until it is reached, the system of equal sharing, equal distribution per capita is imperative as the only just method. It goes without saying, of course, that special consideration must be given to the sick and to the old, to children, and to women during and after pregnancy, as was also the practice in the Russian Revolution. Let me get this straight, you remark. There is to be equal sharing, you say. Then you won't be able to buy anything. No, there will be no buying or selling. The revolution abolishes private ownership of the means of production and distribution, and with it goes capitalistic business. Personal possession remains only in the things you use. Thus, your watch is your own, but the watch factory belongs to the people, land, machinery, and all other public utilities will be collective property, neither to be bought nor sold. Actual use will be considered the only title not to ownership but to possession. The organization of the coal miners, for example, will be in charge of the coal mines, not as owners but as the operating agency. Similarly will the railroad brotherhoods run the railroads, and so on. Collective possession, cooperatively managed in the interests of the community, will take the place of personal ownership privately conducted for profit. But if you can't buy anything, then what's the use of money, you ask? None whatever, money becomes useless. You can't get anything for it. When the sources of supply, the land, factories, and products become public property, socialized, you neither buy nor sell. As money is only a medium for such transactions, it loses its usefulness. But how will you exchange things? Exchange will be free. The coal miners, for instance, will deliver the coal they mine to the public yards for the use of the community. In their turn the miners will receive from the community's warehouses the machinery, tools, and the other commodities they need. That means free exchange without the medium of money and without profit, on the basis of requirement and the supply on hand. But if there is no machinery or food to be given to the miners, if there is none, money will not help matters. The miners couldn't feed on banknotes. Consider how such things are managed today. You trade coal for money, and for the money you get food. The free community we are speaking of will exchange the coal for the food directly, without the medium of money. But on what basis? Today you know what $1 is worth, more or less, but how much coal will you give for a sack of flour? You mean, how will value or price be determined? But we have seen already in preceding chapters that there is no real measure of value, and that price depends on supply and demand and varies accordingly. The price of coal rises if there is a scarcity of it, it becomes cheaper if the supply is greater than the demand. To make bigger profits the coal owners artificially limit the output, and the same methods obtain throughout the capitalistic system. With the abolition of capitalism no one will be interested in raising the price of coal or limiting its supply. As much coal will be mined as will be necessary to satisfy the need. Similarly will as much food be raised as the country needs. It will be the requirements of the community and the supply obtaining which will determine the amount it is to receive. This applies to coal and food as to all other needs of the people. But suppose there is not enough of a certain product to go around. What will you do then? then we'll do what is done in capitalistic society in time of war and scarcity, the people are rationed, with the difference that in the free community rationing will be managed on principles of equality. But suppose the farmer refuses to supply the city with his products unless he gets money. The farmer, like anyone else, wants money only if he can buy with it the things he needs. He will quickly see that money is useless to him. In Russia during the revolution you could not get a peasant to sell you a pound of flour for a bagful of money. But he was eager to give you a barrel of the finest grain for an old pair of boots. It is plows, spades, rakes, agricultural machinery and clothing which the farmer wants, not money. For these he will let you have his wheat, barley, and corn. In other words, the city will exchange with the farm the products each require, on the basis of need. It has been suggested by some that exchange during the period of revolutionary reconstruction should be based on some definite standard. It is proposed, for example, that every community issue its own money, as is often done in time of revolution, or that a day's work should be considered the unit of value and so-called labor notes serve as medium of exchange. But neither of these proposals is of practical help. Money issued by communities in revolution would quickly depreciate to the point of no value, since such money would have no secure guarantees behind it, without which money is worth nothing. Similarly, labor notes would not represent any definite and measurable value as a means of exchange. What would, for instance, an hour's work of the coal miner be worth? Or 15 minutes consultation with the physician? Even if all effort should be considered equal in value and an hour's labor be made the unit, could the house painter's hour of work or the surgeon's operation be equitably measured in terms of wheat? Common sense will solve this problem on the basis of human equality and the right of everyone to life. Such a system might work among decent people, your friend objects, but how among shirkers? Were not the Bolsheviks right in establishing the principle that whoever doesn't work, doesn't eat? No, my friend, you are mistaken. At first sight it may appear as if that was a just and sensible idea. But in reality it proved impractical, not to speak of the injustice and harm it worked all round. How so? It was impractical because it required an army of officials to keep tab on the people who worked or didn't work. It led to incrimination and recrimination and endless disputes about official decisions. So that within a short time the number of those who didn't work was doubled and even trebled by the effort to force people to work and to guard against their dodging or doing bad work. It was the system of compulsory labor which soon proved such a failure that the Bolsheviks were compelled to give it up. Moreover, the system caused even greater evils in other directions. Its injustice lay in the fact that you cannot break into a person's heart or mind and decide what peculiar physical or mental condition makes it temporarily impossible for him to work. Consider further the precedent you establish by introducing a false principle and thereby rousing the opposition of those who feel it wrong and oppressive and therefore refuse cooperation. A rational community will find it more practical and beneficial to treat all alike, whether one happens to work at the time or not, rather than create more non-workers to watch those already on hand, or to build prisons for their punishment and support. For if you refuse to feed a man, for whatever cause, you drive him to theft and other crimes and thus you yourself create the necessity for courts, lawyers, judges, jails, and warders, the upkeep of whom is far more burdensome than to feed the offenders. And these you have to feed, anyhow, even if you put them in prison. The revolutionary community will depend more on awakening the social consciousness and solidarity of its delinquents than on punishment. It will rely on the example set by its working members, and it will be right in doing so. For the natural attitude of the industrious man to the shirker is such that the latter will find the social atmosphere so unpleasant that he will prefer to work and enjoy the respect and goodwill of his fellows rather than to be despised in idleness. Bear in mind that it is more important, and in the end more practical and useful, to do the square thing rather than to gain a seeming immediate advantage. That is, to do justice is more vital than to punish. For punishment is never just and always harmful to both sides, the punished and the punisher, harmful even more spiritually than physically, and there is no greater harm than that, for it hardens and corrupts you. This is unqualifiedly true of your individual life, and with the same force it applies to the collective social existence. On the foundations of liberty, justice, and equality, as also on understanding and sympathy, must be built every phase of life in the social revolution. Only so it can endure. This applies to the problems of shelter, food, and the security of your district or city, as well as to the defense of the revolution. As regards housing and local safety, Russia has shown the way in the first months of the October Revolution. House committees, chosen by the tenants, and city federations of such committees take the problem in hand. They gather statistics of the facilities of a given district and of the number of applicants requiring quarters. The latter are assigned according to personal or family need on the basis of equal rights. Similar house and district committees have charge of the provisioning of the city. Individual application for rations at the distributing centers is a stupendous waste of time and energy. Equally false is the system, practiced in Russia in the first years of the revolution, of issuing rations in the institutions of one's employment, in shops, factories, and offices. The better and more efficient way, which at the same time ensures more equitable distribution and closes the door to favoritism and misuse, is rationing by houses or streets. The authorized house or street committee procures at the local distributing center the provisions, clothing, etc., apportioned to the number of tenants, represented by the committee. Equal rationing has the added advantage of eradicating food speculation, the vicious practice which grew to enormous proportions in Russia because of the system of inequality and privilege. Party members or persons with a political pull could freely bring to the cities carloads of flour, while some old peasant woman was severely punished for selling a loaf of bread. No wonder speculation flourished, and to such an extent, indeed, that the Bolsheviks had to form special regiments to cope with the evil. The prisons were filled with offenders, capital punishment was resorted to, but even the most drastic measures of the government failed to stop speculation, for the latter was the direct consequence of the system of discrimination and favoritism. Only equality and freedom of exchange can obviate such evils, or at least reduce them to a minimum. Taking care of the sanitary and kindred needs of street and district by voluntary committees of house and locality affords the best results, since such bodies, themselves tenants of the given district, are personally interested in the health and safety of their families and friends. This system worked much better in Russia than the subsequently established regular police force. The latter, consisting mostly of the worst city elements, proved corrupt, brutal and oppressive. The hope of material betterment is, as already mentioned, a powerful factor in the forward movement of humanity. But that incentive alone is not sufficient to inspire the masses, to give them the vision of a new and better world, and cause them to face danger and privation for its sake. For that an ideal is needed, an ideal which appeals not only to the stomach but even more to the heart and imagination, which rouses our dormant longing for what is fine and beautiful, for the spiritual and cultural values of life. An ideal, in short, which wakens the inherent social instincts of man, feeds his sympathies and fellow feeling, fires his love of liberty and justice, and imbues even the lowest with nobility of thought and deed, as we frequently witness in the catastrophic events of life. Let a great tragedy happen anywhere, an earthquake, flood, or railroad accident, and the compassion of the whole world goes out to the sufferers. Acts of heroic self-sacrifice, of brave rescue and of unstinted aid demonstrate the real nature of man and his deep-felt brotherhood and unity. This is true of mankind in all times, climes, and social strata. The story of Amundsen is a striking illustration of it. After decades of arduous and dangerous work, the famous Norwegian explorer resolves to enjoy his remaining years in peaceful literary pursuits. He is announcing his decision at a banquet given in his honor, and almost at the same moment comes the news that the novel expedition to the North Pole had met with disaster. On the instant Amundsen renounces all his plans of a quiet life and prepares to fly to the aid of the lost aviators, fully aware of the peril of such an undertaking. Human sympathy and the compelling impulse to help those in distress overcome all considerations of personal safety, and Amundsen sacrifices his life in an attempt to rescue the Nobel Party. Deep in all of us lives the spirit of Amundsen. How many men of science have given up their lives in seeking knowledge by which to benefit their fellow men? How many physicians and nurses have perished in the work of ministering to people stricken with contagious diseases? How many men and women have voluntarily faced certain death in the effort to check an epidemic which was decimating their country or even some foreign land? How many men, common working men, miners, sailors, railroad employees unknown to fame and unsung have given themselves in the spirit of Amundsen? Their name is Legion. It is this human nature, this idealism, which must be roused by the social revolution. Without it the revolution cannot be, without it, it cannot live. Without it man is forever doomed to remain a slave and a weakling. It is the work of the anarchist, of the revolutionist, of the intelligent, class-conscious proletarian to exemplify and cultivate this spirit and instill it in others. It alone can conquer the powers of evil and darkness, and build a new world of humanity, liberty, and justice. 13. Production. What about production, you ask? How is it to be managed? We have already seen what principles must underlie the activities of the revolution if it is to be social and accomplish its aims. The same principles of freedom and voluntary cooperation must also direct their organization of the industries. The first effect of the revolution is reduced production. The general strike, which I have forecast as the starting point of the social revolution, itself constitutes a suspension of industry. The workers lay down their tools, demonstrate in the streets, and thus temporarily stop production. But life goes on. The essential needs of the people must be satisfied. In that stage the revolution lives on the supplies already on hand. But to exhaust those supplies would be disastrous. The situation rests in the hands of labor, the immediate resumption of industry is imperative. The organized agricultural and industrial proletariat takes possession of the land, factories, shops, mines, and mills. Most energetic application is now the order of the day. It should be clearly understood that the social revolution necessitates more intensive production than under capitalism in order to supply the needs of the large masses who till then had lived in penury. This greater production can be achieved only by the workers having previously prepared themselves for the new situation. Familiarity with the processes of industry, knowledge of the sources of supply, and determination to succeed will accomplish the task. The enthusiasm generated by the revolution, the energies liberated, and the inventiveness stimulated by it must be given full freedom and scope to find creative channels. Revolution always wakens a high degree of responsibility. Together with the new atmosphere of liberty and brotherhood, it creates the realization that hard work and severe self-discipline are necessary to bring production up to the requirements of consumption. On the other hand, the new situation will greatly simplify the present very complex problems of industry. For you must consider that capitalism, because of its competitive character and contradictory financial and commercial interest, involves many intricate and perplexing issues which would be entirely eliminated by the abolition of the conditions of today. Questions of wage scales and selling prices, the requirements of the existing markets and the hunt for new ones, the scarcity of capital for large operations and the heavy interest to be paid on it, new investments, the effect of speculation and monopoly, and a score of related problems which worry the capitalist and make industry such a difficult and cumbersome network today would all disappear. At present these require diverse departments of study and highly trained men to keep unraveling the tangled skein of plutocratic cross-purposes, many specialists to calculate the actualities and possibilities of profit and loss, and a large force of aides to help steer the industrial ship between the perilous rocks which beset the chaotic course of capitalist competition, national and international. All this would be automatically done away with by the socialization of industry and the termination of the competitive system, and thereby the problems of production will be immensely lightened. The knotted complexity of capitalist industry need therefore inspire no undue fear for the future. Those who talk of labor not being equal to manage modern industry fail to take into account the factors referred to above. The industrial labyrinth will turn out to be far less formidable on the day of the social reconstruction. In passing, it may be mentioned that all the other phases of life would also be very much simplified as a result of the indicated changes. Various present-day habits, customs, compulsory and unwholesome modes of living will naturally fall into disuse. Furthermore, it must be considered that the task of increased production would be enormously facilitated by the addition to the ranks of labor of vast numbers whom the altered economic conditions will liberate for work. Recent statistics show that in 1920 there were in the United States over 41 million persons of both sexes engaged in gainful occupations out of a total population of over 105 millions. Out of those 41 millions, only 26 millions were actually employed in the industries, including transportation and agriculture, the balance of 15 millions consisting mostly of persons engaged in trade, of commercial travelers, advertisers, and various other middlemen of the present system. In other words, 15 million persons would be released for useful work by a revolution in the United States. A similar situation, proportionate to population, would develop in other countries. The greater production necessitated by the social revolution would therefore have an additional army of many million persons at its disposal. The systematic incorporation of those millions into industry and agriculture, aided by modern scientific methods of organization and production, will go a long way toward helping to solve the problems of supply. Capitalist production is for profit. More labor is used today to sell things than to produce them. The social revolution reorganizes the industries on the basis of the needs of the populace. Essential needs come first, naturally. Food, clothing, shelter, these are the primal requirements of man. The first step in this direction is the ascertaining of the available supply of provisions and other commodities. The labor associations in every city and community take this work in hand for the purpose of equitable distribution. Workers' committees in every street and district assume charge, cooperating with similar committees in the city and state, and federating their efforts throughout the country by means of general councils of producers and consumers. Great events and upheavals bring to the fore the most active and energetic elements. The social revolution will crystallize the class-conscious labor ranks. By whatever name they will be known, as industrial unions, revolutionary syndicalist bodies, cooperative associations, leagues of producers and consumers, they will represent the most enlightened and advanced part of labor, the organized workers aware of their aims and how to attain them. It is they who will be the moving spirit of the revolution. With the aid of industrial machinery and by scientific cultivation of the land freed from monopoly, the revolution must first of all supply the elemental wants of society. In farming and gardening, intensive cultivation and modern methods have made us practically independent of natural soil quality and climate. To a very considerable extent, man now makes his own soil and his own climate, thanks to the achievements of chemistry. Exotic fruits can be raised in the north to be supplied to the warm south, as is being done in France. Science is the wizard who enables man to master all difficulties and overcome all obstacles. The future, liberated from the incubus of the profit system and enriched by the work of the millions of non-producers of today, holds the greatest welfare for society. That future must be the objective point of the social revolution, its motto, bread and well-being for all. First bread, then well-being, and luxury. Even luxury, for luxury is a deep-felt need of man, a need of his physical as of his spiritual being. Intense application to this purpose must be the continuous effort of the revolution, not something to be postponed for a distant day but of immediate practice. The revolution must strive to enable every community to sustain itself, to become materially independent. No country should have to rely on outside help to exploit colonies for its support. That is the way of capitalism. The aim of anarchism, on the contrary, is material independence, not only for the individual, but for every community. This means gradual decentralization instead of centralization. Even under capitalism we see the decentralization tendency manifest itself in spite of the essentially centralistic character of the present-day industrial system. Countries which were before entirely dependent on foreign manufactures, as Germany in the last quarter of the 19th century, later Italy and Japan, and now Hungary, Czechoslovakia, etc., are gradually emancipating themselves industrially, working their own natural resources, building their own factories and mills, and attaining economic independence from other lands. International finance does not welcome this development and tries its utmost to retard its progress, because it is more profitable for the Morgans and Rockefellers to keep such countries as Mexico, China, India, Ireland, or Egypt industrially backward, in order to exploit their natural resources, and at the same time be assured of foreign markets for overproduction at home. The governments of the great financiers and lords of industry help them to secure those foreign natural resources and markets, even at the point of the bayonet. Thus Great Britain by force of arms compels China to permit English opium to poison the Chinese, at a good profit, and exploits every means to dispose in that country of the greater part of its textile products. For the same reason Egypt, India, Ireland, and other dependencies and colonies are not permitted to develop their home industries. In short, capitalism seeks centralization. But a free country needs decentralization, independence not only political but also industrial and economic. Russia strikingly illustrates how imperative economic independence is, particularly to the social revolution. For years following the October upheaval, the Bolshevik government concentrated its efforts on currying favor with bourgeois governments for recognition and inviting foreign capitalists to help exploit the resources of Russia. But capital, afraid to make large investments under the insecure conditions of the dictatorship, failed to respond with any degree of enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Russia was approaching economic breakdown. The situation finally compelled the Bolsheviks to understand that the country must depend on her own efforts for maintenance. Russia began to look around for means to help herself, and thereby she acquired greater confidence in her own abilities, learned to exercise self-reliance and initiative, and started to develop her own industries, a slow and painful process, but a wholesome necessity which will ultimately make Russia economically self-supporting and independent. The social revolution in any given country must from the very first determine to make itself self-supporting. It must help itself. This principle of self-help is not to be understood as a lack of solidarity with other lands. On the contrary, mutual aid and cooperation between countries, as among individuals, can exist only on the basis of equality, among equals. Dependence is the very reverse of it. Should the social revolution take place in several countries at the same time in France and Germany, for instance, then joint effort would be a matter of course and would make the task of revolutionary reorganization much easier. Fortunately, the workers are learning to understand that their cause is international. The organization of labor is now developing beyond national boundaries. It is to be hoped that the time is not far away when the entire proletariat of Europe may combine in a general strike, which is to be the prelude to the social revolution. That is emphatically a consummation to be striven for with the greatest earnestness. But at the same time the probability is not to be discounted that the revolution may break out in one country sooner than in another, let us say in France earlier than in Germany, and in such a case it would become imperative for France not to wait for possible aid from outside, but immediately to exert all her energies to help herself, to supply the most essential needs of her people by her own efforts. Every country in revolution must seek to achieve agricultural independence no less than political, industrial self-help no less than agricultural. This process is going on to a certain extent even under capitalism. It should be one of the main objects of the social revolution. Modern methods make it possible. The manufacture of watches and clocks, for example, which was formerly a monopoly of Switzerland, is now carried on in every country. Production of silk, previously limited to France, is among the great industries of various countries today. Italy, without sources of coal or iron, constructs steel-clad ships. Switzerland, no richer, also makes them. Decentralization will cure society of many evils of the centralist principle. Politically, decentralization means freedom; industrially, material independence; socially, it implies security and well-being for the small communities; individually it results in manhood and liberty. Equally important to the social revolution as independence from foreign lands is decentralization within the country itself. Internal decentralization means making the larger regions, even every community, as far as possible, self-supporting. In his very illuminating and suggestive work, Fields, Factories, and Workshops, Peter Kropotkin has convincingly shown how a city like Paris, even, now almost exclusively commercial, could raise enough food in its own environs to support its population abundantly. By using modern agricultural machinery and intensive cultivation, London and New York could subsist upon the products raised in their own immediate vicinity. It is a fact that our means of obtaining from the soil whatever we want under any climate and upon any soil, have lately been improved at such a rate that we cannot foresee yet what is the limit of productivity of a few acres of land. The limit vanishes in proportion to our better study of the subject, and every year makes it vanish further and further from our sight. When the social revolution begins in any land, its foreign commerce stops, the importation of raw materials and finished products is suspended. The country may even be blockaded by the bourgeois governments, as was the case with Russia. Thus the revolution is compelled to become self-supporting and provide for its own wants. Even various parts of the same country may have to face such an eventuality. They would have to produce what they need within their own area, by their own efforts. Only decentralization could solve this problem. The country would have to reorganize its activities in such a manner as to be able to feed itself. It would have to resort to production on a small scale, to home industry, and to intensive agriculture and horticulture. Man's initiative freed by the revolution and his wits sharpened by necessity will rise to the situation. It must therefore be clearly understood that it would be disastrous to the interests of the revolution to suppress or interfere with the small-scale industries which are even now practiced to such a great extent in various European countries. Numerous articles of everyday use are produced by the peasants of continental Europe during their leisure winter hours. These home manufactures total up tremendous figures to fill a great need. It would be most harmful to the revolution to destroy them, as Russia so foolishly did in her mad Bolshevik passion for centralization. When a country in revolution is attacked by foreign governments, when it is blockaded and deprived of imports, when its large-scale industries threaten to break down or the railways actually do break down, then it is just the small home industries which become the vital nerve of economic life. They alone can feed and save the revolution. Moreover, such home industries are not only a potent economic factor, they are also of the greatest social value. They serve to cultivate friendly intercourse between the farm and the city, bringing the two into closer and more solidaric contact. In fact, the home industries are themselves an expression of a most wholesome social spirit which from earliest times has manifested itself in village gatherings, in communal efforts, in folk dance and song. This normal and healthy tendency, in its various aspects, should be encouraged and stimulated by the revolution for the greater will of the community. The role of industrial decentralization in the revolution is unfortunately too little appreciated. Even in progressive labor ranks there is a dangerous tendency to ignore or minimize its importance. Most people are still in the thraldom of the Marxian dogma that centralization is more efficient and economical. They close their eyes to the fact that the alleged economy is achieved at the cost of the worker's limb and life, that the efficiency degrades him to a mere industrial cog, deadens his soul, and kills his body. Furthermore, in a system of centralization the administration of industry becomes constantly merged in fewer hands, producing a powerful bureaucracy of industrial overlords. It would indeed be the sheerest irony if the revolution were to aim at such a result. It would mean the creation of a new master class. The revolution can accomplish the emancipation of labor only by gradual decentralization, by developing the individual worker into a more conscious and determining factor in the process of industry, by making him the impulse whence proceeds all industrial and social activity. The deep significance of the social revolution lies in the abolition of the mastery of man over man, putting in its place the management of things. Only thus can be achieved industrial and social freedom. Are you sure it would work, you demand? I am sure of this. If that will not work, nothing else will. The plan I have outlined is a free communism, a life of voluntary cooperation and equal sharing. There is no other way of securing economic equality, which alone is liberty. Any other system must lead to capitalism. It is likely, of course, that a country in social revolution may try various economic experiments. A limited capitalism might be introduced in one part of the land or collectivism in another. But collectivism is only another form of the wage system, and it would speedily tend to become the capitalism of the present day. For collectivism begins by abolishing private ownership of the means of production and immediately reverses itself by returning to the system of remuneration according to work performed, which means the reintroduction of inequality. Man learns by doing. The social revolution in different countries and regions will probably try out various methods, and by practical experience learn the best way. The revolution is at the same time the opportunity and justification for it. I am not attempting to prophesy what this or that country is going to do, what particular course it will follow. Nor do I presume to dictate to the future, to prescribe its mode of conduct. My purpose is to suggest, in broad outline, the principles which must animate the revolution, the general lines of action it should follow if it is to accomplish its aim, the reconstruction of society on a foundation of freedom and equality. We know that previous revolutions for the most part failed of their objects, they degenerated into dictatorship and despotism, and thus re-established the old institutions of oppression and exploitation. We know it from past and recent history. We therefore draw the conclusion that the old way will not do. A new way must be tried in the coming social revolution. What new way? The only one so far known to man, the way of liberty and equality, the way of free communism, of anarchy. 14. Defense of the revolution. Suppose your system is tried, would you have any means of defending the revolution, you ask? Certainly. Even by armed force. Yes, if necessary. But armed force is organized violence. Didn't you say anarchism was against it? Anarchism is opposed to any interference with your liberty, be it by force and violence or by any other means. It is against all invasion and compulsion. But if anyone attacks you, then it is he who is invading you, he who is employing violence against you. You have a right to defend yourself. More than that, it is your duty, as an anarchist, to protect your liberty, to resist coercion and compulsion. Otherwise you are a slave, not a free man. In other words, the social revolution will attack no one, but it will defend itself against invasion from any quarter. Besides, you must not confuse the social revolution with anarchy. Revolution, in some of its stages, is a violent upheaval, anarchy is a social condition of freedom and peace. The revolution is the means of bringing anarchy about, but it is not anarchy itself. It is to pave the road for anarchy, to establish conditions which will make a life of liberty possible. But to achieve its purpose, the revolution must be imbued with and directed by the anarchist spirit and ideas. The end shapes the means, just as the tool you use must be fit to do the work you want to accomplish. That is to say, the social revolution must be anarchist in method as in aim. Revolutionary defense must be in consonance with this spirit. Self-defense excludes all acts of coercion, of persecution, or revenge. It is concerned only with repelling attack and depriving the enemy of opportunity to invade you. How would you repel foreign invasion? By the strength of the revolution. In what does that strength consist? First and foremost, in the support of the people, in the devotion of the industrial and agricultural masses. If they feel that they themselves are making the revolution, that they have become the masters of their lives, that they have gained freedom and are building up their welfare, then in that very sentiment you have the greatest strength of the revolution. The masses fight today for king, capitalist, or president because they believe them worth fighting for. Let them believe in the revolution, and they will defend it to the death. They will fight for the revolution with heart and soul, as the half-starved men, women, and even children of Petrograd defended their city, almost with bare hands, against the White Army of General Yudenich. Take that faith away, deprive the people of power by setting up some authority over them, be it a political party or military organization, and you have dealt a fatal blow to the revolution. You will have robbed it of its main source of strength, the masses. You will have made it defenseless. The armed workers and peasants are the only effective defense of the revolution. By means of their unions and syndicates they must always be on guard against counter-revolutionary attack. The worker in factory and mill, in mine and field, is the soldier of the revolution. He is at his bench and plow or on the battlefield, according to need. But in his factory as in his regiment he is the soul of the revolution, and it is his will that decides its fate. In industry the shop committees, in the barracks the soldiers' committees, these are the fountainhead of all revolutionary strength and activity. It was the volunteer Red Guard, made up of toilers, that successfully defended the Russian Revolution in its most critical initial stages. Later on it was again volunteer peasant regiments who defeated the White armies. The regular Red Army, organized later, was powerless without the volunteer workers and peasants' divisions. Siberia was freed from Kolchak and his hordes by such peasant volunteers. In the north of Russia it was also workers and peasants' detachments that drove out the foreign armies which came to impose the yoke of native reactionaries upon the people. In the Ukraine the volunteer peasant armies known as povstancy saved the revolution from numerous counter-revolutionary generals and particularly from Denikin when the latter was already at the very gates of Moscow. It was the revolutionary povstancy who freed southern Russia from the invading armies of Germany, France, Italy, and Greece, and subsequently also routed the white forces of General Rajul. The military defense of the revolution may demand a supreme command, coordination of activities, discipline, and obedience to orders. But these must proceed from the devotion of the workers and peasants, and must be based on their voluntary cooperation through their own local, regional, and federal organizations. In the matter of defense against foreign attack, as in all other problems of the social revolution, the active interest of the masses, their autonomy and self-determination are the best guarantee of success. Understand well that the only really effective defense of the revolution lies in the attitude of the people. Popular discontent is the worst enemy of the revolution and its greatest danger. We must always bear in mind that the strength of the social revolution is organic, not mechanistic, not in mechanical, military measures lies its strength, but in its industry, in its ability to reconstruct life, to establish liberty and justice. Let the people feel that it is indeed their own cause which is at stake, and the last man of them will fight like a lion on its behalf. The same applies to internal as to external defense. What chance would any white general or counter-revolutionist have if he could not exploit oppression and injustice to incite the people against the revolution? Counter-revolution can feed only on popular discontent. Where the masses are conscious that the revolution and all its activities are in their own hands, that they themselves are managing things and are free to change their methods when they consider it necessary, counter-revolution can find no support and is harmless. But would you let counter-revolutionists incite the people if they tried to? By all means. Let them talk as they like. To restrain them would only serve to create a persecuted class and thereby enlist popular sympathy for them and their cause. To suppress speech and press is not only a theoretic offense against liberty, it is a direct blow at the very foundations of the revolution. It would, first of all, raise problems where none had existed before. It would introduce methods which must lead to discontent and opposition, to bitterness and strife, to prison, chika, and civil war. It would generate fear and distrust, would hatch conspiracies, and culminate in a reign of terror which has always killed revolution in the past. The social revolution must from the very start be based on entirely different principles, on a new conception and attitude. Full freedom is the very breath of its existence, and be it never forgotten that the cure for evil and disorder is more liberty, not suppression. Suppression leads only to violence and destruction. Will you not defend the revolution then? Your friend demands. Certainly we will. But not against mere talk, not against an expression of opinion. The revolution must be big enough to welcome even the severest criticism, and profit by it if it is justified. The revolution will defend itself most determinately against real counter-revolution, against all active enemies, against any attempt to defeat or sabotage it by forcible invasion or violence. That is the right of the revolution and its duty. But it will not persecute the conquered foe, nor wreak vengeance upon an entire social class because of the fault of individual members of it. The sins of the fathers shall not be visited upon their children. What will you do with counter-revolutionists? Actual combat and armed resistance involve human sacrifices, and the counter-revolutionists who lose their lives under such circumstances suffer the unavoidable consequences of their deeds. But the revolutionary people are not savages. The wounded are not slaughtered nor those taken prisoners executed. Neither is practiced the barbarous system of shooting hostages, as the Bolsheviks did. How will you treat counter-revolutionists taken prisoners during an engagement? The revolution must find new ways, some sensible method of dealing with them. The old method is to imprison them, support them in idleness, and employ numerous men to guard and punish them. And while the culprit remains in prison, incarceration and brutal treatment still further embitter him against the revolution, strengthen his opposition, and nurse thoughts of vengeance and new conspiracies. The revolution will regard such methods as stupid and detrimental to its best interests. It will try instead by humane treatment to convince the defeated enemy of the error and uselessness of his resistance. It will apply liberty instead of revenge. It will take into consideration that most of the counter-revolutionists are dupes rather than enemies, deluded victims of some individual seeking power and authority. It will know that they need enlightenment rather than punishment, and that the former will accomplish more than the latter. Even today this perception is gaining ground. The Bolsheviks defeated the Allied armies in Russia more effectively by revolutionary propaganda among the enemy soldiers than by the strength of their artillery. These new methods have been recognized as practical even by the United States government, which is making use of them now in its Nicaraguan campaign. American aeroplanes scatter proclamations and appeals to the Nicaraguan people to persuade them to desert Sandino and his cause, and the American army chiefs expect the best results from these tactics. But the Sandino patriots are fighting for home and country against foreign invaders, while counter-revolutionists wage war against their own people. The work of their enlightenment is much simpler and promises better results. Do you think that would really be the best way to deal with counter-revolution? By all means. Humane treatment and kindness are more effective than cruelty and vengeance. The new attitude in this regard would suggest also a number of other methods of similar character. Various modes of dealing with conspirators and active enemies of the revolution would develop as soon as you begin to practice the new policy. The plan might be adopted, for instance, of scattering them individually or in small groups over districts removed from their counter-revolutionary influences, among communists of revolutionary spirit and consciousness. Consider also that counter-revolutionists must eat, which means that they would find themselves in a situation that would claim their thoughts and time for other things than the hatching of conspiracies. The defeated counter-revolutionist, left at liberty instead of being imprisoned, would have to seek means of existence. He would not be denied his livelihood, of course, since the revolution would be generous enough to feed even its enemies. But the man in question would have to join some community, secure lodgings, and so forth, in order to enjoy the hospitality of the distributing center. In other words, the counter-revolutionary prisoners in freedom would depend on the community and the goodwill of its members for their means of existence. They would live in its atmosphere and be influenced by its revolutionary environment. Surely they will be safer and more contented than in prison, and presently they would cease to be a danger to the revolution. We have repeatedly seen such examples in Russia, in cases where counter-revolutionists had escaped the Cheka and settled down in some village or city, where as a result of considerate and decent treatment they became useful members of the community, often more zealous in behalf of the public welfare than the average citizen, while hundreds of their fellow conspirators, who had not been lucky enough to avoid arrest, were busy in prison with thoughts of revenge and new plots. Various plans of treating such prisoners in freedom will no doubt be tried by the revolutionary people. But whatever the methods, they will be more satisfactory than the present system of revenge and punishment, the complete failure of which has been demonstrated throughout human experience. Among the new ways might also be tried that of free colonization. The revolution will offer its enemies an opportunity to settle in some part of the country and there establish the form of social life that will suit them best. It is no vain speculation to foresee that it would not be long before most of them would prefer the brotherhood and liberty of the revolutionary community to the reactionary regime of their colony. But even if they did not, nothing would be lost. On the contrary, the revolution would itself be the greatest gainer, spiritually, by forsaking methods of revenge and persecution and practicing humanity and magnanimity. Revolutionary self-defense, inspired by such methods, will be the more effective because of the very freedom it will guarantee even to its enemies. Its appeal to the masses and to the world at large will thereby be the more irresistible and universal. In its justice and humanity lies the invincible strength of the social revolution. No revolution has yet tried the true way of liberty. None has had sufficient faith in it. Force and suppression, persecution, revenge, and terror have characterized all revolutions in the past and have thereby defeated their original aims. The time has come to try new methods, new ways. The social revolution is to achieve the emancipation of man through liberty, but if we have no faith in the latter, revolution becomes a denial and betrayal of itself. Let us then have the courage of freedom, let us replace suppression and terror. Let liberty become our faith and our deed, and we shall grow strong therein. Only liberty can make the social revolution effective and wholesome. It alone can pave the way to greater heights and prepare a society where well-being and joy shall be the heritage of all. Then will dawn the day when man shall for the first time have full opportunity to grow and expand in the free and generous sunshine of anarchy. Part 5. The Last Letters. In 1936 Berkman underwent 2 unsuccessful prostate operations. He was constantly in pain and dependent on Emmy, his companion for the last 14 years of his life, and others for help. On June 28, 1936, he shot himself. He died 16 hours later. I have included here, in this short section, 3 letters. The first 2, from Emma to Alec, speak of their lifetime of comradeship together. The third, from Alec to Emma, was to be mailed only in the case of my death. Emma Goldman to Alexander Berkman, May 2, 1927, Toronto. My own Sash. I left my writing glasses at the home of one of our comrades last night, so I must write you by hand. Besides, it is more intimate for a birthday letter. Isn't it? Dearest chum, what am I to tell you on this your 21st anniversary since you came to life again, 52? It is unnecessary to tell you how rotten I feel that I will not be with you this year. My one consolation is that you will have a few very devoted friends with you on the 18th. That you have Emmy, that this year at any rate you will not be so lonely as I am here. What the 18th of May has meant to me all these years you know only too well. You know also that whatever may have come between us, or whosoever, you have been, you are, and you always will be part of myself, part of all I have hoped for, believed in, strived to achieve, my own beloved friend and co-fighter. You may not have been aware of it, Sash dearest, but you have been the greatest force in my life, your welfare, your aims, and your dreams, as far as you let me share them with you, my deepest concern. All sorts of people have been in my life, but your coming into it August 15, 1889, at Zox's restaurant, has marked the beginning of a friendship, the stirrings of an affection which has only deepened and strengthened with the years. It is as abiding today, in fact more so, as it was years ago, and until the end of my life you will remain the great and inspiring force, urging the best in me toward the light. But you know all this yourself, why tell you it again? Dearest boy, this is the first time in many years that I am too poor to send you a birthday gift. It hurts like hell, but it cannot be helped. You will get my loving and cheering greetings through Emmy, but I had hoped to send you something that you could spend for yourself. Well, the will is strong but my capital is weak. I know you will not mind. About myself there is not much to say. Mo Morris Goldman goes back to New York today and I shall feel more destitute than ever. I am not looking forward to a joyous summer. I have met a few pleasant people, but they are not the kind one can feel intimate with outside of the work I am doing. Our own comrades are friendly enough but so very narrow in their outlook on life. I do not know of a thing I have in common with them except propaganda. I am sure that they see no other phase in my character except what I can give to what they consider the movement. The one person I have grown to care about a great deal and who might have helped to give cheer and color to my life here this summer is very ill at present and not within reach. It is our old friend Leon Malmd. He has had a complete breakdown from his ridiculous business transactions. Just how serious his condition is I will only know when Mo gets to Albany and sees Leon's physician. He stops off on his way to New York. So you see, dear heart, that I have no luck with my love affairs. Such is one of the ironies in my life. Dearest, have a good time on the 18th and drink a silent glass to our friendship, which is unlike anything in the world, in this material world. The poets used to sing about such abiding love and devotion as ours. Is it that such friendships no longer exist? Is that why no one writes about them? I embrace you tenderly. I will be with you on the 18th in thought anyway. Much love, your old sailor. E. Emma Goldman to Alexander Berkman, November 19, 1935, London. My dear, old Dush. As a greeting to your 65th birthday, it is fitting that I should tell you the secret of my life. It is that the one treasure I have rescued from my long and bitter struggle is my friendship for you. Believe it or not, dear Sash. But I know of no other value, whether in people or achievements, than your presence in my life and the love and affection you have roused. True, I loved other men. I love Frank Heiner with a silly, but nonetheless intense emotion. But it is not an exaggeration when I say that no one ever was so rooted in my being, so ingrained in every fiber, as you have been and are to this day. Men have come and gone in my long life. But you, my dearest, will remain forever. I do not know why this should be so. Our common struggle and all it has brought us in travail and disappointment hardly explain what I feel for you. Indeed, I know that the only loss that would matter would be to lose you or your friendship. Such an abiding feeling could be better explained if you had always been all kindness or understanding. But you were not that. On the contrary, you were and are still often harsh and lacking in comprehension of the inner motivations of my acts. But all that is as nothing compared with the force you have been from the moment I first heard your voice and met you in Zox's cafe and all through the 45 years of our comradeship. I seem to have been born then as woman, mother, comrade, and friend. Yes, I believe my strongest and most compelling feeling for you is that of the mother. You have often resented that, saying you are no mollycoddle. Of course, you failed to understand that it was not my desire to impose my mother authority on you. It was the ever-present concern in your welfare and the equally present fear that something might befall you that would tear you away from me. Terribly selfish feeling, isn't it, dear heart? Or is it that you had bound me by 1,000 threads? I don't know and don't care. I only know that I always wanted to give you more than I expected from you. Indeed, I know that there is nothing I can think of that I would not joyfully give out of the fullness of my being to enrich your life. Feeling as I do for you, it was bitter hard to go away before your birthday. I wanted so much to remain and celebrate it with you and Emmy. But I feared my presence might interject some discord. Not that any one of us would do so deliberately. On the contrary, we'd try hard to avoid it. And because we would be careful, it perhaps would have happened. However, what difference does the physical presence make? I feel bound to you spiritually. And it is this which keeps you ever present and real to me even when we are separated by thousands of miles. So it is all right my being away from you on your birthday. I will be with you in my thoughts and with my heart. Strangely enough, I will be lecturing Thursday. I wish it were on a subject that had some bearing on your life and work. For I always wanted the whole world to know about you. But I am speaking on the international munitions clique, the traitors in death. Still that won't prevent me from thinking of your birthday and feeling you real close to me. Goodbye, My dear, dear Tolstogub. With all my heart I wish you a grand birthday, very much improved health, and some interesting and vital work that would relieve you of economic stress and anxiety. My love to Emmy. I embrace you tenderly. Emma. Alexander Berkman to Emma Goldman, March 23, 1936, Hospital Pasteur, Nice. Dearest sailor mine, staunchest chum of a lifetime. I know how understanding you are, and so you'll forgive me for the wire I had Emmy send you today. It said, no operation at present, but I am to have my second operation tomorrow morning. I did not want to worry you, dearest M. What purpose would it serve? You are about to leave for South Wales to lecture, and the news of my operation would worry you fearfully. So, you understand, dear, and forgive. They have just finished the last tests day before yesterday for the blood, urine, etc., and now the heart, and all is well. I feel comfortable, strong, and everything will be okay. I could not wait with the operation as I had planned. Dr. THIRD examined me and said it must be done now. Well, dearest, I think everything will be okay and I don't feel anxious at all. But there is never any telling, and so, in case anything happens, don't grieve too much, dearest. I have lived my life, and I am really of the opinion that when one has neither health nor means and cannot work for his ideas, it is time to clear out. But it is not of this I want to speak now. I just want you to know that my thoughts are with you, and I consider our life of work and comradeship and friendship, covering a period of about 45 years, one of the most beautiful and dearest things in the world. In this spirit I greet you now, dear immutable sailor girl, and may your work continue to bring light and understanding in this topsy-turvy world of ours. I embrace you with all my heart, you bravest, strongest, and truest woman and comrade I have known in my life. Your old chum, friend, and comrade, Sasha. P.S. It is understood, of course, that anything you want of my things is yours. And my notebooks, manuscripts, etc. I leave to you to do with according to your own judgment. S. P.S.S. I am happy that you and Emmy have grown to understand each other better. She has been wonderful to me and her devotion limitless. I hope that you will both prove a solace to each other. S. Send our dear friends Fitze, Pauline Turkel, Stella, Mads Modeststein, Minna Lowenson, the Jean and J. Levies, Ben Capes and family, Harry Kelly, and Lord, and all others my last thoughts of them. S. Tell our comrades I send them all my fraternal greetings. May they keep up energetically the work for a brighter and better day and a future of liberty, sanity, and human cooperation. S. Brief chronology. November 21, 1870, born in Vilnius, Lithuania. 1883, Alec punished by school officials for writing an essay entitled There Is No God. February 1888, arrives in the United States. Works as cigar maker and cloak operator. August 15, 1889, meets Emma Goldman at Saks Restaurant in NYC. July 6, 1892, 11 workers killed at the Homestead plant in Pittsburgh. July 23, 1892, Berkman shoots Henry Frick, who runs the Homestead plant for Andrew Carnegie. He is arrested on the spot. September 19, 1892, Berkman sentenced to 22 years in prison. He spends many years in solitary. While there he organizes prisoners, publishes an underground newspaper, and attempts to escape. May 18, 1906, Berkman released from prison. Over the next 9 years he engages in a whole range of political activity. He edits Emma Goldman's Mother Earth, becomes one of the founders of the Francisco Ferrer Association for Libertarian Education and teaches there, leads demonstrations against Rockefeller after the Ludlow Massacre in 1913. 1912, Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist published by Mother Earth Publishing Association. 1914, World War I breaks out in Europe. January 15, 1916, first issue of The Blast is published in San Francisco. July 22, 1916 bomb thrown into preparedness parade in San Francisco. Thomas Mooney and Warren Billings are later framed for the resulting deaths. April 1917 the United States enters World War I. May 1917 No Conscription League founded by Berkman, Goldman, and friends in New York City. June 15, 1917 Alec and Emma arrested in New York City. They are sentenced to 2 years in prison, with deportation upon release, and fined $10,000. Berkman is also indicted for complicity in the Preparedness Parade bombing in San Francisco. He spends 2 years in the Atlanta Penitentiary, 7 months of it in solitary. October 25, 1917 Russian Revolution. December 21, 1919 Alec and Emma deported. They arrive in Finland on January 17, and in Russia the following day. February 24, 1921 Kronstadt sailors rebel and demand free Soviets. September 1921 Berkman decides to leave Russia. He begins 14 years of exile as a stateless person, expelled again and again with nowhere to go. 1922 The Kronstadt Rebellion and the Russian Tragedy are published. 1925 The Bolshevik Myth is published. 1929 What is Communist Anarchism is published. June 28, 1936 Berkman commits suicide after suffering 2 unsuccessful prostate operations.